Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the ranked pool in the new Ranked Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the ranked mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Stage to pick up their chicken.
PGS champions Gen G. PCS 6 Asia champions are going to be Petricoro. PGIS champions are the Sonics.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Stage and pick up their chicken.
PGS champions Gen G. PCS 6 Asia champions are going to be Petrocoro. PGIS champion are the Sonics.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in Update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds. Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in Update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and a spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback VR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here. I'm joined by Toby and Kylaris. Kale, how are you doing here back for day number 2?
Excellent. Hot. It's a little bit warmer here in Poland this time around, but I'll be fine. I'll be okay. If not, we can sub in my stunt double because I've overheated. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Fantastic. Toby, how are you doing?
I'm good. Excited to see which 8 teams are gonna make their way through to the Grand Rounds today.
Yeah, of course. We have 6 more games today here. We're going to be starting on Miramar, of course, going over to Tego, and then ending on 3 Wrangles, guys. Halfway done here, but some teams have already made it, James, and they have been looking fantastic yesterday.
Yeah, Sarvam, of course, here. We said at the beginning of the day that I do think that they were going to be one of the top 3 teams to be able to come into this lobby, look good, look strong, and they really didn't disappoint. 2 wins on the board, a boatload of podium finishes as well, and even when they got themselves the second win, it wasn't quite in the same way as some of the other games. We saw them obviously kind of really playing an adaptive style in a lot of situations, and I'm excited to see if they can continue today.
Yeah, fantastic. The last day of a lower bracket here, the 2nd of July. We already played upper bracket. We found the first 8 teams that are going to play in the finals. That starts on the Friday here in next week, where we're going to be playing 18 games to figure out who are going to PGS2 with the main event at Gamers 8 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. That's going to be super exciting, of course. And here you see the format, how we've been working on. We're on the lower left part here, the lower bracket. The top 8 teams from this is also going to the finals that are going to be joining the teams and the GPT teams that are, of course, invited: FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds. And we have 2 spots to give away, as you see here, top 2. So if it ends up being FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds in 1st and 2nd, it's going to be the 3rd and 4th place going to PGS2 as well here, Toby.
Yeah, it's gonna be incredibly exciting, considering the fact that we had such a close competition in the top in winners bracket or in upper bracket, and we also see it very close between some of the teams in the losers. Now it's gonna be practically impossible to predict who's gonna be the 2 teams we're sending forward.
Exactly. And here are the PGC points overview right now. Howl is in 1st place, but it's extremely close at the top. Just 200 points between 5th and 1st right now. FaZe with a little bit of a dive down here with 300 points between. So they need to have a good standing. But our defending world champions here, James, 300 points. They need to have a massive standing unless they're just aiming to win either PGS2 or PEC Fall, where there's a guaranteed direct invite from PGC.
Yeah, thankfully they're through to that qualifier final, right? However, it wasn't exactly the most dominating performance by them. They started strong and then eventually did get a win on the board, but they finished 7th. So in that final, hopefully we see Na'Vi step up. As you said before as well, FaZe is also a little bit worried about how many points they have so far, but they finished 1st in the qualifier start. So that's a great, brilliant start.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. And also, they finished 1st even after having some fun with one yellow house up in the top close to Potato Mountain here. But lower bracket teams, as we see it here, Toby, BBL, After All, Exalt, and so forth. Some of the teams have been looking really strong. Howl looking pretty good too. I gotta say, 56 points so far. Monarch is one of the teams that we had some expectations to that also actually kind of fulfilled them a little bit, Toby.
Yeah, I think for the most part, teams that we were expecting things from have flipped up to them with, of course, the expectation, or the exception, I should say, of BBL, who was still struggling to really get anything going. I mean, they had 1 game within top 5 yesterday, only 2 kills in that match, just not optimal.
No, we're going to be starting off with 2 Miramars, as I said in the beginning, and then we're going over to our wildcard new map, Tego. Of course, a lot of the players, they know it here, James, because they've been playing it for more than a year in ranked and so forth. And then, of course, we are ending on 3 Wrangles, and I'm crossing my fingers and toes to not see that many military games.
Yeah, that would be similar to what we've already had. Let's put it that way. I'm okay to have some northern circles, some mid circles, even if it's into field. I don't mind it. Let's just vary it up a little bit. Vary it up.
Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, for me, it's fine wherever it lands, because on a Wrangle, all the teams, they literally know almost every single inch of the map, of course, here, Toby. So, but then again, back-to-back military, it's a little bit rough. That's why I'm kind of crossing for it. But then again, the variants we've had so far and where we've been on the different maps is actually completely fine to me. It's been pretty evened out so far.
Yeah, I think so. And again, I mean, as long as when we do get like back-to-back similar circles, as long as they come with varied playing paths, then for the most part, they also tend to play out differently because obviously teams are approaching the circles from different areas of the map. So please, at least just let us have that. And last time I said, let's not go Junkyard. Now I said, I think we've tried Easter plus Leonis. Let's try something new this time around.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to have plenty of time for that to see how that folds out here. James, looking into this, I asked a question on Twitter. I said, what are of the current top 8 teams, what teams do you think is not going to be staying in there going into when we're done after today?
My eyes are definitely on Yepa. As much as, you got themselves 34 points on the board. That came off the back of the last 2 games, where they did gain a little bit more footing on the Battleground. Again, though, it was majoritively the points coming for them from Miramar. Now we kind of take a slide away from that, and we're going to be focusing more on Erangel towards the end of the day. So they're who I'm slightly worried for. I'm not too worried for After All. I feel like they should bump up a little bit. We'll see.
Enon might pop off again here. Same question to you, Toby.
I have 2. No Name. I know they had a 15-kill win, and you think, why would you ever count a team like that out? Because outside of that game, they didn't really amount to a whole lot. And then Woo.
Okay.
I don't like being too harsh on teams unless if I feel like they deserve it, and I feel like Woo deserves it. They had games yesterday where they finished up all right, but when you have all right finishes to games that could and should have been incredible, then that shows me that they're still lacking the final kind of step in having the great roster or great playstyle. So I think Woo might be one of those teams that fall today.
I guess it's based off especially the Miramar game yesterday, where they got kind of backstabbed a little bit. They gave up too much high ground position and so forth. But yeah, sure, Woo's 40 points right now. We're talking about this hypothetical cutoff. It was 75 points in upper bracket, but it was very, very close. Again, it was 9 points between 1st and 7th, James. So it was extremely close for that. And it feels like it's going to be either 2 or 3 teams running away with all the points today in the top, or it's going to be much more linear towards the mid-pack. So again, that 60 to 70 point mark is likely to be our cutoff point for top 8.
Yeah, I think the cutoff here is going to be quite extreme for some of these teams. The reason being is because I don't think Savum, I don't think Exhalation, I don't think Howl are really going to let their foot off the pedal here today, regardless of if they've even found themselves secure and good to go. So these 3 teams can still continue to sponge up decent points up towards the top, and that doesn't leave many scraps left for those teams fighting for that barrier position. So I would be very concerned looking for absolutely every single flush you could possibly find here in today's games.
Yeah, sure. I agree completely. And also, another thing we talked a little bit about, now that you have such a big lead, Toby, we had some hypothetical talks about it with Saga as well on the last day. It could go into when you have such a lead right now that you could be looking at some of the teams you kind of want to deny. It could come down to the last game, probably. It could be starting earlier, that it's more like not a directly focus or hot drop, but more of a, we got to be aware that these teams are over here because we kind of want their loot spot going into the finals.
Last week, 2 days ago, I kind of pushed that topic aside. Not because it wasn't relevant, but I mean, pushing a really good team into lower bracket ain't really necessarily going to cause the commotion that you think it will, because it might just qualify. Whereas to here, you could literally make sure they don't even qualify for the finals. And that, I think, is going to be much more virulent. First couple of games, probably not. But if you see Savim, we're currently set in first place, sitting really, really tight, and have the opportunity to go and dislodge one of the teams that really don't want to have to deal with them rotations. Could definitely happen with the last 2 games.
Yeah, and I feel in general here, James, once we go into these games, if you meet, Savim, one of these teams that are basically already qualified, where 5-6 games to go, you kind of want to avoid them a little bit because they have almost nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like if you're especially a team like BBL, who not only, they have a lot of expectations behind them, getting that top 8 is very important, but because teams currently see them as a wounded animal and a little bit disjointed, in my opinion, from the games that we saw from them yesterday, keep them out, because if they do get back to full strength and stuff like that, then they do become a real threat. So it is kind of a scary prospect. So you know what? Shut them down, as much as that sounds pretty rough.
Yeah, for sure. Again, one of these teams here, if you're in the lower bracket, Toby, you're looking at one decent game or one good game and you're still into the top 8. It's still very close if you're in that kind of lower bottom mid pack here. Even a team like BBL currently in 20-ish points. One good game, double digits, you're straight into the top 8 quite easily.
Honestly, and I just thought of it now. If you're Howl, currently sat in 3rd, and let's assume that they're not going to go 0 points in the first 4 games, and they're currently sat in 1st place in PGC points. We know there's an EMEA spot for EMEA. If they can kick, they can't do anything about Foot. They're through to the finals, obviously, but if they can prevent Howl, another MEA team, from qualifying through to the grand finals, thus denying them PGC points, I'd say that's definitely worth it. You're going to make an enemy for life, for sure. But if that means you're going to qualify to BGC, I'd say go for it.
Yeah, for sure. And we're also looking at, like, if you have DA through, for example, right? They will need 2 big tournaments to take over what HAL currently has. Like, we're talking in the same amount of points, 1,050 on HAL right now. And in this case here, they would need like 2 top 3, top 4 finishes back-to-back, James, for DA to be able to take over that EMEA spot. And with that many points, they would probably even be in the top 6. So it would mean maybe even both HAL and DA would go, for that matter.
Yeah, it's not out of the realms of possibility that the catch-up could be on, but you really do need to kind of put a block in front of HAL before they could really even try and, you know, kind of catch up as well. You would need to be able to take them out in that as well, because if HAL does get through, they're going to get a few points here and there, and then it becomes now an impossible task to actually be able to catch up.
Yeah, I don't see a world, Toby, where they don't get, like, you know, 100, 200 PGC points the next two tournaments even. So I feel like let HAL run away with it. They're going to be the MEA spot. You have to beat somebody like FaZe that is currently on the edge, Ascend that's currently on the edge, right? Otherwise, you're going to be looking other ways. Also, again, PC Fall has a guaranteed spot, so might as well go that way.
True, and it adds even more reason for HAL. Why not just make sure that BBL doesn't qualify then? It's one more kind of target off you. It's one more opponent that you don't have to worry about in the grand finals, just to make double sure, because you have nothing to lose. If you're coming into the last 2 games already guaranteed to be top 8, nothing to lose in trying to keep BBL out. And I think BBL is aware of this too. And I think that adds to the frustration of them not qualifying directly through to the grand final from upper bracket, because they know that there are teams, especially from the MEA region, that really want to keep them out.
Yeah, and in this case as well, when we're talking about the teams that we have high expectations to, we've talked a little bit about it, James, here. In this case, Na'Vi right now, our current reigning world champions, only on 300 PGC points. When we're talking about maybe a hypothetical cutoff on, you know, 1,200, 1,300, they have to have 2 pretty good tournaments here, unless, you know, they go out and win PGS2, which would be great for Europe in general.
Yeah, sure. I mean, at present, I feel like there's a very real possibility that we don't get some of these partner teams into PGC, right? And it is a topic that actually needs debate, considering that one of those is the current world champion, as you're mentioning, in Na'Vi. And then we look even further afield. You could technically look further afield to some of the other regions and say that this is also a case as well. And quite honestly, the teams at that point are in shambles a little bit if they're considered the partnered teams and are not able to get towards PGC here. But we do have to remember as well that teams like Na'Vi, they have strength. We see them fluctuating constantly in terms of performances at the moment throughout the year, but I think we've slowly seen a little bit of a step up from them in this one in particular. Uber, of course, I took him off my fantasy team. I shouldn't have taken off my fantasy team. He was shooting at everything. You know, and there's these small little increments that are moving in the right direction for them after having some more dodgy tournaments.
But James, it's all a marketing strategy for these teams, because if we get a lot of non-partner teams in PGC, there's a bigger chance we get team skins for teams that aren't partnered, and thus we get more different team skins in the game. You know, it's big brain praise.
I mean, yeah, you could go for that, I suppose.
No, I think in general, when you're looking at this, like, of course, you have a current top, 8, 9 maybe in Europe that is looking to be extremely close in terms of, I know it's just 12 games, but still, it's extremely close, Toby, that we're talking 9 points difference from first to for 7th. It's huge difference in both, of course, PGC points, but also we're talking, all right, what are the 2 teams that's going to go? If it's, FaZe Na'Vi performing good, it could be 3rd and 4th going to be just 2.
Yeah, it sure could. It's gonna be practically impossible to predict, and I hope you won't go for who do you think is gonna win, because I mean, we saw upper bracket, as you said, it was incredibly close. We know how much skill there is in this lobby, and on any given day, all of these teams can step up, rise to the occasion, and get themselves a really, really good string of games put together. So I don't know. I mean, I could probably, coming into grand finals with the 8 teams that are gonna qualify through from here, probably give you 10 teams that could qualify or could win top 2 spots, and probably 3 that I'd say should. But out of that, there's easily like the half of the server or half the lobby that I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if you said they had just won the tournament.
But there's also, like, of course it was extremely close, but the teams that were close and they had enough points, James, they were in a situation where they're still like, okay, we're in the top 8, there's nothing more to play for, we just need to go to final. So it did feel like a few times they were like, okay, playing to have fun. Of course, the last game, it felt like a game sick of scrims. But also in the beginning, FaZe Clan contesting one of Na'Vi's cars. And yeah, you don't want to contest Na'Vi's cars if you just found out. And, I think nobody in Europe is ever going to do that again.
I think it's FaZe's time to win again. It's been a good long while, and Toby's saying, there's a lot of names that you know in the hat here to try and pick, but look at how FaZe played out that upper bracket, right? And look at the podium finishes that they were able to get. They convert one or two of those to a win, then all of a sudden they're 10, 20, 30, if they get extra wins on the board, points ahead of second place. Maybe it's FaZe's time to shine once again here at the top. I'm not going to do the silly FaZe up thing because I'll do it as badly as Froz does it. But,
sure.
We'll go with that.
I think it'll be close, especially if they keep Fix away from driving cars in general throughout the qualifiers and finals. I think we'll be fine.
That was awful.
We're going to be in a great situation. I mean, my guy doesn't have a smoke diver certification, so he had to get Gustav to drive around. But then again, yeah, it's fine. And I think no matter what, they're going to do completely fine. The question is, are they going to be able to contest, that top 3, 4? Because if they're able to get, at the moment, 500, 600, 700 points from here, or 650 from winning it, they would be looking really, really good on PGC, because currently they are kind of on that cusp where it gets a little bit worrying if they don't get a top 3 finish here. Toby.
Yeah, it's true. It's gonna be scary, but it also kind of just goes to show that, again, we've been through a period for a couple of years now where the invited teams, the more known orgs, tended to get favored in terms of direct invites to finals, therefore bigger chance to make their way through. But now we're seeing that kind of shuffle of some of these teams that haven't gotten the same attention, but might actually, in terms of play, be as good or nearly as good, make the competition for some of these supposedly best teams much, much harder. So I'm also kind of liking that some of these lesser known teams are coming up and really pushing and shoving these giants and saying, it ain't just you up here anymore. We're here to fight for it too.
Yeah, and I gotta say, James, I love the format, the structure that we've kind of gotten forward to here in 2023 with our double eliminations. Our partner teams are getting invited to the group stages, and then we have 24 teams playing throughout to kind of figure out what 6 teams are going to go to the final.
Yeah, about time we had double elim. I mean, as we say that, it's been going for a little while now. It's actually been a roaring success, and long may it continue.
Yeah, I hope so too. All right, guys, we are soon ready to get going with the first match here of today for lower bracket. This is PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. It's the last day. We have to find the 6 or the 8 teams that are going to the finals for these 6 games we have today here. So, guys, we're going to be going over to Miramar again. It's super, super exciting to figure out who is going, because we have two teams that are already almost guaranteed to go to the finals, and then we have a lot of teams that are chasing currently. So, guys, take it away from Miramar, the first game of the day.
All right, thank you, Martin. Let's rock and roll here. Apologies for the slight delay on the game here, but we are ready to soar. It's Miramar for the first 2 for the final day of that lower bracket. I'm here myself, Kalaris, alongside Toby, to bring you all the action.
Woo! And look at that plane, as action-packed as it comes. Straight down the middle. It doesn't get more calm than this, but we do know that usually the most simple plane paths tend to give us the most hectic circles. So we'll see if that's going to come to happen this time around, or if it's going to stay simple all the way through. And even having said that, I feel like when neither the plane path or the circles make it hectic, the players tend to find ways, James, to do that on their own.
Yeah, they do. And when it comes to Miramar as well, we're certainly no stranger to it. It has produced some of the more interesting moments when it comes to this tournament. So let's see how this is going to unfold. And I am hoping that we don't get the Toby special of a circle, which is southeast and in those fields.
Yeah, it's we've been there.
Special.
I feel like we've been there now. Let's leave it at that, and then in 10 seconds time we'll go, oh, and we're going there again. Or maybe not. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll get a fresh breath of air, a breath of fresh air. Woo! Because we're headed north. I asked for Campo Militar yesterday, and I feel like this is the closest I'm gonna get.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take this. This is definitely more interesting. Yeah, and it also gives a good opportunity for some of the teams that are struggling a little bit to actually have a better start to their day, right? You've got up towards the top there, Solo, not exactly that many points. Smoke Wall, not exactly that many points. Aces, who did get themselves a win, but not really that many points. And Lul Uwu here in 10th place currently with 23. So this is a great opportunity to start the day off high, get yourself in a decent position, and work with it. I'm excited to see if somebody here is going to be able to convert.
They better. I mean, if they
Yep.
can't now, then again, in a best of 12, you're only given so many. And of course, I mean, just because you get the first circle doesn't mean that you're destined to win a game and you're miserable if you don't. But you only get so many kind of setups or so many blessings from the game itself, where other games or other matches you have to go out and really fight for them. Sometimes you get a couple of circles going your way, and if you don't know how to capitalize on that and don't turn it into or convert it into really big point games, and especially in a best of 12, you just ain't gonna cut it then.
Definitely so. Definitely so. You've got to be on the ball when it comes to these kinds of lobbies. And let's see if the Woo is on the ball against GDE. They were already able to take them at the end of yesterday, and they will already take one to start things off. Bogdanina is going down. We'll have Ibi just relocating for now. But yeah, so looking at... This is actually one thing I wanted to bring up about when you were saying you thought maybe the Woo would fall out of 8th. And I sort of agree with how they were playing things out. If you think about that last game where we thought maybe they were going to be able to get an even bigger conversion on the position that they had, 3 or 4 of those points came from GDE just absolutely running into them. And with no recourse, with no rebuttal, nothing. So they were kind of almost fed a few points during that last game as well, which would have put them even more in the danger zone had they not had that. So I do want to see the Woo getting some good points today. Of course, this is a nice start. But yeah, there were moments where it just looked a bit... eek.
I'm okay, James. Since I know you're a man that loves statistics and improvised numbers to make yourself sound smarter and all this, I will play the game of PUBG roulette with you.
Okay.
Where you can put your money on either red or black. Red is Woo doesn't make top 8. Black is BBL makes top 8. You can only go all in. Where do you put your money?
This is a weird game of roulette. I don't know about this.
You can only do one. Does BBL qualify? Does Woo not? What has the better chances?
Damn. Well, 'cause I feel
You can't put half. You can't do both.
I feel like I want to bet on Woo qualifying over the 2 options you've given me, but
You can be okay. Well, yeah, I guess.
Can I go with
That's
that?
not an option. This is my game, James. You gotta pick one.
Okay, I guess I'll go Woo not qualifying if I had to pick between those 2. Sure.
Okay.
We'll see though.
Okay. Fair. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it because it has been a weird set of games.
I mean, that's an agonizing choice because I do feel the reverse is probably more relevant at present for both teams. I feel like look, Woo qualifying is more likely, of course, and then BBL not qualifying, considering how they've been kind of playing things out. Again, I said it before, I feel like they did look a little bit disjointed. It felt like they were playing separate games to one another sometimes yesterday, but we know that they can come back on the same page, and I hope we see that.
Well, I hope we see that too, but that's for the players to prove. That's for the players to find out. And in the meantime, Exhalation sat pretty well up here, prepared for this push to come through. And on the flip side of that, I don't think Jeppe has any clue that there's an entire team sat in this compound. Well, they just found out.
And as you say, it is Exhalation, who really don't have anything to lose at the moment, so they'll take these fights gladly and happily. The Boom goes for a spray on Metabay, doesn't quite find it. Vendelos starts things off, though, against Hobbits. That's a good pickup here to get things rolling. It also means that he's the one in the middle of everybody here, so that actually divides Exhalation just a little bit more, but he was really out in quite a vulnerable location, so maybe an overstretch, as Hello My Bad's going to charge up a nade, send it forwards towards Jeppe. Doesn't quite connect.
See now if the Boom opts to wrap around, a little isolated in the warehouse right now. As you can see here, I assume is also. I mean, it's. I like the idea of them just kind of playing hide and seek and waiting for Jeppe to kind of just step on the landmines. Issue is with the way they've positioned themselves, no one can cover each other's backs, and therefore they're kind of just falling like flies. It's only I assume Trap who's really been able to work out. But having said that, doesn't really amount to anything either. So somehow, Jeppe, despite being the ones caught by surprise, actually managed to live through this one without taking any casualties.
Yeah, honestly, they dismantled Exhalation just then.
Yeah.
Like, there's no other way to describe what they just did. And again, for Exhalation, yeah, okay, maybe they are not as super keen today, considering how well they did yesterday, but looking at that fight and how it played out, they should have been able to coordinate that a little bit better. So
Definitely. But they can't win them all. And for Exhalation, well, even if they can't, they still got plenty of points. So shouldn't be too worried. Yet another game of warm-up, and now they get to sit back and wait another, let's call it 40 minutes until they get to play again. Yeah. Go in and do some warm-ups, you know? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they skipped doing the kind of TDMs and whatnot to get the aim on point. And now, well, they're just reminded that they should have.
Well, we're looking at Monarch at the moment. Again, a team that may have surpassed some people's expectations. For me, I'm happy to see the Finns doing well here. I've got a soft spot in my heart for Finnish gamers because most of them, they don't go outside and don't socialize and don't interact with the world and you know, sit and get outside and play video games. And that's really good because sometimes in winter it gets really dark there. So that's what you like to practice. And so far, that's paying off.
I thought it was a testament to that's also how you like to live, and therefore you have so much in common.
That's true too. That is true. That's why I lived there for 3 years, man. I was having the time of my life. Everyone's like, would you like to go outside? I'm like, no. And they were like, yeah,
go
me
to
too.
Finland. Yeah, exactly. Go to Finland, where you don't have to go outside.
How was it? Go on.
Yeah, no, I didn't know how to segue off of it, so you might as well just take it from there.
I was just going to explain how during the winter it was an
Yeah, I'm gonna find a
segue.
and just continue off of this. Let's take a look at Primal. Unless if you really feel like we should talk about Finnish winters.
I was going to talk about my dog there. It's fine. Go. Nice dog.
Sometimes I feel like I can figure out where your brain takes you, and sometimes I just gotta, you know, kind of follow along, I suppose, is in lack of a better word. And speaking of following along, Exalt is currently on a rotation where Muldog is following along with his teammates who are driving towards the east. That was the I tried it. Yeah, I tried.
The wordsmith, the lyrical wordsmith, Toby here.
I know. It's pretty impressive. One thing that is nice, though, for the sake of the excitement in what will be these top 8 teams going through, is that we have Exhalation out early. One of the 2 teams who had managed to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, and now, while we don't know that it's going to be Howl, Monarch, Wu, these teams that are right behind them that are going to mitigate that gap, at least we're setting up for the option for it to happen. So if we could eliminate Sabim too, it would be a much more interesting showing up there on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the way Salvam actually approaches this circle, if you really do actually want to take out some people at the top, is quite predictable, right? You're expecting, okay, they're dropping in Picardo, you know where they're going to be moving, effectively, if you actually really wanted to ruffle some feathers. But for the most part, nobody's going to go hunting them down too hard. They are very, very good in this lobby. I said it at the end of yesterday, they are online lobby killers. If you're not playing with the top 8 of Europe and Salvam's in the lobby, they're actually just going to murder you. So you don't want that. Looking at the circle, how it plays out. The 2-2 split of Howl, not too bad at all. They're going to be controlling a lot of the center. Aces, a little bit separated because of Howl. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them a little later on.
Yeah, wide 2-1-1 split, which I wouldn't be against it had this circle gone further north or further south. But when you're sat dead center and you're trying to maintain control of both sides of the streets, both sides of the valley, I should say, between Al Azhar and Hacienda, it's just too greedy in my opinion, especially considering where they currently are on the leaderboard. They need to play it more together, they need to play it smarter. And speaking of playing together, right now, maybe a Nixie probably really wish that Quish and Keanu were here to help them.
Here comes the push on. Gibby on the other side. Again, it's the Wook and GDE fighting each other all day long. Kill still takes a lot of damage against that Nixie. We'll peek around the corner, get nut time here, not line even, sorry, here for the start of all of this. And he goes down. Reinforcements on the way. Keanu decides to come down the hill. In an interesting manner.
Well, successful as he arrives. Sam Olsen down to low HP, gets out of the car, instant headshot. Keanu has arrived.
Yes, he has, in a big way. Ibby also finishing things off. Just looking for kill still, as well as Nutline down the way. Seeing if they can get a little bit more. Small underhand nades to try and flush out the position. But not able to get it just yet. Kill still. Maybe switching between flash. A little bit of indecisive here from GDE to try and finish this off. I think they bit off more than they can chew for this fight. It's going to be a retreat out for the moment. Even his vest is gone, so he's just a sitting duck at the moment.
But a retreat out to where? I mean, vehicles have already not necessarily been blown up, but tires have definitely been popped. And this could probably stalemate for a little while. The issue is Wu can't really fully commit to pushes either. They have Quizzy up above, but Quizzy was shot at from other people earlier too. In the meantime, in your picture in the bottom right corner, Monarch and Smokewall taking the fight to one another.
Let's see if that pays any dividends whatsoever, as Monarch's already starting things off good. It's not good for Smokewall. I mean, of course, they started in this circle. I was hoping that they would be able to find themselves a bit of prime real estate, but it's not really worked out too well with the rivals coming along. Nixie's still holding this angle, realizing GDE has completely fallen back to alternate buildings, but he has already seen them peeking through windows, etc. A cheeky angle here, but I don't know how long this one lasts.
Yeah, it's hard to counter this one, especially again with Quizzy up in the mountain on the southern side. Not too much you can do to cover as long as GDE are only looking out on the northern side of the building. And with Lurix up on the mountain too, as you can see, more and more teams hearing this, they are not looking to allow for Wu to get this one for free.
The attempt at the trade here, but unfortunately Nixie's able to win it out. You're trying to hold this small angle, but you're just so predictable whenever you actually try and peek out. So anyway, a big centering up of the circle once again. Howl absolutely laughing. Not that they need that many points on the board whatsoever. And again, when I look west, it's teams like BBL that are going to have to make big moves or just fight in. And I don't mind the idea of BBL fighting in. I think they're good at that. Just the 1-1-1 splits they've had before, or the 2-2 splits that they've had, just slowly bleeding out members. Let's take big fights, BBL.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're opting to pull up on solo. It seems like that's what's happening on the map right now. In the meantime, we're staying here with GDE and Wu fight. So we are now blowing up a gas can. So a little fire is going to spread. It's a little dangerous place to do it too. At a gas station, I think that the whole thing blows up, but not going to happen this time around.
Yeah, that would be kind of scary. If that was a mechanic in the game,
everyone eliminated. Ah.
Wow, that was impressive. I'm impressed. But yes, let's see how this is going to go here, as Monarch is still shooting actually north of all locations. They were not shooting towards Smokewall, but I guess they were just making their presence known with the compound that they had. We have lingered on this fight for a long time.
Yeah, we sure have.
There we go.
And now we fly out. Lorix was the one on the hill before, kind of overlooking that entire fight, and now he is left, so a little less pressure from up above. And up towards No Name, still with the compound control on the northern side. They now have BBL right next to them. They probably heard the vehicles of them coming in, but how are they going to play into it? And now finally, whoop, they've had enough of it. They waited for Quizzy to come down. He's now joined the party. Let's see if they can finally clear out GD. Yes, Keanu. Fine to go.
Oh, and that will be Nutline going down from his nade, and that is a finish off completely here. So GDE realizing that they were at mega disadvantage when it came to firepower, and eventually the Woos had enough. And it's an important time for them to clean up. They need to start moving pretty soon. It is not the best of scenarios to be stuck in that trench for a huge amount of time, or at least have options available, especially when there's teams north of you as well as potentially south of you.
And just like that, knocks on 3 different teams within 1 second as teams start maneuvering their way closer towards the center of this one. Fights taking place out towards the east, down on the southern side, and up towards the northwest. So, again, all these edges as we make our way further towards phase 4 are definitely starting to be lit on fire here. After all, first time they really get inside the circle, they have Lul right in front of them, trying to segue their way through, and seems like they're somehow going to succeed and barely taking damage in doing so.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it is one of the lower ranked teams at the moment that's shooting at them and not really hitting too many of the shots. A bit unfortunate considering, but they were blasting it through and actually found themselves not too bad a position from it after all. So that is a great send for them. Meanwhile, there was 2 other members of Lulu who are actually fighting off against Exalt, who are kind of stuck in El Azahar right now. So, I mean, if Lulu had all of the firepower, that shift, maybe they could have done something against after all, but yeah, they were a bit divided.
That is a southern shift if I've seen one. And as we all know, or at least assume that most people know, the hillside, I mean, the valley itself is absolutely atrocious, but the hill leading from the valley up towards where Primal is currently sat in the compound is extremely open too. And as long as there are still teams on the northern side of the road, you can't really play around in the open there at all. So I feel like this is the point now where all teams start countering one another and we just see chaos unfold. Is that a bike? It is. Bring, bring.
Yes.
Let's get to safety.
It is my favorite. I ride around all the time, ringing my little bell. Don't you get me started. Anyway, the 2-2 split paying off for Howl. They've been able to transition down. Of course, it is the compound in that trench, as you're mentioning. So sometimes when you have to go up, it is very annoying. As we watch these fights now unfold, the team's going to be rotating past each other. Small's trying to shut down after all, but it's not going to be enough. And that will be them going down in 14th place. Klim is actually been a bit of a killer here for After All throughout the past couple of days.
Sure has. Whenever we've seen success out of After All, not that there's been a ton of it, but it has oftentimes had Klim's name attached to it, no doubt. No names in the meantime. Well, they had to cross eventually. The bike was the first one to do so, and now sat alone on the compound full of Aces players. Probably just hoping that his teammates will come back and help out, but they're more busy taking shots at Monarch.
Slightly distracted almost by BBL moving on in here, but BBL could start taking some pot shots themselves. As now Monarch is running all the way into Sarvin. Sarvin with a big split still, but the reinforcing position on the hill actually is good covering fire location for these buildings, so they can eventually transition themselves. Monarch with this big send forward is just running into team after team. Yeah. They were so far away from this circle. It was a nice attempt, but it is not going to pay off.
I'll call it optimistic. At best, knowing how many teams were wrapping in from the west side of this circle and how clustered it already was, a little naive, thinking they can get access to the hillsides from there, which clearly they also didn't. And now, in the meantime, this push has come through as No Names try to make their way up towards the Aces compound. Nice shots connected, but once again, we're seeing the roofs of these warehouses being put into use. Yesterday it was Waldemon who took out the entirety of BBL, and this time around, Sparta from up high deals with No Names.
Shame there isn't somebody else on that roof, so he could have kicked them off, and it would have been very cinematic. But anyway, yeah, brilliant stuff by Aces to clean that up. No Names obviously did quite a bit of work yesterday, especially in one particular game. But now it's BBL's turn. If they can leapfrog forward, unfortunately, though, Rustamar will go down. You can see the firing line from the opposite side of this valley just absolutely pelting anybody that's moving, and with the opportunity. But it looks like Clib and Michael have moved in just in front of Aces. There's an opportunity here for them to get some cleanup. That's Clib with the double here. Looks for the flushes wherever he can. Safo is out of position to be able to reinforce.
Really solid shots coming through. Nice that he sticks to the spray now. A little help from the side as Guerrilla finds been lacking, and just like that, in a second or two, Aces go from looking like they're probably in a good position to rotate further forward, being completely torn apart. Smash did get knocked in the blue, and of course, phase 5 hurts like hell, so nothing that his teammates can really do to pick him back up. I'm just wondering whether BBL knows that the last Aces player is coming out of the compound.
Yeah, I think they're trying to figure that out, right? They were moving over there to see if Bin Laden had a buddy with the 2-2 split, but they've realized that's not the case, so they're going to go back and see if they can find him, though. Safo does not Michael. Can Clib finish it off? Yes, he will. Now you need to, get Michael up as fast as possible. This is the thing, right? BBL, they're not just great gunners. They're also great strategists. The leapfrog forward of where Aces was good, but, obviously you lose 2, but you've got a few points on the board here from the kills.
Just dangerous when you're playing Edge and knowing as we're in the hard shift meta these days, or period, I should say, sometimes. If you don't get the circles going your way, it ain't gonna be easy playing those Edges. In the meantime, now Global Army, all order for him, try and keep this team up, and it doesn't succeed in doing so either, as Yepa peaks on over 7 kills. For Yepa already, still keeping all 4 alive. I like the split that they've currently got going here to try and defend against Sarvin.
Right, started with a skirmish against Exhalation. If they can take Sarvum as well, that has been a success in my book. Clib in the distance goes down to Sarvum, though. They're still racking up points. BBL down in 10th. Unfortunate. A few kills on the board, but they're going to want more from each of these upcoming games. And Yepa could still hold this. There he is. Thendalos once again looking for it. Schiller here. He's got it all to do against Yepa.
And you say against Yepa, but also against Solo and Howl in just a second, because both these two teams are starting to push up in this direction. I think Schiller is now starting to realize that there's a few more people here than he first anticipated, but that ain't gonna matter, especially not when they're all starting to shoot at one another. Solo putting up, and now as Schiller runs back, well, he's just gonna be met by a new team from behind.
Tom goes down. That is Schiller down and out here. Not enough to be able to do anything against this onslaught that is constantly approaching from every single angle. So the crunch down was very, very real. And Howl has actually kind of got a I was going to say a free out of jail card. A jail out of... because obviously, looking at how they've moved up this hill, they've been able to do this while it was chaotic upstairs. And Schofield, once again, for Howl, is absolutely popping, man.
Well, when you hide 3 players behind 1 rock, I guess Schofield with the Sky can make great use of it. Finds 3 in an instant, and just like that, Solo are eliminated. Now, the resist does come up on Yepa as 2 both Thindalos and Metagate get back on their feet, but Howl, they need to continue this pressure. They need to push further forward. They need to deal with them to make full space for themselves on that western side of the circle.
Let's see how this is going to work on out then, as the Turkish rosters face off against one another. A lot of power here for Howl as well as Yepa. Yepa's feeling it, though. They're currently 8 deep, and Howl is working with a low ground position here. Keanu's still shooting from the distance, actually finishing off after all. They will go down in that 6th position. Yepa being slow about this, and I don't mind it.
Oh, no, not at all. They know that they have dealt with the majority of the pressure on their side, so why not just sit back and let Howl make the push towards you and hope that maybe there's a team coming from behind who's gonna help you a little bit. They are not expecting Primal to make any pushes east. As long as there's fights going on the other side, they should be fine. Issue is Ruin now peeks over, finds Metabay. They know there might be more players in and around this one. As you can see from up further up the hill, might just be a chance for Primal to want to shoot down this direction. But Matt finds another. Matt finds the 3rd. Just in the last left alive.
It's going to snowball here. It's going to snowball. Can't see him through the smoke. And they're going to go down. Howl here. Big scalps to take, considering the power level of Yepa in this game. That's 8 for Yepa, 9 for the Wu, actually, on the other side of this battlefield at the moment. And Howl, of course, with the 8 in turn.
Look at this. Keanu, 6 kills this game. Really out there fragging. Maybe that's the turnaround that Wu needed. Again, I mean, they came into today with 40 points, so it's not like it's been a bad performance yesterday. It's just, I'm still not convinced yet, but maybe with 9 kills and no casualties thus far, and also top 4 guaranteed already, maybe this will translate into a couple of good games back to back.
Maybe. The Wu overall, I gotta say, you know, it's been a bit of a triumph for them in this game. Like, they're putting themselves in a spot where it's like they barely need anything more to qualify for that grand final, right? And thankfully for them, it's come at the hands of a lot of GDE kills. It's they've been farming them pretty successfully.
You need to have that one team, or 2, or 3, or 4 for that matter, team on the server that just kind of works as fodder for everyone else. So
thanks, guys.
Yeah. Sometimes you be the cannon fodder. Sometimes you get a few, I won't say freebies, but easier kills on your side. Primal will find one, and that's on Maldog. As he falls, we're now down to 3, just 25 minutes into the game. Obviously, a very hard area of the map to play. There ain't a lot of space to maneuver, especially with how open it is. Not a lot of cover to find. So usually in these areas of the map, we do see a lot of teams eliminated through that mid phase, where teams try and rotate into these exact positions that these remaining 3 teams are now in control of.
Definitely so. That is a lot of orgs in hand. It has overtaken the meta quite considerably as the org, as we continue now with the circle folding down on these teams. Howl, as well as the Wu, very nicely situated. Primal, however, some work to be done here. I think they were quite keen on the idea of controlling the area around that compound. Oftentimes when you see people in that compound before, then the high ground above it is the one vulnerability, the one weakness. So they lingered around there for quite a while to almost defend that location for a little while. All that being said, though, now, moving in against Howl and the Wu, if I'm them 2 teams, I don't see any reason to really shoot each other just yet. Just eliminate Primal in the north, in the south even.
Well, I mean, either that or take advantage of the other team looking for Primal and maybe catch one peek in the opposite direction. It is definitely, though, on Primal to make the first move. I like what they're trying to do here. Try and force Lassa and Matt off this hill, gain some high ground control, and in doing so, give yourself an option to push both west and east, because right now, as they're sitting, kind of forced to play into Wu. And if they do, because they know Lassa and Matt are on the hill above them, they're just going to get backstep. Third party taken out in an instant. So I think it's smart. They're taking the time right now, trying to force Howl to regroup down below. Maybe wait for Wu to make a play on towards Howl. But as you can see, no one's really budging right now. It is going to be Primal to have to make the first move.
Yeah, Howl's looking to make the slight move on that side, right? To kind of force the issue almost. A slight corralling potential here to slowly push Primal maybe towards the direction of Wu. And I like that a lot. I love it when you start corralling teams in certain directions. Whether or not it's successful remains to be seen. You could just have a situation where, you try and corral us 2, and then all of a sudden you've got 4 guns looking at you over the ridgeline. You're like, oops, this didn't exactly work. So you got to be very patient about that kind of play.
Yep, definitely. Definitely. Matt, Laza, well, patience is part of their strategy as they opt to stay on this edge. Make sure that Primal don't get to wrap around them the same way Exalt did on Wu yesterday. It's always good to be able to learn from mistakes, and even better when you can learn from other people's mistakes and don't have to lift them yourself. But Primal, as we said, because they couldn't really force Laza and Matt down, now forced to look down in the direction of Wu. And if this works out for Howl, the fact that they didn't have to really aggress, just show presence, and then get the third-party opportunity on towards him, that's going to be huge. That could set up a Howl win, but it's all going to depend on how fast Wu can get rid of this threat.
Yeah, definitely. Here comes some of the utility being spent now, realizing that, okay, we actually don't have many options left. We have to make some kind of groove here. We have to make some kind of hole for us to then be able to play through, and that is going to be made with explosions, as we have also Ibby responding in kind. Ooh. That's a good one. Oh, we'll be able to hit it right on the mark here. And no, Primal's running out of options.
Yeah, it's because they didn't just say, you know what, screw it, let's go for something. Because they're trying to slowly creep their way down the hillside, and they just don't have the utility for it. You can see Daz literally 0 smoke, 0 anything to work with. We're reaching a point where they might as well concede. Because even one good headshot to kind of allow for an open angle ain't going to be enough for them to get off this hill, get into the circle. But with Wu and Howl forced close towards one another, so maybe right now the strategy is just outlast. But now there comes the push down the hill.
Definitely so. Ibby here now blinded. Still the push-up continues on. Do they know Chugez is there?
They have to.
They must, right? But like they're peeking to the other ridge, which is a little bit scary. He does get up though. Nixie actually with a double nade on towards them. They're making their move now. That is an absolute dominant play by Nixie coming out. What a move.
And that's exactly what Wu needed. They needed to deal with this fast, because look at how fast Howl was in response. They're already up here. Had that fight not ended as fast as it did, they would never have caught him ruined. I'm not sure if he saw Keanu below. Keanu definitely saw him, and now he's going to fall because of it.
I've never seen a molly hit someone in the face so cleanly. That was beautiful stuff here. The Wu is on a roll. This is the game for them to solidify themselves going into that winner's bracket, considering the power they've been able to exert. And Orm is going to line up as Laza absolutely beams down Ibby. The Wu with 14, but Howl's not done yet.
Question Wu, you and I both did, and here they are showing us that there's more to it than just our suspicions of them not succeeding. Regardless of where they come up victorious here, it's going to be a phenomenal game for them. 20+ points no matter what from where they're currently sat.
By time is Quizzy. Everybody's up, good to go. Laza still has that Orm in hand. Will he get another lineup? Quizzy, you've got to be careful about this. So does Nixie. Oh, just barely able to get behind that rock and not give him the opportunity. A spray down from Laza. As Howl has moved up closer here. Schofield's looking to pounce on this.
Yeah, they have to. They definitely have to as a circle. I mean, right now Schofield has a dot. It's Wu forced to make the move on forward. It is a 4v3, make it a 3v3 now as Nixie falls, but so far Howl is in control of the circle center.
Steady as she goes. Nixie's done a lot of work this game, but he is down, of course. How much more can happen here? Ibby looking for a better angle. Starting to charge up a nade. Still nades in hand. Nixie is completely gone. 3v3. Evening things up, but Quizzy responds in kind. Gets the mad. This is very low.
Love the fact that he goes for another shot, even with low HP too, just to keep applying that pressure to force Schofield maybe to go off of his own first aid. Laza though, the second peek over the top finds Quizzy as the flank around now commences. Keanu once again peeking over, finding his knock number 7. Now it's just Laza on the side. Keanu once more finds the final. Evie there to join. 17 kills for the Wu as they dominate the northern side of this one. Impressive, impressive, and finally we see them for what they're really worth.
It's a huge game. Shut up, doubters. The Wu's here to present you with a big chicken dinner. And what a way to do it. I mean, they start off looking at how they were holding down the gas station, I do think that, yes, GDE has a slight disadvantage against the WU just in general, but then coming from the gas station, being able to control some of that high ground. 17, man. 17!
Huge. EB got himself the first kill of the game and the last one too. Here is the first one on your screens as he sat around and waited a little while for GDE. In the end, they would deal with all of them as well. And as you're saying, 17 kills, and in an area of the map where coming by that many kills, especially when you're the team that is sat down in the gas station early on, that is not something that happens every day.
Yeah, I think one thing they were able to capitalize on was being on the south side of that trench and firing at everyone that was on the north side of the trench, trying to scramble and get to grips with how they were going to make the transition themselves. And it was not available to them when you've got the firing line battling you from the other side. But Nixie, man, a lot of work put in from him here as he was able to completely badonkadonk Primal.
That's just how it's going to be. Keanu, nice performance from him as well. Able to really support his team and the pushes on through as we bring Martin back on the desk.
Yeah, fantastic. What a great way to start the day here, guys. PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers, of course. And it's woo! 17 kills and a win, guys. That's a statement here for the doubters, as you said, James.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was kind of one of them, to be honest with you. Obviously, they didn't exactly have the easiest time in the upper yesterday. I think that it was fine. And I was saying at the beginning, you know, they were fed a little few points here by GDE, but that actually kind of continued here. Eventually, they were able to clean them up. But I think everything from the trench position, once they were able to move up, was excellent. Really well played by them.
Yeah, of course, with Keanu tumbling down to assist the gas station hold from GD worked out perfectly here too. But also, one thing that really stuck out to me here was the way they managed to first push Lol W to kind of go further west than them and then maintain the control of the northern side after that. You can definitely see once the last, they're realizing, okay, this is probably the last team leaving the north. We can then take control of that most northern side and then move in and kind of take a quadrant of the circle to ourselves. So they did that perfectly.
Exactly. Not oftentimes you see a team, again, as I said, come out with this many kills and keeping all four alive this late in the game, because it wasn't just distance fights. It was close quarter fights, a lot of it. The fact that they keep all four alive is a WU teamwork that I feel like we haven't really seen showcased to this extent ever. So kudos to them. Great game.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, only Nixie going down. My fantasy team lost out on 5 points there. I'm pretty sad about that, James. But overall, them being able to go in, Keanu having a fantastic match for him. I think he more than doubled his kills in this one here. So looking really good for the WU for their start of the momentum they can build. And even I would say with this 67 points they're able to get from this game alone here, plus the 40 they had yesterday, is probably going to qualify them to the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what, you need to scramble a few points here and there, even if that barrier kind of starts encroaching on you. But,
right.
I mean, this is the biggest win that we've had from the lower bracket. Amazing stuff coming out from them with the 27 points. And I've just got to think to myself as well, when you mentioned Keanu, I mean, he's a guy that's been not scouted before as someone who is great, but kind of utilized in that kind of sub position. Obviously, we saw him over in the internationals and stuff like that. So good to see him being able to convert here on the WU.
Yeah, for sure. And 15 points as well for Howl. They're also guaranteed at this point here, Toby.
Yeah, really, really impressive. The fact that Howl can keep this high level up, especially when, as we said, I mean, Exhalation out early and Howl while they were ahead by quite a bunch down to Howl in third. Look at that, almost tied.
Yeah, catching up here quite easily. And then there's a little bit of a gap coming down here to Mona, Gepa, No Name. So the top 4 right now, James, is kind of establishing himself, and they're going to be quite safe going into the further stages of this day here with 5 games to go.
Yeah, President, I would have to echo what Toby said. You know, maybe there's some concern for No Names here, because aside from that win, there isn't a whole lot happening right now. And when you've got teams like Yepper all of a sudden coming along and getting themselves 8 on the board as well, it shows that some of these teams even below where No Names is could easily replicate that kind of performance and leapfrog where No Names is. So I'd be concerned if I was them.
Yeah, Toby. Yeah, but they managed to hold quite strong to that western side. They're being able to get 11 points from this game here. Quite impressive.
I mean, it helped them out for sure that Primal never really looked their way too much. But definitely a strong hold against all the teams trying to wrap their way up towards them. First, it was Monarch trying to do the wraparound early on. They got completely demolished. And Howl as well. A lot of pressure put on them, especially when Yepper had 3 other teams to worry about too. So good hold, definitely good hold from Jeppe.
BBL with a clutch from Clip, 4 kills from him, 5 in total, I believe. Is it gonna be enough, you think, James?
It is tough, isn't it? It really is tough. I'm sat on the fence at the moment. I did think that, you know, again, there's some strategical moments where I think, okay, this is great. You're leapfrogging ahead, but you are losing people a little bit earlier. I think we need a slight adjustment completely on when they're approaching circles, in terms of the timings of when they're approaching circles. Because right now, there are so many moments where they're getting caught way on the edge, the circle's going way away from them, and it needs to be faster. It needs to be more speedy for them to be able to take those proper team fights.
And only 4 points here for Exalt, making that the team here, Toby, on the edge. They're 9th. They're like, if they only make these like 4, 5, 6 point games, they're gonna be that team on the cusp there on that 8th, 9th place. They have to have one big game here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they lost Ferris practically right as the game started. So, of course, being down 1 that early on ain't exactly going to make things any easier. But having said that, I feel like we haven't seen from Exalt anything remarkably close to what we saw during PEC Spring. It's, I don't want to say a whole other team, but there was definitely a level of comfort, a level of momentum going their way that we saw them kind of carry on with during PEC Spring into the grand finals that we have not seen from them at all here. But then again, I said that about Root just before, and then they got 70 kill win, so who am I to say?
Yeah, I mean, Molotov had like 27 kills in 18 games in PEC Spring, so that was huge for them. And honestly, also favors what we've seen from him so far this year. We have high expectations to them. They have 1,000 PGC points here, James. They're one of the teams that should be going quite easily through to the finals, so they can get in and get that 200-300 more points.
Well, unfortunately, it's not looking good for them at the moment, is it? I mean,
nope.
It's just... It does create a bit of a paradox where you're like, okay, yeah, you've got 1,000 points. There should be more performances coming out from you, especially in a lobby like this, which isn't the top of EMEA in terms of a full lobby, but not being able to get a huge amount on the board.
All right, guys, this is going to be the last game of Miramar here. Game 2 of 6 today. This is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers that leads to the final that starts next Friday here. And the top 2 from that event is going to be going to PGS 2, the main event in Riyadh. $2 million for the Gamers 8 Festival there. So, guys, take it away. Have fun on the last Miramar here of the upper and lower bracket.
Thank you, Martin. That's right. More murmur here. Murmur will be our last one. For PGS2 qualies, we have got ourselves the opportunity for those teams that really like to rack up the points on the desert to get a few more scrambled ones before we head to Tego as well as Erangel. I'm Kalaris, joined by Toby to bring you this final Miramar.
Yeah, one more. One final Miramar. And with this plane path, you know where I think we're going?
No.
No? I have two ideas. Junkyard or East of Los Leones. Which one would you rather have?
Junkyard.
Really?
Yeah, screw it.
Huh? Okay, fair.
I was feeling a bit spicy, a bit different, even though normally I like the urban endings, but
yeah. We'll see. We'll see if that's going to happen or if we're going to get a little bit more variety in that one. Having said that, though, of course it does. The interesting thing to me is that even when we do have Junkyard circles on repeat or Los Leones circles on repeat, you would think that because the teams get to play the same areas over and over and over and over again, it also kind of tends to be the same teams that come out on top. But it really isn't. I feel like Miramar is one of the maps where most different teams tend to perform well. You know what I mean?
I get you. Yeah, there's
where on a wrangle you can have like if a circle goes somewhere, it's pretty much guaranteed that well, obviously this team is going to win that or that team is going to win this. Miramar tends to be a bit of a different ride.
Yeah, there's a few more variables, right? I feel like the hills can allow more teams to exist within them on Miramar sometimes compared to the Erangels.
Yeah.
And that, oh geez Louise.
Oh, Junkyard. Or
no.
Maybe not.
No.
Final Miramar of the upper bracket. You know, we'll wait. We'll save it for final Miramar of the finals.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Well, let's talk about again teams that are not exactly having the easiest of times. At least BBL for them, for their sake, they're on this side of the battleground. They didn't go for their later drop of what they would normally kind of bow over towards over on the west side of the battleground. So there is an opportunity from Paraiso to try and get themselves a decent spot early in this circle. And I would like a shift in mentality a little bit from them. Clearly, this edge play is not really working out for them. Clearly, these late entries is not really working out for them. And they need a lot more points on the board. So let's see what happens.
I was, during the last game, kind of trying, in my mind, while the game was unfolding before our eyes, trying to kind of line up the idea of who are they as players? What is it that they contribute with? And I kind of went into this yesterday, but to take it a step further, I feel like sometimes, and the last game included, the area, because I don't necessarily mind them playing edge. It's fine. You can be an aggressive team on the edge and wee parachute, and still go out and get kills and whatnot. But the areas of the map, obviously depending on the circles, but the areas that they do tend to play from on the edge are always areas where they're like 500-600 meters away from their opponents. And yes, everybody could sit like at a distance, and Michael, Clip, all these guys can like take out their DMRs and get knocks from afar. But they don't oftentimes get converted into kills, and oftentimes, even when they do get the knocks, they tend to not follow up on them to take the fights because they're just that much further from opponents. I feel like if they came into circles and an area of the map where there was, I don't want to say more crammed, but a little more high stakes areas, because they are so good individually, because they are such a good up close fighting team, I feel like they shouldn't be worried about it. Not saying that they're playing scared or anything, but that they should maybe just dare or want to take the areas of the map where they know it's going to be a bit more heated. Again, don't YOLO into suicide positions, but dare to take those up-close fights, because it takes me back to Heroic in their prime, where they would always be that team on the edge that were just harvesting teams. Literally just vacuuming teams on the edge, tearing them apart. And teams would back off whenever they saw them nearby. I feel like BBL could become the same team to force that fear into the mindset of opponents. But because they're sitting at a distance, just pew, 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 taking a few shots, that was a nice, I don't even know what to call that, flip. Because they sit at a distance and just take their pot shots, they don't really become the feared team the same way that other edge teams do.
Yeah, it's like fighting an attrition battle when you're on the edge isn't going to win you out the situation, because you need to be able to make fights fast and quick, and if you're too far away from them, you get the knocks, and then you can't follow up on it. So attrition battles don't work. So, you know, with that said, that's why I'd like to see a bit of a change. I mean, Clip's already further ahead, but GDE has already kind of leapfrogged them down towards the south of this game at the moment, which is already not the best of situations. That east road that they're going to have to traverse if they want to go north is actually quite vulnerable a location. If GDE just sits around there and waits for BBL to try and bomb through, they could lose someone here early, and again, then the bleed out continues.
Yeah, sure good. We'll see now how this one unfolds. We did, you know what, I'm going to say you did call GDE the team that gets other teams' points during the previous game. We'll see if they will become that this time around again. Last time around, it was Wu who got to get a few points off of him. BBL are now the next on the chopping block, or the next to potentially gain some points as they get closer towards GDE.
I think they've gained, oh no, I thought they gained some information. Here they come. GDE has been sitting in these hills looking and waiting for this opportunity. Now, do they take it is the question. So far, they are going to go for a spray here, but there was a response from the shots coming in. Clib's actually going to get the knock on the way past. I feel like this was another team, there would have been more multiple knocks against BBL, but GDE, I don't know. There was like one person shooting at them during this.
Dangerous passing. Dangerous pathing for sure. As I mean, we haven't seen the circle before where BBL does opt to wrap around this side, so I like the idea that GDE tries to set up a camp, but, well, as you said, not really executable.
Yeah, maybe just taking a few shots here and there. And you remember when we were just talking about GD being the team that gives people points? Yeah, as you say, why set up the camp if it's not going to be strong? Why if you don't have the alternate angles? Maybe they were anticipating going up the road, but actually it's very common that people do take this east path and try and go around the Impala Hill to find an alternate location. So BBL's going to exploit that. They're going to be able to take away some much needed points for themselves. That's 3 on the board already. A good start for them. Great start.
And most importantly, without taking casualties, because they have gotten kills in the early game. They have had moments where they were forced to take fights, but they always lose 1 or 2 in doing so, and then the games just don't really amount to much for good reason. So, but at least now, 3 points. It's all quiet again. Got all 4 alive. Can continue their rotation. They now know they have plenty of space in that southeast side. So we'll see. We'll see what they manage to do with this one.
We will see. We will see.
We will.
All right, well, traversing the fields for now are smoke wall. Where are they going? You know, I've had this urge the whole time to call them shadow wall, and I don't know why. But anyway, it's like
Is it something from
Yu-Gi-Oh
WoW?
card or something. No, no, I don't think so. Maybe an ability from a boss way when, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to think where it could have been from. But yeah, I don't know why I keep.
I just want to call
almost
them.
calling
I just want to call them Shift W, as in
Ah,
the
yeah,
former
yeah.
Ascent roster. Well, kind of former Ascent roster because it's the same, like letters. Acronym. There we go.
There you go. Fairist did something. Yes, as he's on.
That's
my
a
fantasy
compliment from James, by the way, in case any viewer was confused about that. He did something. Oh wait, yeah, he did.
My compliments are few and far between, as all the commentators pretty well know. It's mostly me kind of attacking them backstage. We've already talked about this many times. But anyway, well, we've got ship list, actually. Good nade on to Zafo. Aces is also slowly becoming one of those teams that's kind of like farm territory during this tournament so far. They did get themselves a win. It wasn't the biggest win, but they did get a win. So they're keeping themselves in this. They need some reinforcements coming this way, though, here. Smoke Wall is shooting through these windows. A really cheeky little angle there, which gives him some cover for the moment, but they will be taken out on the back of those rocks.
I can't tell who to give the blame to for this falling apart for both these two teams. Aces in pulling up on this, seeing that there's a team in this position, or Smoke Wall for not trying to disengage and get away. Issue is, of course, with Monarch on the other side, is really limited what they could do in this situation. But the fact that Aces stay around and fight this, considering they were in a wide 2-1-1 split, they should just have gotten the hell out of there.
It's tough, right? Because, I mean, even if you do pull up there and actually take that fight, it's so open. So there's like 4 other teams shooting at both teams while that fight's happening. So it is, unfortunately for both, a very, very hard location to finish the fight and then get out alive because there's so many teams looking at you. So, yeah, very rough here. As we're seeing Ibby trying to, I think, run away, probably, from that. That's
Which
not
you
worth
should.
your time.
Yeah, no reason to stick around. There's limited help available. Might as well just play it safe. Hope in the meantime, we'll, I think, at least for a little while, do the same thing. But Exhalation does have a pretty good view of what's happening down there towards the east. They are just also set in a position where they really don't want to give up anything. So Sponsor does get taken down as a circle. Oh, blimey. Goes towards Junkyard.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
and the majority of teams are in. So it's
Pretty
only
much
really
all
3
of them,
teams.
yeah.
Yeah, that are trying to scramble for it. Or let's say 2 1/4 teams.
2 and nothing.
Yes. He'll try his best. He will. So Bad Boy and Bin Laden are kind of caught here in a very stray location. Not exactly the easiest to avoid all the bullets that are going to be coming from Howl's direction. And then even if they wanted to move north, Exhalation is actually now setting up in some of the compounds up towards there. That can be the way that they would eventually move, because some of those compounds on Junkyard definitely do not have an angle on that. So they will survive for a little bit.
From one attempt to pull up to another. Let's see here if Primal can do anything against the wall that is Sarvim, as they lose 2 instantly on approach. Elias trying to hold the off angle on the side, but instantly met with a nade too, as CC finds him, and now it's just Das left alive.
Very, very simple here for Sarvim. By the looks of things, Daz goes for a little spray, but the dash between the fences doesn't really open up too many opportunities, and that is a full cleanup here. Sarvim, 4 points on the board. They should be able to get everybody up and good to go as well. Brilliant stuff.
You say that, but Wu is somewhat nearby, and it's actually Baron Peak on the south side of the circle, a little split off for his teammates, and now he's starting to shoot at Wu. If they read that this is the same player whose team has just fought up towards the west, they might just want to pull up on this, because it would be a nice read on it. But of course, with the vehicle coming in now and them not having full information on this area of the map, it's a very ballsy read, and one that you can maybe only do when you, like us, can see everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's why it's good that Sarvim eventually, just instead of just going straight for the pickup in the middle of all those little shantytown shack areas, actually just picked him up and took him in the building before actually going for that res. Very important. Otherwise, you just have these stray shots being able to hit you and then completely flush that out. But the Wu now they must be breathing a sigh of relief. They must be
Yes.
feeling absolutely pumped after that last game here. They know that they're going to be going through to that finals here. And now it's about getting in some extra reps.
Yeah.
And they definitely can. They can become fearsome in this lobby now.
About getting comfortable, I think. And maybe work on things that you potentially haven't had a chance to because you needed to. I mean, you couldn't really risk losing out on games because you dedicated yourself to working on something. Maybe this is the time for them to really fine-tune whatever it is that they feel like they need to work on to get even better.
Maybe. We'll see. As Yepper gonna slowly move on over, see exactly where Smoke Wall is, realizes exactly where he may be.
Hello.
And, well, you know...
A point for Yepper.
Yeah, and maybe a little overkill on that meta bay, but it's, you know, whatever works. Whatever guarantees you it. And I'm not going to complain.
As a solo player left alive in a game of PUBG, rather safe than sorry.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. I overstate that.
Also,
I'm gonna
should we tell
apologize to Meta
Nutline
Bay.
that the circle is going, well, towards El Zahar? Because he is still yet to move from where we saw him 3 minutes ago.
Is he flying?
Well, he might just have joined one now, because he was not in a vehicle a second ago, but he might actually be flying now. That could be it.
Could be. We'll see. As now the circle has popped. Maybe he was waiting for the circle to pop and then give him opportunities.
Yes,
but,
that makes sense.
Yeah. Regardless, we have Solo down in the valley, down in that compound, which becomes kind of a bit of a linchpin of some of these circles. And Metabay is rolling through the valley as well. He actually has some shack options down there that he could utilize to his ability to try and get himself towards top 5, top 6 if time goes on. And indeed, he is in a shack.
No, Aces, they obviously heard all the commotion earlier between Primal and Sam down on the southwest side. So I think for now they're gonna not really hurry too much with getting further towards the circle center. Just wait this one out. In the meantime, we're gonna do a wide wraparound towards Minas. And honestly, I mean, I don't know what they can see up the hill. They're probably gonna see a lot of bullets real soon from Sabim. Maybe Nixie should get off the road, which he does. Smart play. Nixie. But I don't know how they know, but there's actually pretty decent amount of space should they be able to make their way all the way around. This is not a bad rotation at all.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, well, we'll talk about the logistics of that in a moment. Here, as the shots still come in from Global Army. All of these orgs spraying, but not really anything hitting. It is quite the distance to be able to hit some of those sprays. But I kind of get it going towards the west with how the circles have shifted. You know, I mean, a lot of teams may have been south from where they previously were or east of where they previously were. So west seems like kind of a logical place where there could be some room. I'm not too bothered by it.
Only issue is now they have to scout, right? Now since we're going so much uphill, you can only scout so far forward. So now it's very much on foot and very much edge play. But I think soon enough, once they do get up to the high ground, they'll realize that, holy moly, there's a lot of space to play around up there. And, well, in the meantime, Shro, he doesn't have to see the cars to figure out that there's a whole set of them coming his way. Good thing for him is that one nade is all that was needed to make Exalt think better of it and run straight back down towards the city.
Yeah, Ibby's location that he stayed in the blue is interesting. I guess maybe he has an emergency drop, so he was trying to scout from a little bit of a higher ground spot and then move.
No, I don't think he has an emergency pickup. He's just driven up there. I mean, it's only phase 3 blue, right?
Okay.
So driven up there, sit on the edge of La Vendita, look over the shoulders of the rest of the team as they drive up the hillside, just to make sure. Do you see a silhouette peeking? He might not even take the shot. Just go, guys, there's a player peeking you 200 meters up the hill. Again, they have no way of knowing what's happening up the hill due to the landscape.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, good point. Safo here trying to shut down
Denied.
And yeah, there's just other teams trained on you. I do feel like some of the bottom teams at the moment are absolutely having a really rough time. It is getting the divide between, let's say, 10th and then 11th through 16th. These teams are kind of getting farmed in a lot of instances, and they've got to buck up their ideas.
Yeah. And also, I mean, when we look at the leaderboard right now, Wu and Up, like 4th through 1st, really started to separate themselves in similar fashion to what we saw 2 teams do yesterday. Now that jump down towards Monarch and 5th is really starting to get bigger. But because of that, also means that there's a lot of points still available, obviously, for the rest of the teams. And also that the 8th place spot ain't really all that high up. Bad Boy, though, will fall as Sheila finds one more. Kill number 6 for Sabin.
still on the move, still on the warpath down towards the bottom. If they're feeling like it's going to be a little hard to traverse across the road and then towards some of the high ground above the big trench that runs through this circle, they're just going to sweep the edge. They're just going to run into teams like Howl, try and take some scalps there, and but they are loading up into the cars, so they're thinking that the traversal is not that difficult. I like it. That's okay.
Yeah. Oh, ain't all that bad. Crate now, landing outside the circle. Don't think Woo's going to stick around for that one. Maybe. Maybe. Nah, not going to happen. They will drive further forward.
Rare that happens.
As the next challenge will be Exalt in and around Junkyard and Woo. I think they're just fully committing now, so that we got to go all the way to the other side of the circle, which again might just work out for them. They have no name up ahead, but we'll see when they do up to cut into it.
The scout bike of Ibby leading the charge whilst the convoy moves on up. At least they got a FAMAS. That's cool. I like that. Again, not the gun for everybody.
Are you gonna pull up on the brick? It seems like they are.
I think so.
Again,
Charging an
see
aid.
that it's a... Oh my god! That had he cooked that better? Look at the damage done there. Had he cooked it better, anticipating that push coming through, that would have been an instant triple kill.
Yeah, definitely. Hello, my bad here. Just waiting for the reinforcements as well, trying to buy a little bit of time. Heading up to the roof now, realizing that will actually buy him some time, because then there's only certain paths on up there, and it also keeps you out of line of sight of some of these guns from the Woo for the moment.
This is actually the perfect situation for Exalt to have to take this fight. I mean, if you are going to get breached, do it when the circle is almost on you on the west side with no one able to interfere. At least early on now, as I say, that Sabim does make their way closer, but they're outside the circle too. And for everyone else on this server, this is perfect. Let the top 3 teams fight. Like, there's no better scenario than seeing these teams just take it to one another and allow for more points to be spread between the teams who actually lead.
Spray come in from Daboom. Will be responded to by Keanu quickly. And likewise, hello, my bad, though. He moved up to the high ground and was able to actually take him through the window. So the full finish off is clear. Ibby with a nade onto iZoom. It's a trade for trade at the moment here. Again, I love the use of the foldable terrain, foldable cover in some of these buildings. You said it yesterday. It messes with the muscle memory. Messes with how you're coming around these corners and peeking.
Sure does. Sure does. Those deployable shields have been coming in real handy for the vast majority of teams already. I'm loving that we're seeing so much creativity with it. And oh my lord, that's a home-seeking missile as Hover eats one there. Quizzy finds the first. Woo continuing their stride as they're able to put more games together in good fold. Keanu does fold, but again, pull up on a compound. Cannot expect to come out without a single casualty when doing that.
All the boys on the Woo, they're like, you doubt us! You doubt us!
You know what? If that's what it takes for them to finally step up, I'll gladly say, yes, I doubted you, but welcome back.
Loving it. Loving it. They are on the warpath themselves here alongside some of these teams up towards the top. But now No Names here is making a big move to try and get themselves on in. Solo's already taken one. Clip, likewise. Actually, on the other side, fighting off against Howl is BBL here. And they've completely dominated them. Yeah. That's great. They've got a really good way into the circle now.
First they get the kills onto GDE. Now they get to spread out, take more control. Again, still at a distance, but this time around with more impact possibility. A better position to really get like, I don't want to say close third party attacks possible, but I feel like with how they're set up this time around, they have more impact on what's happening around them as opposed to playing all the way out very edge.
I feel like this is the game that BBL will start rocketing up the leaderboards here. I'm not only 8 on the board, but again, they've got such a good path to be able to get to the middle of this circle and start controlling it. But the Woo is gone. They've done enough anyway with that victory in that fight. 71 points now on the board. Good job, boys. Your job is done. Now you just play out the rest of the games here. Solo's still rocking it out in this little compound down here, but eventually that's getting shifted away from. It's good for a while to survive until the later stages of the game, and now they're already making the move here.
Yeah, trying to get a proper foot inside this one. They know that BBL is around. They saw what they just did to Howl, and they also know that No Name has still yet to fully be dealt with. So slowly creeping their way forward, but also understanding that they got to do it now before the blue is on it, which it kind of honestly already is.
Yep. Ooh, look at that little MK14 as well. Solo, this is your golden opportunity to start making an impact on this lobby. As we're going to move up the hill here. Exalt likewise, looking for a bit more. they've got to be angry about this tournament so far really not going their way, despite being mid-table, despite being within reaching distance here. There is still room to grow. Fairest already with the 2.
Also,
and not much ammo.
Yeah. Also because they have so many PGC points already. They're set up there way at the top alongside Howl. If they fall short now, don't get any, and then don't qualify for PGC Spring, not that I think they won't, but if they don't, that's a chance at a global championship they could potentially never see again. Where here, they don't even need to win this tournament. They just need to do pretty decent, and while they might not be guaranteed to go to PGC because they already have so many points, it's going to be one of those where a lot of other teams have to do something very specific for Exalt not to qualify. So if they don't make it here, that's going to put so much pressure on them coming into PC4.
Yeah, my concern is not here right now. It's like bigger picture where it's like, okay, yes, I actually don't think that they're going to have too much of a problem continuing their path to qualify for PGC. It's just how will they look at a PGC if lobbies like this do cause them problems. But I mean, that's another question for another day, maybe even another month, considering we're still a ways away from PGC.
True. All depends on how they're able to perform here. They are the team on the cusp right now, just 7 points down from Afteralt at 40. So we'll see as the games come through how this day is gonna unfold. In the meantime now, things quiet down for a little while as no one really wants to be the first movers here. The circle, as we have it, doesn't have a whole lot of cover. And as you can see here, there's a lot of layers here that have to maneuver, a lot of nuts that have to be untangled for there to be any space made inside the circle, especially for the teams coming in from the east.
Well, I'm surprised Nutline's been able to survive as long as he has. Now he's not been found just yet, slowly making his way in from the east. Lil W is barreling their way in from the east here, and I think Smash realizes that he has an opportunity here to push up with that tree cover as well and get in the perfect position to throw that down upon them and actually completely dislodge them. BBL feels like this is 3 points at the moment. They just need to make it happen.
And that's the mindset that they need to have. They have to, I mean, of course, they still respect the fact that their opponents have guns too and they're pretty dangerous, but they have to push forward. They have to be aggressive. They have to take control in these situations, because if they wipe the entire east side here, they're going to have so much space and could have a much better impact on what's going to happen. Kyria, well, loves the pan forward, and while we giggle at it, that's also good information for BBL if they're just over the other side, because you can only throw those pans so far.
I mean, maybe there's a moment where Lulu is having fun, but yeah, exactly. It's more information. And for a team like BBL, as you say, look at that nade. It's the perfect nade to almost the perfect nade to get enough damage done to really cause them extreme problems. GD is gone, and Kyria actually finds Rustamar to start things off. They maybe go for the flush here, but the peaks over in response are important, and he will go for it. That is them down. That's 11 kills here for BBL, looking to strike out at the top 8.
And so important that they finish that fight fast, because there were a lot of teams around them that could have potentially third party. You can see Afterall on the hunt now coming over to try and take them out. In the meantime, up towards the north, Solo and Exalt. We knew this fight was going to happen eventually. How was it going to go down, though? As they've already lost 2 on the side of Exalt. As Sosa eats an 8 with his face.
Keep seeing that at the moment. The flashes go across. Another one coming in from Artix. And, well, that was an attempt at a molly, but I mean, you can just peek over at this and Priel will be going down swiftly. That is them finishing off Solo. Solo had a good compound. They made an okay move up this hill, but again, as soon as they get here and they face off against a team like Exalt, it's no bueno.
Look at the timing from BBL. Because they were able to sweep through it so fast, they were able to deny Afterall. Had Afterall had that extra, let's call it 5 meters to work with towards the east, BBL would have their backs turned, sat down, healing, and they would have been torn apart. Now, you have Clip up close in a really, really nice kind of surprise position where he should be able to get the first one, depending on how they opt to approach this one. You have Smash further back, who's going to bait some of the attention, and the more that we see DMRs out in the hand of Afterall as they slowly push their way further forward, the more Clip is going to spring up and take down, I would imagine, 2, maybe even 3, depending on how his peak comes through. We have seen him do these things time and time again.
Yeah, it's tough for Afterall because they're playing with imperfect information, and now they're playing with stress because they know that Sarvum's also looking their way. So there's a few factors here that is going to make Clib's potential ambush even more impactful as Afterall looking towards the ridgelines of Smash, Michael, looking towards the ridgelines of CCNX, Baron Peak. Clib. There he is. Pops up, instantly done. And now they're on the right-hand side here to try and shut it down a little bit more. Not going to be enough. There needs to be a response. BBL needs to move fast.
One falls in return. Smash, though, instantly down there to try and help out. As you said, the response needs to come in, and it needs to come in now. No flush on Clip yet. No damage done to him, and it's bleeding either. So there might just be a res available here. But again, similar position to before, BBL has to strike on this fast. Rust and Mice set up behind, also, of course, respecting the fact that there's a team on the other side. But knowing now that Monarch and Exalt are fighting, you got to fully commit to it. They do manage to get the flush onto Clip, but the pressure is now being applied from the west from Sabim too. After all, in a tricky position here, and BBL maintains their position too.
Rough for BBL. It's high risk, high reward. Thankfully for them, there's no actual 4-man roster on this board just yet, unless Monarch can get the 1-up that is currently knocked, which Misa should be able to get up. They do have him picked up and good to go, so just repositioning him for that. And Baron Peak and CCNX are just going to start and continue to blast down this position.
Yeah.
That was the AUG. That wasn't even... I mean,
it looked like it was
the nade did some damage, but yeah.
It did look like it. I got a little baited by that one too, but it wasn't quite the case. Baron Peak, of course, while you are the Baron, it is a little dangerous to look on over without a helmet on, so I think he thinks better of it. He knows where he has them. He knows that they have to come to them, so no reason to go overly aggressive. Also, when you have a fight, you can, I won't say easily third party, but more accessibly third party on the southern side. As long as Monarch don't aggress forward, you should be all right. But as I say that, here they come.
Yeah, leave him alone. He's the Baron. You can't take his head off. He's the Lord of the land, all right? Leave him alone, but maybe you can take him if you want. I mean, obviously, Monarch here with 4-man live. If they can get out, they will have quite the advantage. But getting out of here unscathed will be difficult against Sarden, who looks like they're just very willing to hold the angle. After all, as well, trying to hold this angle, but really not too much success. Klim, though. It's always Klim. It's always Klim.
They have to aggress on it, though. They knew they had a lot of damage on him. I think Michael is aggressing on this, despite the fact that he's 1 HP right now, at least moving further forward. Smash is down to half as well. Again, BBL got to be fast about this one. He back up, spots him over the top. It's just one left alive on the side of BBL. Sorry, on the side of Afterall. But because they aren't fast enough about it, Rust and Ma falls. Same thing with Clip before. Had they gone just a bit further forward, a bit faster, could have gotten him. And potentially gotten their teammates up as well.
This is a Monarch win here if I've ever seen one, and this will solidify themselves in the top if they're able to just finish this off and they realize where the rest of the players are. They are going to come over this hill, all guns blazing, victory in their sights here. There is nothing BBL can do at this point. It's Monarch all the way, and they claim the victory here. 70 points on the board. It's great for them.
Huge game for them as they skyrocket their way further up in points, and now are within that same bunch that we talked about just before, and we're slowly seeing a picture now being painted that is very similar to the upper bracket one, where the teams that needed the points are starting to get them in order to solidify those positions, meaning also that there are fewer and fewer spots up for grabs for the teams on the hunt for top 8.
Yeah, definitely. Impressive stuff here from Monarch. And as you say, really not that many spots remaining here for all the rest of the teams, which are technically close to one another at the moment. But gotta say, BBL was playing this game out really, really well. We're seeing it in the highlights as well. Exalt was cleaning things up towards the top, but it was all too difficult for them to make the eventual transitions against the power position that Monarch had.
First it was Exhalation to bridge the gap, then Wu, and now Monarch up there too. Right, Martin?
Yeah, completely right. Welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here, guys. Great. What a fantastic game here to end Miramar. And what a fantastic way for Monarch to hold out Exalt. I actually expected Exalt to have a little bit of an upper hand in this case here, but Monarch completely denied that, Toby, from the very start.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Exalt had taken a bit of damage coming into the fight, having to deal with Solo first, but still, I was surprised that they opted to aggress fully into the compound. I thought maybe they're going to try and swing north around, but that kind of also goes hand in hand with BBL's not aggressing on Afterall, because Rustenmar dedicated himself to make sure that Exalt could not wrap over the top. So a lot of different teams doing a lot of different things, forcing Exalt straight into the building to Monarch.
Yeah, and with that game, Monarch moves into 70-point plus territory here, James. That's obviously great for them. But BBL also had a massive game, being able to get second place. And I believe 13 kills is going to net them a lot of points.
Yeah, I think when they were transitioning from south of the road north, that was one of the most important moments in this game. They actually didn't really have that much to contend with when they kind of made this 1-1-1-1-1 split across it to be able to give them anchor points in those circles. And then, of course, the fights that they took from that point on as well. Very important too here. But I also felt like they didn't really change how they were playing the previous games out.
Right.
It just went better for them this time around. And sometimes that can happen in PUBG. But yeah, we need to see more of it because it does feel like there's just 3 spots available at this point.
Yeah, you could also definitely see how they're kind of prioritizing taking the terrain, Toby, because they wanted to hold on to that eastern side terrain where it was very peekable, very defendable, and they could kind of move their way in securing themselves a top spot and a lot of kills from that spot.
But I also feel like in this game, they did more to force their own options better than they have in other times. A lot of times they've been sat on the edge, they've been waiting for that third party fight to kind of present itself so that they could then jump on. It doesn't come around. Great, now we have to do something else. Where here they were constantly shooting, they were constantly forcing teams closer to one another. In the end, they take out Howl and then they go, great, that's the spot we're gonna play from. Push in, take full control. So I feel like they were doing more this game actively to make better options for themselves in the late game.
Yeah, and now as you said here, James, it does look like we just have 3 spots to go. It's starting to become quite a gap here, 20 points plus up to 5th place on Monarch here with only 4 games to go. It's basically, if you're in that mid-pack, James, win a game with some decent kills and it looks like you're pretty safe.
Yeah, and everyone's really close, as you say. That's the crazy thing about it for that mid-pack. So you're seeing a lot of teams around those kind of 40-some point marks, etc. And there's a lot of quality in those teams as well. I will say, still big concerns for no-names. Gotta kind of constantly reiterate what Toby said at the beginning of the day here, because it's really not going their way.
Yeah, they need another huge game for them here. But Monarch is going to be getting those 21 points here, of course. 19 points for BBL. Very top-heavy here for those 2 teams. And, of course, both Sav and him after all being able to get those double digits here, Toby.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. And I hate to be that guy, but Wu started off the game by getting a kill on GDE in the previous one. Then they got a 17-kill win. BBL did the same thing here. And had they beat Monarch, they would also have had a 17-kill win. So maybe GDE is the power to success for other teams.
Ah, okay. You're like feeding on them like a vampire here, maybe, James. What do you think?
Ah, yes. You know me. I don't like the sunlight. I don't go outside. But, I mean, looking at it, 6th through 8th, as we were saying here, BBL is now made in there, which, of course, is their absolute goal. They don't want to be falling out, considering the representation and the reputation that these players have. But I think at present pace, they can do it. They can stay in this top 8 looking at that last game.
Yeah, and unless, no name step up with another huge chicken dinner win here, Toby, or Exalt actually steps up there.
Yeah.
The game form that they've displayed so far, it looks like PBL can just coast in to the top 8 here and stay there.
Yeah, maybe. Again, I mean, it's one good game off of a few that weren't. So I don't wanna say they're out of the danger just yet. But I mean, everything considered, unless if Lil W and Primal get themselves a good game now, Aces maybe too. And also get into the 40-point race, it's definitely going to be 5 teams fighting for 3 spots. And as for the performances right now, yes, BBL had a great game, but overall, I think it's going to be really hard to predict at this point who is going to be the 3 teams out of the 5 to qualify through.
But what we've seen from BBL a few times, we've seen them been kind of a Tego specialist, James. Maybe they'll pop off and get another, 10+ kills.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, right? I mean, aside from our last Tego, where we saw no names of all teams actually being able to rack up a significant amount, BBL looked great in the previous 2 Tegos before that. So I'd love to see that convert once again. I mean, who knows? You know what? Screw it. Let's go another urban ending. Let's do it, boys. What do you think?
I think that would be great. No matter what here, the next game is going to be Tego, of course. We have 3 more Wrangles after that. We have 4 more total games to go here. But we're going to go to a short break, guys, so stay tuned. And we'll be back with the 3rd match of the day on Tego.
Crucial. Bring down Soset once more.
Shots from...
Stay in cover for a little while longer.
Pull pull up alongside this wall and try and go for the prone game, because Yepper is looking to greet them. Odin takes down Hibako very quickly. Voldemort protects Clip.
But BBL sees them split, they see them run off the road, and they make a play on it themselves. I do like the approach from GG, not doing this one first pass, not doing the one.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback BR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Stage and pick up their chicken.
PGC champions Gen G. PCS 6 Asia champions are going to be Petrocoro. PGIS champion are the Sonics.
And welcome back here to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers, guys. This is the lower bracket, day number 2, the last day. And of course, I am joined by Toby and Kylaris here, guys. We are going into Tago. Toby, are you excited?
Yes, as always. You always ask me first. I like it. I think Tago is a phenomenal map. We've seen it been played a couple of times now, and so far, I've still yet to get a game on Tago where I'm like, damn, this area is bad. Should never have been made this way. I'm more pleased, more satisfied with Tago now than I was when Miramar when it first came out.
Yeah, Miramar is in like its 6th iteration since it came out. So yeah, I was also a advocate for improving it before it got put into esports. But yeah, I actually enjoy Take. Of course, there's still some improvements or areas of improvements, but still, I'm enjoying what we're seeing, and I'm enjoying how the players, James, they're able to adapt on the fly and kind of find new areas of play that they probably haven't seen before, even in ranked.
Yeah, definitely. It's as if, Toby, they'd taken some learnings from their other map designs and were like, okay, we made these mistakes, maybe we should change for the future. But the one thing that does trip me up sometimes about Taco is that a lot of the fields and forests and hills in a lot of locations look very similar to one another. Because, again, there isn't that many differences in elevation compared to some of the other battlegrounds. But that's a minor thing. I think when you've got hills that are designed which have a lot of dips and divots, when you've got fields that are designed in a very unique way compared to which we were talking about when No Name's victory came in, I think it's cool overall.
I definitely think also the way that some of of course, the rice fields where you have these huge ridges, they are huge. But some of the open areas where they added all the rocks afterwards and also had a little bit more trees added, I think that's a huge benefit for especially moving through. And if you're forced to be on foot, Toby, it's a case where you actually have some playable space, and also you have a few smokes, you can actually make your way and kind of traverse through some of those open valleys.
Exactly. I mean, where there is no cover, players tend to find ways to play with it anyway. Cars, smokes, deployable shields, you name it. Players can make do with very little. We saw during, I believe it was the day before yesterday's games, were pretty much all endings were out in the open. I feel like our open ending on Taco was arguably the best finish we had out of all the 6 games we played that day. Cool. So there's definitely ways to work around the open fields in Taco in very similar, if not even better fashion than on the Wrangler and Miramar.
I'm kind of hoping for, a special kind of ending where we have a little bit, not it may be urban, but, more of the terrain that actually is super, super playable. Some of the southern side, James, is actually a really interesting player. I love Looting Studio because it's insane loot. And that area in general down there in the southern side is really nice to see as well, to kind of come into play and effect. We had one, I think it was from APAC, where we have it was 50% water on that western side, and then some of the other terrain. That was a crazy ending. If we could get something like that, that would be pretty sick.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, even somewhere that you're bringing up, like Studio, for example, it feels unique compared to some of the other locations that actually do exist. For a little while, it felt kind of boot campy to me from Sandhawk, but it's a shift away from that. It is very different because Sandhawk's very different in general.
Yeah, of course, guys. This is going to be the last Taco of the upper and lower bracket. We're going to be going into it shortly here. This is, of course, the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. We're going to be going to our 3rd match of the day. We're going to be playing 3 more for that's going to be going over to a wrangle, and we're going to have to find out who is going to be our top 8 teams going to the finals starting on Friday next week. I'm super excited to get this one started, guys, so take it away and have fun with it.
All right, game number 3 of the day. And you know what, Toby? It's time to Tago. We are going to it once again for the final time here over the qualifiers. And we have an opportunity for all of these teams in the lower qualifiers to make the impact. What is this? Is Ansvar observing?
The unique areas of the map, isn't that what you were asking for?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want too. I don't know if I like that you and me are starting to finish each others all the time. So yeah. Because I was thinking the exact same thing. I don't really mind where we end this game, but there are so many interesting areas of Taco that are very unique to Taco. So let's go there. Let's explore stuff that you can get nowhere else. And I mean, the studio is definitely one of those. The Hosan prison would be pretty interesting to go to as well, or just the fields just east of it. Could be the oil fields, whatever you want to call them. Would be pretty interesting to see a game end. Not necessarily in, but have them be more of a factor in a game.
I'm scared of Godok right now. Godok, because
there's a lot of teams.
I did not expect 2.5 teams to be there that quickly.
I think it's because the whole thing was set with GDE. Now Solo figured, wait, so when you hot club GDE, you get a 17 kill win, and then they just went for them.
That's it. That must be it, yeah. But what if Solo is also one of those teams having a hard time down at the bottom?
Maybe that just nullifies everything then. There's no more like sponging, there's no more point grabs, and there's also no going northwest this time around as this one heads down towards the southeast.
Nice. I'm all about it. All right, let's see how this is going to unfold, as we've already got throwables heading on in here, trying to push out Solo wherever they can. And Solo said will already fall. GDE moving, and a duo here. Really very impactful here with the Ace-32 being able to do something. Sancho, though, finds kill still. 1 for 1 right now.
Yeah.
It's another duo.
Exactly. The duo splitting off on either side. Able to work together. Just take down 1 apiece on either side. Now, 2 has fallen on the side of GDE. As Bumper looks for the 3rd, but can't quite get the angle back down behind the wall.
I'm getting scary flashbacks of the GDE curse here. They've really... No! Yeah, well, okay, he deserved that one, trying to come around this corner with the throwable. Is GDE... Both teams are absolutely cutting each other at this point. There's a BZ nade as well.
I feel like there's no winner in this fight. I mean, technically
I
there
agree.
will be, but there probably won't be. In before, Smokewall just comes in and headshots the last 2 solos on either side. And then they win both the fights, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with their tenacity to flush straight away, then yes, this is going to be very, very difficult. Although, that being said, there is an opportunity here to finish this off for GDE and get people back up and good to go. But you need to be finishing it soon. It's not going to happen. Solo will finish it for GDE and get 1 back up. Now, yes, it's 4 points, but a duo coming in from this angle on this circle, rough.
Now that I think about it, I'm kind of sad that Smokewall didn't engage in that. Imagine that, the 3 bottom teams just fighting for Godok, which is also outside the circle, would just put the word Fiesta so much more into Clown Fiesta.
Yeah, it's it definitely could be described that way. 'Cause as you say, I think Smokewall's just going to come in and clean up.
You'd hope so. They definitely heard all the commotion, and they are wrapping in that direction now. So I guess jokes on all of them. Smokewall will be the victors of that fight. They only get 2 points off of it, but hey, 2 points. If you have limited to nothing to risk, that's 2 points everyone would take.
For sure. Just setting up and kind of almost setting up a perimeter around this location at the moment. You can eventually just weed them out. Because eventually they're going to have to move. Unless somebody somehow gets a cheeky emergency exit to all of this and then goes between the buildings and launches themselves up. But even then, they're sitting duck for the shots. Already spotted 1. Real running to the left. Maybe they can collapse on 1, just isolate them.
Well, Smokewall going to peek on over. Priel will be the first one to fall, as you said, holding the angle there. His Survey, and he finds him. So Sancho, all that is left of Solo. And Smokewall, well, they are on the hunt.
Definitely. They're going to know that it is the solo left, as you're saying, with watching how the kill feed was playing on out. So, as long as you stay as 2-2 here, I don't think there's any risk whatsoever. I think you're guaranteed the cleanup here. Sancho is making the absolute run of his life.
Run to the... Yeah. He's trying. I respect the effort, but we'll see if it works out or not. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Primal also trying to get to safety as Elias is forced to throw this one out. Gets back on his feet and instantly Mouse tags him up. A little fin on fin action here as the Monarchs team doesn't want to let them get away. And that nade! Oh, just undercooked by Victor.
Quite the aggressive wraparound, and I like it a lot. And all has to drive away without Daz in. Sorry, without Elias in. Bit of a disaster here for Primal to be potentially losing them out. And No Names in the distance is also taking some shots at them too. So can't catch a break at the start of this game.
Yeah. Nowhere for him to go. Again, still figuring out terrain on this map. There are going to be a... you can kind of think of it as the first day of a global championship where we see teams run into each other in areas of the map where you never see anyone fight because they aren't quite used to how teams rotate and this and that and this and that. That's kind of always going to be TakeO for the next, I don't know, half year. Because not only are the players not used to necessarily playing against each other all that much, but the map is also new to everyone in a competitive environment. So we are definitely going to see odd timings where someone gets caught in the open where you can't really fault him or them for being there when they were.
How do you get this unlucky as Novi to just pitch up at this building when right next door that happens?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unlucky, but them's the breaks. And No Names going to get more points on the board. I mean, they already made it happen on TakeO once. This is a great start for them on TakeO twice round.
Not wrong. I mean, if they can qualify through to sub 8, they are currently, as you see now, tied with oh no, don't end like this. BBL, don't end in a tiebreaker again. That would be absolutely horrendous. Let's change the leaderboard quickly. Somebody get a kill. No. But for No Name now, they are back in the top. If they can capitalize off of potentially 2 great Tago games, and then doesn't really matter what they do in the rest of them. If they can replicate the 30, or wait, what is it? 15 kill win that they had in the first one, that's probably gonna send them through.
I can't remember where I saw this comment last night whilst I was looking at things, but it was like, Alexa, show me a standard BBL result. And it was just the tiebreaker scenario. Oh, no, sorry, Alexa, I didn't mean that. Sorry. Anyway, Alexa was talking to me. Sorry.
Oh.
Why did I say her name? I'm so stupid. I should have said device. Never mind. What a mishap.
What a mishap. What a mishap, James. Only you would do such a thing.
Good job she wasn't on volume 10.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what did she say for a typical BBL?
I don't know.
You didn't hear what she said?
I'll ask her afterwards.
Yeah,
and we'll see.
I'm curious to find out. Curious to find out what she'll come up with. In any case, also curious to see here if Lul can get the better of Savim. First one falls, that's Schiller. Schiller has really been a high impact player for Savim, and also a great contribution to the success that they've had here in the lower bracket. In similar fashion to what you talked about with Enan on After All, I feel like every time we've seen Savim, which we have seen a lot, get those really early entries on fights, Schiller has had a lot of impact on them. But of course, can't take anything away from the rest of them.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I do feel like whilst Voldemort was on the team, I don't feel like he was entirely the problem from an outside perspective looking in. And, that might not have been the case anyway. It might have just, that they didn't really gel that well, or there might be other factors to it. I don't know why they made the change. But yeah, Schiller's definitely been decent as we watch him be knocked. So they'll get him back up there.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you say that now. We can't guarantee that. What we can guarantee, though, is the BBLM vehicles. They're starting their rotation, trying to make their way further north while getting shot at by After All, who, a few departing bullets being sent their way as BBL will make their way further up towards that northern side. We don't have a whole lot of terrain issues in this one. Of course, yes, okay, the river is on the western side, which is pretty much out already. We do have a bit of the shallow river on the east still in, which could become a factor should this next circle shift towards the eastern side, which of course BBL and BBL fans would be very happy about. But outside of that, it's pretty chill terrain-wise. But then again, Tago doesn't really have those grand mountains to the same extent that we see on Miramar, and Durango for that matter. Only really up there on the northern island do we have what you'd consider a proper, very hilly landscape.
That's why I like the potential future of this map as well in competitive, is the fact that it's just not predictable to get things going. I mean, I've seen all the videos. I've seen all your videos about, is it, where are the circles and their tendencies and stuff like that. But yeah, for the most part, so far, not really that predictable. Now, No Names, you know what? They converted yesterday. Oh, bye, Primal. They were able to do well yesterday on Tago. This is a good opportunity for them to do well again.
Definitely. The question is going to be then whether or not they can find a dip as great as the one they got yesterday. Is there more that they know about that the rest of the server have still yet to find out? They're currently set in a 2-1-1 split. A little dangerous given how center their position is, but we'll see if anyone comes to try and punish the split they've currently got under control. Yepa are very fast. Speedily making their way towards Halloween, but she should be able to disengage and run back towards his teammates.
Spooky prospect moving up against Halloween. Will he be able to shut them down? Looks like they are just kind of circumventing this for the moment. Halloween's staying a bit quiet, moving on away. And just getting back to them, as you say. It looks like they actually completely wrestled that position away from them, so that's not too bad. Meanwhile, Exalt, we're looking at them here. Down towards Hosan, have got a lot of room north of them, so shouldn't be too concerned. But you can see already they're kind of using these small trench-like areas alongside Hosan to traverse via, and that's smart. You're not in the right line of sight of people. It's a good little path.
Yeah. Always rather stay in cover for as long as you can, even if it does mean you're going to arrive a little bit later. Let's see now if BBL... I mean, they clearly hear the vehicles from Aces. Shooting at them now as well. Alerting Aces to their presence. But once again, trying to wrap in here from the northern side in very similar fashion to what we've seen BBL try to do. And, well, for the most part, succeed in doing here on the Takeo maps we've got to see them play.
I would like to see another one for them, considering that they are in striking distance. And, I mean, at the beginning of the day, I really didn't think they were truly in striking distance. Not in terms of points, just based on true performance. But this is them moving around the very edges of the circle once again. And unless they're going to be taking some big fights here soon, I'm just like, okay, how is this going to play out? But we will see. We will see.
We will indeed. Sabim slows things down. They were able to escape, able to get Pachilla back up alive. So back onto 4 on their feet as Art has gotten knocked. And I'm not seeing anyone there for the rest right now. But even with that, Sabim ain't really aggressing because 2 of them are currently waiting for a crate to land on their feet. So priorities, you know, why get kills if we can get crates?
And the Wu is still just doing a little bit of looting here and there. They've got the 2-2 split at the moment. Their main potential threat is, after all, that's going to be using this road as a transitionary path. Maybe they can get a spray down or so as they do head across that road. But it looks like they realize that there is a threat to the south due to gunshots. I didn't hear those until just now. So, yeah, they had to perch up and just stop for a moment, making sure that they're not completely open to those kinds of volleys.
Now, this next circle is going to be pretty interesting because as we look at the map, we have the center position or the center area be this hill that you're looking towards right now, where everything else around there is fields. Now, we talk about these rise fields as being very playable due to the ridges that are there, but as long as you have just a little bit of an incline in terrain, they become incredibly difficult to play. And now, actually, well, you talked about No Name earlier, this circle is going to go right down on top of them, and I would really hope to see them regroup. Don't want to do one of those DA things where you maintain the split for too long and you die because of it. I want to see them in vehicles. I don't care whether they go south or north, but just commit to playing together. Maybe go where all those crates are coming. That looks lovely.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go with that as well. Although that being said, they're near so many crates on both sides.
True.
I'm not complaining either way.
Crates. Yeah, it's true.
There's so many.
Just makes the decision making so much harder. Yeah, it's but I feel like you got to commit to one at this point, especially with the ridge that you have in between you, or like the peak of this hillside, meaning that you can't really visibly help out one another. You have to fully commit to like getting over that lip. I feel like they should group up, but I'm still not seeing them doing that.
I'm thinking eventually north, and the reason I think that is because if for some reason it does go up there, you have a great, well, a reasonable overlook across the fields where people might start trying to transition through and stuff like that. Although, I mean, it's a bit of a crapshoot. You could go either way, and the circle could go either way, so it really doesn't matter too much. Also, Yepa is kind of in close vicinity to that south side, and you're eventually going to have some teams moving on up from the south via those hills, because it's the main feature right now of this circle. People are going to be wanting to play it.
Yeah, definitely. Again, no commitments made thus far, but also not fully pushed yet. So maybe they just know that there's going to be no one coming, and we're just being worried on their behalf for seemingly no reason. In the meantime, now towards the western side, it's getting a little more clustered as Smoke Wall and Exhalation are set up next to each other. They are throwing nades and maybe expecting the threats to be closer, but as you can see, I believe it's Zoom ran all the way back. He zoomed all the way back towards the compound as he's now in safety behind walls.
Should be okay here. This fight will stalemate for a little bit. I mean, even if you do get a knock, you just, again, just straight pick someone up. So, wait, I guess, okay, they had a cheeky
That's
player.
why he ran back. It wasn't the opponent. He just really wanted to trade.
I'm okay with this.
Now it's a bait trade.
Any, just single smoke or something like that. What's in there? I would have loved to have seen what was in there.
We
but
will never know.
I mean, I guess we'll see in the loadout. Da-da-da-da.
Oh, the bait. You got level 3 gear, so there's
whoa,
and a mini and a M4. So, well, we will never know.
He didn't like what he saw.
We will never know. You see Hal trying to fend off against full W. Not going to work this time around. First one falls. Ruin might be the second on the chopping block as the continues, or the push continues, I should say. Does find one as the ring around the Roti unfolds. But instantly take it down in return. But a lot of casualties now, though, on this side of Little W, and they will be flushed in the end of it.
Going to be chaos all over the place.
Yep.
The Wu down to the south here is taking fights with Lil W, and they're gone, obviously. But Howl is rocking up against this too, and with the opportunity for them to fight against one another. With the Mad down, I think that probably disengage is more likely than anything else. And the circle has shifted north from this. So finish this fight off and get moving quickly. I think the Wu alone is going to be the one that really wants to get a move on towards where No Names or Yepper is.
Exactly. And now the knock comes through on Quizzy, meaning that Eevee has to back off a bit to defend his teammates and trying to get the rest back up. And here, while I should say Howl, they try to breathe get a little sigh of relief. Savim just comes in from the west saying, yo, you thought you were going to get safe from there? Nah, not going to happen.
Ibako in the distance against Misa. Monarch have pretty much done enough to be able to get this rolling and rocking. That's Schiller just throwing down some smokes here and keeping themselves good to go. The M79, that smoke launcher, just going to continue to throw down as many as possible. A quick pop on the smoke nade is the big benefit, aside from the range that it does provide. But yeah, it's just instantaneous almost. So you get it rolling. And a slight move back here from Monarch, realizing that After Alt has their number in terms of this position.
Sure do. Now, Boom, well, Keanu and Wu, I should say, forced to make a decision here. Do we want to stick around for the fight against Sabim, or do we want to wrap up towards that eastern side? We're still not within vision of opponents on the other side, but with them moving around quite slowly, Sabim is continuing this push forward. But now, though, EV spots Global Army, and that should be, if not they committed to stick around, then at least the decision to make a decision. Because right now, they're still kind of doing half, it seems.
Well, players leapfrogging forwards of them is really good, though, as well, right? Like, the fact that Wu is kind of making this wrap happen, getting close to that circle, and then putting the urgency on Sarvam. How do you approach this, Sarvam? Because you need to do it fast, and it's not going to be enough. Keanu taking down Schiller here. CCNX is preoccupied elsewhere against Exol, and I think he really needs to be over here if they want to bag more points, although they're on 92, so they're doing all right.
Oh, definitely. They should have grouped up long ago, but of course, coming in on the southern side here with these open angles, it's very hard to only focus on one team when there are multiple trying to make their way up that hillside, and we're seeing the result of it right here. It's Baron Peak. Here's the footsteps of Keanu, but there's also the rest of the team to worry about, so it makes sense that he's not going full aggro just because here's one.
Nice shots. Baron Peak takes out Keanu. Meanwhile, on the other side here, Nixie's taking the fight with Monarch, who were kind of wrangled into a bad position, unfortunately for them. They really didn't have many options, had to go for a send away from After All and find themselves in another no man's land against both the Wu and Yepper, who just absolutely crushing them here. The compactor bearing down on them.
I feel like this ending area is very much like just southwest of Plane Crash on Erangel, just with a few less trees. It's but the reason teams play that area so well is because they know all the hills, all the rolls, all the ditches and dips. Here, everything is so unexplored. So that's why we're seeing a lot of teams right now go down 2 shots in their back, because they're simply not prepared for people to come from spots that they've never been forced to kind of pay attention to before.
Yeah, it's quite a common thing at the moment here for Tago and how it actually plays out, but Yepper is moved towards the rocks. They've still found themselves a nice central position. Looks like No Names is done all right up towards the top with the regroup. And unfortunately for BBL, it doesn't like it's going to be their Tago, as much as they had some great success in that upper. That actually was meta-based shots coming in for that knock, but Thunderlost was able to contribute.
Yeah. He contributed the audio, then meta-based the damage. Yeah. That's quite a good split, I think. BBL out in 9th, couldn't make their way into this one. Simply not enough space on the edge as they wanted to move further forward. And now, how about Yoke in hand and all the rest of Exhalation trying to make their way further forward. They need to deal with Smoke Wall, but haven't quite done so just yet.
Let's see, the arm hit something would be nice. And how am I bad? Already in there, like swimwear, able to do quite a bit of damage along with all these throwables that they're throwing. To Boom goes for a big long-range spray, able to hit that brilliantly. Eventually, it was almost a trade for trade, but not going to be the case. The Blue Zone nade forcing, I almost said Shadow Wall, Smoke Wall into a bad spot here. Now they're going to have to greet this fight as it comes along. iZoom on Shipless was able to take him down. That's it, a full cleanup here. Exhalation looking brilliant.
Yeah, nice push forward there. No casualties, not even a knocked player. So just full control all the way through. Nice use of utility to isolate angles as well. And I think part of the reason there why other teams couldn't really interfere. Also, this northwest field is snake field. 3 solos just stealing placement points away from everyone else.
And for a little while, it works well. Look at it. I mean, Artix's position's a bit scary as soon as eventually Sancho wants to come up over this lip, who is still alive. Well done, Sancho. You know? Well done.
Well, it's all calm in the northwest, but for how much longer? I feel like eventually these teams on the hills will get vision of the fields towards the west. Of course, right now their focus is elsewhere due to the fact that they have to worry about these teams uphill first. But eventually, you'd have to imagine that those snakes are found. So for now, it's all about which of the snakes get to stick around the longest.
Exhalation is now flexing out 2-2 here, looking for Ibby down towards the south, and in the fields looking for the masses of crates that they could potentially check out. And with Ibby down now, the Woo, I don't think their campaign's going to result in too much more from this point, because Exhalation probably is going to start reinforcing that angle. Hello, my bad, slowly making his way up here to help out with that.
After wanting to really fend off against No Name here. They know they have to come to them, and I think No Name don't really have any other option than take the fight to After All. Again, as long as you give up high ground control, you also give up the power to maintain control of anything. So not only do they push up, but they're actually forcing After All off this angle. Really impressive, and I hope they continue forward. It seems like they're both kind of backing off now, since neither of them got any knocks off the initial engage.
I have to apologize. 15 minutes in the past when I've enabled everybody's devices in their houses. I'm just reading chat, sorry. But
Alexa, turn volume up.
No, we can't do this.
Alexa,
we'll cause chaos.
Oh, wait, sorry. No, I've never thought of this, James. Thank you. This is going to be amazing.
This is an awful idea.
This is going to be amazing.
All right, focus on the end. Focus on the end, quick.
Why have I never done this before? Oh, well. I'll get at that eventually. I'll get that eventually. But it has to be a cast where James isn't working, but I know he's watching.
Yes.
In any case,
I'll laugh.
In any case, solos. I was gonna say solos get close up at Halloween. Not a solo at all, but might step on one in just a moment if he's not careful. Again, the grass in these fields tall enough for all of them to stick around. Effectively, just one large bush for them to prone in. The issue for Sancho is that he has yet to make his way inside the circle. We'll see if maybe he gets to sneak his way on in, or if No Name gets to be alerted by his presence before that happens.
Or if No Name wants to play the game the same way they played it before. Look at this. Down to the fields we go. Yes, one large bush. Yeah, Thenderloss chilling. He knows that across the ridge there is someone. It's just a little bit of a shame maybe he doesn't have some nades and stuff like that. The Woo is completely shut down now up in these hills. As After All's done a really good job here. 7 on the board. 59 points so far.
It's so funny how we're literally repeating the last day of Upper Bracket with who's been able to kind of step up over these last couple of games. It's all the teams that were outside. We talked about 2 teams in the 70-point club. Then Moo joined. Then Howl joined. Then Monarch joined. And now After All are the next to kind of join the top teams up there. After All. Denman does find one throw though. There with the MG3. Able to get by himself.
Yeah, I'd normally favor After All here, but the MG3 is making it problematic. Lying down, the bipod actually causes some extra stability, but it's not going to be enough. Aenan on the warpath now, going to be terrorizing them, and that is them dead. They are gone with all of that. I don't know if Halloween can do anything more, but whew, Aenan making his name sing through the sky.
Here's Ibago. Tries to keep his team alive. 2 of them currently knocked. As I say, that one, as Daneman does get up alive, instantly tasked with getting Klim back alive. They need the players with HP to make sure that the players from afar are taken down. As Hopper finds the first, the boom instantly there with the second. Yeah, Exalt, full control here, or Exhalation, I should say, full control of this bowl, pit that After All are currently in.
Yeah, just absolutely suffocate them at this point. Just you don't allow them to move. Once those reses go down, just absolutely pile on the pressure. This is Exhalation's game to win at this point, unless Thenderloss does something, but probably not.
Huge for Afterall and Yeppa, though, to stay alive through all of this. Because look at the points now. I mean, No Name's just eliminated. BBL now, there's a bit of a jump down, then a bit of a jump further. But 10th down from there is huge. So if Yeppa and Afterall, I know Yeppa is literally just standing us dodging bullets right now. But if they can rack up extra points here, that's just going to help separate themselves with 3 games to play. Oh, Zoom. That's a body shot and probably a vest broken. 2 more bullets to play with. You could use them on the solo. Use them to try and help your team up high. That's
green machine.
And hello,
there it is.
Finds it.
Done.
Busted.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Afterall can do anything against Exhalation up the hill. If they do, they're confirming themselves in that final. But Exhalation is taking no prisoners.
That's insane. I mean, you throw the nade first, then you get a spray, and before the spray is through, you also get the second knock with the nade on the other side. And now, 4v2, simple wraparound here, coming with the vehicle. Enan forced to focus up high, but I assume on the wraparound finds one, finds the second as well, as Exalt, big Exhalation, 15 kills down, win themselves their first take.
You're right, it should be illegal to have almost the same name at the start. However, they get themselves the victory. Brilliant stuff coming in from them as well. Controlling down the hill on those fields, being able to take out teams in the compounds, and then just control the hills themselves, really allowing the big flex out against other teams that were up there. Brilliant, brilliant win by Exhalation.
And again, an area of the map where, yes, there is not a lot of cover, but teams are making a lot of it regardless. I know there are going to be teams that are in spots where they can't do anything, but that is the case on all maps, and maps should have those sort of death sentence spots that sometimes teams force to go play. But here, we're seeing teams do everything they possibly can with very little to work with, and it was a joy to watch.
And welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. This, guys, what a fantastic cast, and what a fantastic, as I move my microphone closer so you guys can hear me.
Thanks, Martin.
Thanks. What a fantastic take-o. The last one here of the lower upper bracket, guys, and what an insane game here from Exhalation. Toby, you called it a little bit before us moving into the lower bracket. You said, Exhalation, they might come in here and make a dent in this lobby.
And they sure did. I mean, they should have already. I mean, I believe they should push themselves into first place now after that game there. Yeah. And it's been a joy to watch. I've had the pleasure of casting them for a long, long time. Now with Hobbits joining them, former question mark player, former PGC player as well. It's phenomenal to see what they're capable of bringing. I just hope they can play with the same ferocity coming into the grand finals and not get scared off by some of the big name teams.
Yeah, and Enan and Denimon here from Afterall, James, they're able to pop off and actually clean out quite nicely, getting a second place and 10 kills for themselves. That's the 16 points. They need to push themselves further into that top 8.
Yeah, properly racking it up. Again, when it comes to the spots that are available, Afterall sure just made a great case for them being able to claim one, right? I mean, all you need is just a little bit more here and there in these next games, and then you're going to be solidifying yourself up towards the top. But they are names that we know for a long time. They are names that we think that can try and contend with some of those top teams here in EMEA, and so far, so good.
Yeah, and Toby, PBL, of course, struggling a little bit on that northern side there. I was hoping to see like a full-on commitment to the breach onto No Names there, but they were like, okay, it's a full team, so we're gonna abort it, and they kind of did a half breach-ish commitment where one died, and then it wasn't good enough.
Again, a situation where I feel like they don't necessarily make their own options. They kind of sit around and wait for the option to present themselves to then try and engage on them when no good option comes around. As you say, they kind of need to engage a compound fight in front of them, which probably had they had the choice not to do it, they wouldn't have. But because they haven't actively gone out and made space for themselves prior, they end up falling because of it.
And James, of course, we saw Wu again pop off here, taking on both Howl and Sauer quite successfully.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a case of them like playing a central position and being able to shoot a lot of teams in close range, etc. and stuff like that. They were playing the edge and doing very well whilst moving on up that hill there, which actually the contours of all of these hills, just the right amount of contours to be able to house a lot of these teams in when it comes to the Tego hills. So really enjoying watching it as a whole.
Yeah, and No Names, of course, getting those 5 kills here, Toby, as you see on the leaderboard. That means that they're able to kind of defend a little bit on that 8th place cutoff. For 25 points here for Exhalation, obviously 16 after all, Woo 11, and No Names with that 9 extra points and the 5 kills we were talking about here. That defense on the 8th cutoff border is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, it's I'm glad. I'm not going to take credit for kind of cursing Woo into playing well here, but I'm just glad seeing a roster with so many big names on there actually starting to get things going. Now set at 82, I think it's huge what they've been able to do in the better part of today compared to what we've seen from them previously.
Right, they have made 42 points in just 3 games compared to the 40 they made in 6 games yesterday here, James. Obviously huge for Woo, but still, let's focus a little bit on After All, Yepa. Those are the teams. Again, After All with this game here, 12 points up on Yepa. That means kind of safe territory for them here. They got 3 more games to do, I don't know, 10 points. So they should be quite easy to be doing that.
You'd think so, eh? You just skirt kind of the middle ground of Erangels in the next 3 and then get a few kills here and there. You should be solid. But I think, again, I say it almost every single time we show this now, No Names is still very much in the danger zone. I thought that this was going to be a more solid Tago for them than it ended up being to get a lot of points on the board. It wasn't quite the 15, the 20 points that could have been converted from a win or something like that, and still in the danger zone.
Once we saw Circle 4-5-ish there, they were looking really great. They had the second best compound, Toby. We're looking at them, we're like, okay, you guys are talking about it. Okay, they're defending it quite well. They took down, or they defended it from BBL, the push, and overall, if a little bit more luck were their way, they could probably have been maybe 15-point game instead of the 9 they had.
Yeah, it's always those small differences that end up making the biggest differences down the line. And I think for a team like No Name in this center position, yes, the dip we saw them play yesterday was phenomenal because they were able to maintain as much space as they were, but they were also on the more quiet side of the circle. Here, there were just too many teams coming from the north, and they kind of got caught up in that whole traffic jam in the end of it.
Yeah, and I know all I gotta say here, again, a different area that we have, of course, we haven't seen that many. We have some similar areas, but I will say once we have that kind of half high ground looking over into a field here, James, it is really hard to be anything else than a solo trying to survive and kind of lurk in and get a little bit further into the fields. You can't really play it as a 3-man or 4-man aggressively unless you're sure you're going to get another circle shift coming your way.
Yeah, tough. That's why I think it's cool that Exhalation kind of skirts the middle ground between it all. The fact that they're kind of controlling a compound next to it, it gives them a decent launch pad to, okay, if we need to go into the field, we can potentially do it from here. I mean, obviously it's not the best case scenario, but if we do need to go to the hills, we have the launch pad for that as well. So I do like the middle ground that Exhalation took to then constantly have these back and forth of being able to pressure teams away from their certain location.
Yeah, it really shows the strength, Toby, of those 2 edge compounds, or in general compounds that have an access into high ground terrain, but also can push further into fields or other areas that these guys are trying to play out.
I mean, to compare it to something that most viewers probably will understand, it's effectively like playing the yellows on a Pachinki hill circle ending, sitting down below where you're not out in the fields completely, you're not up the hill completely. You can kind of sit and pick and choose your fights, and then in the end, because you've been in a position from where you've been able to see everything for the most of the game, you can then estimate where have teams been wounded harder, in the fields or up high. Great, now we pick and choose which fight we want to go for. And for Exalt, clearly they just wanted to get up the hill and deal with the teams up there first.
Yeah, and as much as some of the players, they don't like having 10 bridges to get up to the island and the big amount of water that's in between. I actually think a lot of the times we see here, Kale, when we're taking the best out of Miramar, the best out of Erangel, all the players, they can kind of take all their experiences from those two maps and adapt that to what we see on Takeover, because it is kind of a combination of both some extreme high ground, some really flat fields, and it feels like they're adapting quite well already.
Yeah, I'm going to go 65%. I'm going to go, just pulling numbers out of nowhere. 65% Erangel learnings, 35% Miramar earnings. Right? I think it has kind of that air slightly more of Erangel in terms of how the fields and the dynamic between those fields and the hills actually work out. And I think you can see that with how some of them are playing, a la the yellows kind of comparison that Toby was drawing in the previous example.
I think in the future, and the future global desk, James, we should maybe move you into a statistician kind of role instead, where it's just numbers, math. What do you think?
I'm Rain Man. I just see the numbers as they're falling through the sky. You know, like in the Matrix. That's me.
Rain Man based on all the numbers that are coming through you, or just because you speak gibberish all the time?
Yeah, no. I know pi to at least 6 trillion digits. So
without looking at a calculator.
off the top of my head, yeah.
Just that's great. Fantastic. All right, guys, we are going to be moving into the second half of the day here. We're going to have 3 Erangels coming your way. Of course, this is the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers here for the lower bracket. We need to find the top 8 teams. Right now, it looks extremely good for Exhalation, Savim, Wu, Howl, Monarch, and after that game is looking pretty safe. Those 2 last spot there for Yepa and No Name, and maybe even B-Bill and Exalt. Those are the ones we need to find. So, guys, take it away here and Erangel and have fun with it.
Thank you very much. Yes, there are 3 more Erangels here to go to find out who is moving on from the lower bracket into those grand finals. My name's Kalaris, aka the Rain Man, and I've got Toby along with me. Do you want me to do some digits of pi, Toby, or are we good?
No, because I know you just Googled them, James.
What do you mean? No, I am here, present, watching only my middle monitor, and that's where the game is. So
There you go. There you go. I doubt you. I press X to doubt you.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It is. In any case, are you ready for a military game?
No, I'm ready for a Yaz game. That's what I'm feeling today.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes.
I can see a Yasnaya game. It's been a little while since we've been up there. I mean, Stubba, of course, pretty well traversed as of late, but a proper, not necessarily Yasnaya city ending, but like, yeah. You know what? Actually, a proper Yasnaya city ending. That'd be pretty entertaining.
I'm gonna say what the Zoomers say, and I'm gonna go Yaz Queen, right? Like that's what the Zoomers say. They like that, and that's what kind of finish I want in this game.
Okay. I don't. You have to continue your own sentences when you give me throws like that, because I don't know what to do with them. That was it. That's what I'm given. First I'm delectable, and now you're saying stuff like this. It's only getting worse. Well, we are just about 1 second away from the circle, so let's talk about that as we get ourselves as guaranteed as can be north of Rossok River Circle. Now, of course, we all know that once there are fins on the server, Severny is theirs for the taking, as has always been. But I'm curious to see what Monarch are going to do with this. Currently, everything up for grabs. And of course, you can't guarantee yourself that you're going to dedicate yourself to one spot and then win the game because of it. But I have seen it time and time again, where a team gets this blessing of a circle up towards them in Severny. They spread out all over the place because, oh my god, everything is available to us. Let's just take it all. And then one by one, they fall like flies because they haven't set up their fire escapes probably good enough to get out of the position when they get pulled up on. And they end up losing 3 players and probably die as the first team, despite the fact that they had everything up for grabs early on. So very curious to see how Monarch opts to make this game from what is currently just a looting phase in Circle 1 into a successful win. Oh, just good game. Not necessarily a win.
Man, I'm the Rain Man, and you're trying to be Nostradamus over here, predicting the entire game for Monarch because it goes down.
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is that
we have each our roles. You do the numbers, I do the world.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Like how? Wait, wasn't the last one that he predicted like wrong though? He was like, oh, okay, then the world's gonna end.
We don't talk about the wrong ones, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't.
Anyway, so BBL's pulled up on this quite quickly, and I don't know if he well, okay, he senses something. Does Clib?
Yeah,
so
Clib,
get a bit slower.
Faker that there's something. Clib doesn't faker.
He's on my team. No. Anyway, what I was going to say was Monarch's probably just going to sit in that compound, kind of on that crossroad a little bit area. I mean, even they could do warehouses if they want, but a 2-2 split across from that would be like prime real estate for a long, long time. But again, it's just very, very early days, early pickings, and well, -3 for Clib. Damn it.
I really think Clib is a nice guy.
Okay,
not only is he Danish, but he's a guy that I've had a lot of sit-downs with at LAN events and had some great talks with. He is a phenomenal guy, but I cannot get behind him solo pushing that position. They jump out of the plane at the very end. They see Monarch flying towards Severny. They see that circle and should know that when you have a team that loots Severny, one of their prio spots to take is that position, because oftentimes if you get that position and circles go to you, you tend to have pretty good games. Why would he go there alone? if he's close to Russ than Ma anyway, if they have a gun, go there together. If he doesn't have a gun, don't go alone. Because you know you're going to be running into a guy who's going to be hear you coming running up or driving up, and he's going to be waiting for you like this. I do not understand why you would do that.
My favorite bit of these Toby talks is how offended you sound when you do them. I love it.
It's because and I know I'm probably gonna get a DM from a lot of people saying, "Oh, you can't go after him like that." And Clipper's gonna DM me, go, "Toby, you idiot! You can't talk to me like this." And well, let's watch Jeff get killed while I'm talking for a second.
You know, I do not understand why Metabay just... No, I'm not gonna do it.
It's just, you know what? It's because I put these players to a high standard, James. I know that we laugh at the chaos and we embrace the crazy shenanigans, but I love seeing these guys play phenomenal PUBG, and I know they're capable of doing it. So when they do things that, and again, there's probably a reason for it, else everyone all of a sudden turns Game 4 into Game 6 of scrims. There's probably good reason behind it, according to them. But having seen so many matches unfold and things like this happen before, Clip is a player to me that I put at a higher pedestal than what just happened there. And that's why I feel like I can get offended about it.
Danish brethren, got it. We got
it could have been anyone. It could have been anyone. But sorry, Clip, it had to be you.
I feel like I've dug this hole for you worse. I apologize.
It's okay. I don't. You know what? I don't mind being the bad guy. I feel like broadcasts in general can't just all be, you know, like, Toby, why are you talking so rudely about the players? You're not even better yourself. Fair. I know I'm not, but they also know that they shouldn't have done those things. So I'm not wrong for pointing it out.
There you go. There you go. You're right. We've got ourselves Howl taking casualties early. A bit uncharacteristic for Howl in this tournament thus far. I mean, 78 points, nothing to scoff at. They've been doing great. But it is the Woo shooting at them, who's been on a bit of a roll today. And I love it. You know, this is what we've been hoping for yesterday. It's kind of what we were hoping for in the upper bracket as well, but really kind of didn't materialize too much. But anybody can have a bad time. And I think it's not just the fact that they're showing great prowess in terms of team play right now. It's also that they're showing great individual skill as well, the Woo, during the start of this day. So I want to see more.
Yeah, a little ballsy for EB just casually drive past the compound. They know there's a player in it on a bike just to bait the attention. It worked because they got the kill off of it. A little dangerous, but they get the result they want. And look at this! For the first time, a team in triple digits. Exhalation. Congrats, you made it first. Because no one got it during upgrade.
Yeah, well. That is true. And we got a little move around here from Lulu as well. Whoa! Jeez, Fast and Furious over here coming in with the slide, but wasn't to be successful. The Woo is actually taking quite heavy casualties against the Lulu here. There's an opportunity for them to really convert on this and try and control the gas station. But as you say, it feels like Game 6. We've got a lot of carnage going on. It's symptomatic of the circle, right? Considering it was so far north here and all of these teams having to traverse in from what is effectively the southeast on similar rotation paths, makes sense that we'll be hitting into one another.
You talked about me predicting the future. I didn't know I could time travel too, because this is getting out of hand way too quickly. The worst thing is, a lot of what's happening here kind of makes sense. All these teams are backfilling each other, and we're just seeing them at the distance which they have to the circle on rotations right now. Because kind of the first row of teams that are rotating in, 2 of 3 of those fought early. Then the team that comes in behind them goes, oh, great, a third party. Pull up on it. They end up going down, and halfway before they're down, the second row of teams come in and go, oh, wait, a fourth party, and they start fighting as well. So therefore, you can't really fault any of the decisions these teams make on trying to pull up and punish teams they know are wounded. It just creates for such a chaotic early game, and now, what do? We lose 9 players in the first 8 minutes. It's not something you see too often, but once the spiraling happens, it does tend to take quite a few people down with it.
Yeah, unless you're doing it super early and getting yourself to a spot. I'm a fan of the second school of theory, which is the wide rotates, which is what we're seeing from Exalt up to the north west at the moment. And we're kind of seeing it from Smoke Wall, but they're very split on this 2-2. If Exalt just kind of strayed a little bit further, they'd run into what could have been potentially victims. But now it's Exhalation's turn to hit the gas station. And Lul Uwu here. Yeah, I would love them to get a win so we could do the Uwu thing. But so far, it's not looking too spicy.
I hate that prior to casting with you, I never messed up Exhalation and Exalt even when they were on the same server. But now I just caught myself thinking, wait, why are some of Exalt's players down here when the rest are up northwest of Severnia? I was like, oh wait, it's not even the same team. So thank you, James, for messing with my brain and yeah, just making me dumber second by second.
That I have that effect on people, you know. Just when I say some weird things, like when I'm on the desk and I say something stupid to Martin, and he says something stupid back. What you like, you cheeky scamps? But yeah, I do have that effect. Got Solo. You know what? I like this as well.
This
it's
is
cool.
a solo play. I hope he has a lot of gas cans. If
Guess
that's how you're gonna
what, for a
get late
mid-air
game,
refill.
you know what? Go for it.
I guess, yeah. I like it. It's actually a really good scouting technique. Ain't no one hitting you from over there. I mean, it's very far away. So scout for your team. Although that being said, the rest of Solo is being shot at by Yepa, and now they're caught on the far east side. So how much can Bombilova really garner in terms of information from there, and then regroup with his team?
Yeah. It's not gonna be easy. Also, we do still have the hard southwest shift potential, but let's talk about that when it happens. No names are gonna have a hard time rotating into this one, I think, depending on how far they up to go. Because right now they are coming in, as you can see, uphill here, no scout potential possible. They do see a cart drive just over the ridge, which honestly, perfect timing. Divix, they weren't gonna have a hard time at all, I suppose, as they just net themselves what's left behind by BBL.
Well, Smash and Michael just holding down the fort. While Sainin running away with his tail between his legs. But, I mean, you can't start suddenly trying to take up double locations for the prime real estate. I mean, that's why we saw those 2-2 splits kind of rendezvous with one another. A little shimmy around that grenade as the boom comes in with the spray. Bombilova flying overhead.
The nade's over there. The nade's over there. And now he's just backflipping his...
Wait,
Did he hit
took
the
so
tree?
much damage.
I think he hit the tree. What is Solo doing? I'm so sorry. I'm getting into the game 6 mindset too now. This is getting
Don't do that. We've got
this
a lot
is
to
getting
go.
way too crazy, way too early.
We have a long way to go.
I
still,
know
so
we're only halfway done.
that was,
Alexa, play "Living on a Prayer."
What? No, stop.
Yeah, halfway there. You know, it was fitting.
Nice try.
Do you have to say the artist too? I feel like you probably do.
Yeah, I
In the
think, well,
meantime-
maybe because like some song names are very distinct, right? So
True. Well, Primal, get to live with the scare of being pulled up on. GD, a little more damage done, but I'd be surprised if they commit to this, especially considering that they do have like the south side compound, which of course they know we're gonna shift away from water 2 circles from now, but I think for now, if you're GDE, just sit tight, don't have some ults and run around alone out in the open, and yeah, get back to safety.
yeah, there's a lot of room to work around with this one here, as Primal is at the moment trying to hold their ridge on multiple fronts. As Joggez is looking north here, just in case Sarvan was to come up the ridge. Initially, their advance for Sarvan was being held slightly by Yepa, but Yepa's turned their attention elsewhere. Is no longer shooting in that direction. So Primal's moving the car away. Doesn't want to be having to take multiple angles at the same time. I can respect it.
Yeah. Aces, last team to join the party here. They are rocking up kind of through Keanu, you can say, as he was trying to make his way, I think, towards Rosok too, and a caught mid-transition there. But Aces all the way from the south side have now gotten up to Rosok, so everyone is within the circle except for Keanu, who is just about 1 meter out of it.
Calm before the storm, as usual with these kinds of circles. Maybe you get a knock here and there and stuff like that. Thankfully, stuff like the deployable cover has allowed some certain dips to become a little bit more valuable. Because you don't need as many vehicles as you may need, and even then, sometimes people can shoot you underneath the vehicles if they've got the right angle, but the deployable cover doesn't allow for that kind of eventuality. As we have the shift, we'll be going south, slightly south of shooting range as the center. Now, after all, is making the move, whilst BBL and No Names might run into one another.
Arguably one of the most Takeo areas of Erangel, come to think of it. But we'll see. We'll see how it unfolds. As you said, BBL No Name kind of running back and forth into each other a bit too. Michael does find one. Rust and Mutt taking down the returns or casualties on both sides, and the likes of Sabam and After All sat on either side, just reaping the rewards of the downfall of both these teams.
Yeah, big fan of leaving members behind to just take shots at things that are going to be rotating past you for that 2-2. And eventually helping out with the opposite, basically. The two that have moved on forwards are going to start supporting fire the other ones down the way. This is the death trench that we always see loads of people crashing into, and thankfully for BBL, they get there without too many people crashing in. And based on the circle, I don't think many teams will crash in, because it doesn't really hold huge value into the later stages of the game unless we get an exactly hard north shift constantly.
Yeah, the nade magnet, and usually I go back to saying a wolf in sheep's clothing, in lack of a better word, because you feel like you're of all kinds of cover with the fence there and everything, and then you realize that it's just one big funnel for utility being lobbed your way.
It is rough, very rough. You have any nade bouncing in, it's gonna hit you. But Aces slow on the movement, as they were somehow still south of the river. I'm actually quite surprised by that. But you know, let's see how they're gonna be able to play this out here from this location. Going up against Loluwu up the hill, who haven't really made too much noise just yet. But Aces would assume that there are barrier teams here ready and waiting for them. So the fight will be on soon, and they'll know it.
And for both these teams, I mean, sitting 6 points apart, if they want to try to be one of the third teams that could join this, I mean, hunt for top 8, they really need to get things going now. They're both sat at a pretty big jump up towards Exalt in 10th with 41 points. So a lot on the line for both these two teams here in winning this fight.
Solo moving on the east side. Exhalations just created a checkpoint here. You got to pay the toll to go past, and Sancho did not pay it. So, real likewise. I mean, they're doomed, mate. This is not easy to get through.
Not easy at all. And this one back and forth as well, the way that neither of these two teams really want for it to go down. And especially up with GD now getting to shoot from afar. Chipik again. I mean, I feel like every single time we see Lil W finally get things going, Chipik's name pops up on that kill feed quite a bit. So nice double knock for him. Luckily, they can't really gain a whole lot of it. As I say that, kills do come through, but Gyria taken out down to just 2. Yes, 5 points are amazing, but let's see how much more they can make with this. I doubt it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, you don't need to be Rain Man to understand that it's going to be difficult for these teams towards the bottom. Sub 30 points right now. So they've got to make huge moves occur. Priel going to be trying to blast on past what we're seeing from Exhalation, and then from that point on, well,
oh, he's dead.
Yeah, that was the perfect tire pop. Holy moly.
Also insane that he actually gets the wrap around and get the rest back to the boom, or onto the boom as well. Chipik, once again, in the kill feed. Doing damage, kill steal, getting knocked here, but I think he's realizing now that they're getting surrounded by the second, so try and go back and group up, I call it, with Nifomas. The 2 players left alive here when the team try to get away. In the meantime, Bogdan on the bicycle, bring, tries to get safe.
Love it. Absolutely love it. It's, again...
Also, you have to say bring every single time you say bicycle in this.
Well, normally what I do is I get the bicycle and then I'm just drive around my teammates in circles ringing the bell, and they're like, can you stop that? And I say no. So I just keep doing it. It's really fun.
That's another good Alexa suggestion, I suppose, for later. We'll see.
No, stop it. No.
So many good songs with things that take place in PUBG too. I love it.
They've certainly added a lot to the game, let's put it that way. Surfy being able to spot Sarvam in shooting range, and they're actually quite spread across shooting range and up the hill as well. So if they do take any shots against Sarvam, there will be some reinforcing shots coming in. Likewise, I mean, yes, straight away, Shipless has been knocked on this. I don't think they're fully aware that there is some of the Sarvam members up there who will be fed information from it.
Yeah, well, easy double headshot. Kazoo down on his knees. He's going as Global is kind of up close and actually finds Surfy as well. I was wondering when he was going to pick over, but Sabam, I mean, just their timing on their approaches today are phenomenal. GD now have a duo to clean up. They find the first, and Forma has already left, so don't think they're going to get the second kill, at least for a little while, but a pretty simple cleanup duty on Lil W here.
It's 1 on the board for GDE. Is this the GDE redemption arc? We will wait and see. They need a little bit more than that, of course, but, you know, 1 1 is a good start. As we have Smoke Wall still just kind of laying on the side of that wall, and getting stuck on the side of this wall is very, very scary. Like, they didn't really want to have to get stuck here on their transition from the north, but with Sarvum being the way that they're spread, yeah, it's very rough.
There is. Now, Sarvum ain't safe yet, though, with the 2 still being down here. Baron Peak and Shield from up above needs to help the players down below get out, especially now the circle shifts out. After all, nearby vicinity, and Smokeball still with 2 players alive. A lot of work needs to be done for Sarvum to be able to regroup up this hillside.
Shift for Primal. They're controlling a particularly important location as Luluwu now taking the fight once again to GDE. Kill still goes down. They will finish off Luluwu and get back up Kill still here. So not bad. If Primal was being a bit more gun-ho, they may actually peek across this hill and try and get in nade range. Oh, well, they are moving there.
Hold it, James.
It's a good opportunity, but it looks like they don't want to really give up too much. They understand that they are in dire straits with their position. Although that being said, I do feel like they could have got some simple points off of that. So, yeah, it's catch-22.
Let's see. As Michael finds Global Army, BBL, they need a lot more going, as they're currently still outside of that top spot. But first knock could just be it to allow for them to wrap further forward. Maybe a little bit of help from after all as well. Just make their play on, and CC, nice angle for him. But now the pressure comes actually from the other side. As okay, Sheila, fair enough. Swaps over to the SLR, taps him out of the car.
Yeah, they're taking multiple fights on multiple fronts here. As BBL is trying to move along here, we already had the smoke launcher try and throw down some smokes ahead of Smash to try and not only get them out of this situation, but try and get the finishes off as well. As after all, they're really exploiting the fact that Sarvum's taking these multiple fights now, and they can even take the rest of Sarvum here and then claim this land as their own.
Yeah, it's the fight for the top now could very... I don't want to say be the fight for who wins the game. It's maybe a little early to call it, but if one of these teams up north can come out with all alive still, and after all doing a good job at that right now, they're going to be looking very, very good, pretty much regardless of where this next circle takes.
Hyena putting in work for after all. Once again, just securing their position even heavier. I mean, 7 kills on the board from this game. I will say... you know, credit where credit's due. Sarvum has actually done a pretty good job of rescuing their situation, considering that they were taking multiple fights. It was in thanks part to, after all, actually being able to take down BBL there, as they still have a little bit of work to be doing, as they need to get up the hill themselves.
Getting up the hill, here comes Jeba, as they try to drive up, and successful in doing so. A lot of damage being done. Monarch thought they were safe to just stand still and take shots, but clearly not the case. In the meantime, Jeba not so safe either. Only made it halfway up there, and after all, trying to make life miserable for Wolfman, succeeding in doing so. As Klim finds kill number 5, make it kill number 6. Nope, Deneman found them.
How can Klim see everyone in the server without being at top of this hill? What's going on? He's just shooting everything.
Yeah. Able to do a lot of damage. And luckily, I mean, I think part of that is because Sarvum can't really deal with the pressure being applied on their side. You wouldn't imagine that Klim is allowed to focus towards the east when there's almost a full Sarvum team on the west looking your direction, but the 3 of them doing a great job at withstanding. And now, of course, as Hibako falls, he does have to come back.
Full smoke wall being erected here to try and stop them from actually peeking across this hillside. But Baron Peak is going around the right-hand side. Actually gets a little bit of a pixel of his head here. Great eyes by Baron Peak, but it's not going to be enough. Hyenan will respond in kind with his org on his own. Schiller and CCNX to try and deal with this. There is only 1 knocked on either side right now. But Hyenan will finish off Baron Peak. So the 4v2 is a very real prospect here for Sarvum. I don't think they're going to win it.
Remember what I said about Exalt not really being anything like they were during PGS Spring? I feel like they've had a lot of chances here to set just 1 down to try and get control of what's happening down below. So many third-party opportunities for them that they're missing out on because they're opting to play this one more safe. I get where they are on the leaderboards right now, but they really could have racked up a lot of this, and now they have just 1 kill to show for.
And that's Klim finishing off things down here as well. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, Exalt, their options are limited, right? You want to hold people in that compound where Primal is, but you don't want to aggress fully onto it. So you try and head up the hill a little bit, try and control what's going on in the north, or at least corral teams into one another. But after all, it's on an absolute rampage here. 14 going their way.
It's getting out of hand quickly. Double digits for both Afteralt and Exhalation as they continue. And of course, Hopper has 0 because he's on my fantasy team, so that's just how that's going to be. But Exhalation continuing their stride with just 2 players left alive. Able to find one that's Enan falling as now Klim responds. And of course, it's going to be Klim because able to get kill number 6. Only 400 damage done, so a few steals here and there. But again, points are points. Ain't going to be shying away from those.
The man wants to shoot at everything.
Yeah.
As Hibako here as well is looking for the nail in the coffin against Exhalation. Danimon, you know what? Let's just, yeah. You got to have to match the speed of iZoom as, whoa, not
Wrecked.
easy. Nice. Really good spray.
Completely torn apart as he got out of that car now, though, from the other side. Elias and Primal finally leaving the compound, flexing out on the northeastern side. Same thing that was said about Exalt just before in terms of not really trying to rack up those extra points. Could be said about Primal, but of course they did have the compound and knew that Exalt were kind of overlooking their position. So a little more danger involved with them trying to flex out towards the east side. But they do. They get the final kill. And now just 3 teams left alive.
Yeah, the hour is drawing nigh for both Exalt and Primal to make something happen. And with neither really being very aggressive about this game, it's getting down to the wire for them. I mean, yes, you can get yourself a win here. Of course, that's 10 points, great points. And then a few kills on the board. But with the sponging that's still going on, man, so many kills up towards the top. They are really not taking any prisoners about, like, allowing these teams to try and break out towards that top 8.
I will say this, though, with if we could just get rid of Afterall real quick, for both Exalt and Primal, who are currently hunting down BBL, who is currently trying to get into top 8, I mean, Exalt is probably, unless if they really, really just do nothing from here on out for the rest of the game, gonna beat BBL, potentially get into the top 8 and surpass No Name as well. And Primal, if they end up winning this game, are going to be on that hunt as well. So we're coming into this game, I said we were looking at 5 teams fighting for 3 spots. Primal could very easily become one more team to add to that conversation if they do well here in the end of this one.
They could, and that's what they were banking on, of course, with that compound, right? Which so far has worked out. Now, whether or not they can finish things off here remains to be seen. The one thing that's going to go in their favor is the fact that Exalt feels stretched about controlling this game right now. 2-2 split here. Could come back to bite them. They've got to back off from each fight because they're being pinched between these two.
See now. Push coming forward here. Novik doesn't really like what he sees again. I feel like Primal hasn't fully committed to whether they want to wrap in one direction or the other. There is a play to be made for them to wrap the other way, and then kind of that Afterall go on the aggressive. The thing is, they also, I believe, know that Afterall is down to 2. So we probably can't rely on the duo to kind of stir the trouble for you when you're a 4-man team looking towards another 4-man team.
Slow and steady for Hibako and Klim. They are going to benefit now from the fact that Exalt had to commit to one side of this. So if they play it slow up towards the north, eventually wait for that fight to break out, it's what we always say, right? You don't really want to be the first ones to engage in a 3-way. So for Klim and Hibako, Fate's still kind of holding this angle slowly, but the crunch is slowly on.
It's very slow going here, as no one wants to claim center. Understandably so. That's just more ankles for you to take care of. And also, when the center is on the top of the hill, it's just making things that much harder. You can see here a lot of open fight lines as well, trying to traverse. And for the majority of these teams, it's comes to think of it, actually, probably not only, but mainly after all, having been forced to fight through the open, they're down to practically no utility. Run through the fields towards Exalt's position is never going to happen.
And the thing is, if Klim looks for trades here, he's fully 3'd out of his mind. 3 helm, 3 vest. So he could be quite the difference maker against someone like Fate, who is barely working with a helmet, to be perfectly honest with you. So that trade could be fierce once it comes along. Do not count After All out just yet, despite the numbers of disadvantage.
I think after all this, on all fairness, giving more respect to Primal than they need to, because I think they're worried that Primal is wrapping East around, which is what I said earlier that I thought they should consider doing, or set up a 2-2 so that they could prevent Exalt. Again, take a little more control of this endgame. We see it so many times with some of the top EMEA teams just doing everything they can, to take full control of endgame circles and pretty much dominate the spacing area of the map. For Primal here, they're playing this one so passively, and Exalt are doing the same thing. It's actually After All right now who are actively going out and saying, hello guys, are we fighting here? What's happening? Now finally a peek comes through. Azad finds the first.
It does. Can Primal kind of weather this? I do feel like both of these teams probably not super warm right now. That's a big nade from Elias. Let's take out Molodok. Both teams going to go blow for blow here. This is going to benefit After All. They're going to jump on this in the chaos. Klim is coming up with this. He gets 2 as well. Ferris and Fate go down. Artix.
They're going to win this. They're going to win this.
I mean, they're very close to being able to do so here. Klim is on the warpath. 9 for Klim. If he's able to continue this, what a game he's had. We've already been speaking about how much he's been doing here for After All. He's now under fire. He doesn't realize it's from the left, and he's going to actually go down. Can they get the pickup? Primal has to push.
Please push now. Please push. You're 4v1. You know you're 4v1, and thank you. Finally, they go aggressive. And finally, they take matters into their own hands. And finally, as I say that, Hibago does find one, but yes, they will fall. That is what Primal needed. One wounded player left alive in order for them to finally dare to go aggressive. And they get themselves a win.
It is our smallest kill win coming in for the lower bracket here, but it is much needed points for Primal. I must say though, they were chilling for the most part. For me, the story of this game is absolutely Klim. He was putting in work after work after work. Again, I felt like he could see everybody without being able to see everybody. Somehow, some way, he was shooting at everything.
Yeah, really good space control inside of After All for the majority of this one. But also, again, I mean, After All just come into this final 3 teams alive situation with so much more experience. I'm just worried when I see Exalt and knowing the numbers they've been able to put up against lobbies much better than this one. The fact that they're playing so much on their back foot right now has me incredibly worried. They're one of our top PGC points teams.
Yeah.
And they're just not doing a whole lot of it.
Yeah, it's too slow and steady, I feel, in some of these situations.
Not steady at all.
Well, yeah, indeed. Just slow. Let's take a look back here, as this was not slow at all. The big pull-up coming in from Lulu, being able to eventually take out the Wu, and the big rotations. As After All, this is where Klim's reign of terror began, as they had that 2-2 split. Again, it's methodical, it's calculated. Getting that many kills on the board. What a performance.
Yeah, this game quickly got out of hand in the first couple of circles, and it slowed down, of course, a bit to the end as almost the entire server was eliminated. So a little bit of quiet time did come through the finish, but the beginning of this one, again, I mean, it's not the most simple playing path in the world. And yes, I know it's a hard northern shift, but not a shift that's like, oh, whoa, we've never seen this before. And yet, there was just chaos on it.
All right. And welcome back, guys, to the desk, of course, here. What a fantastic game. And that was a classic, James. I feel like the rich get richer, right? It's so top heavy. After All, with a huge game in terms of kills and points. And also, of course, Exhalation being able to jump in there with double digits.
Yeah, they're just blasting the lobby right now. And again, I do think it comes off the back of, I mean, if they'd have come into today with, say, 40 points or something like that,
right.
They wouldn't have looked anywhere near this comfortable. They look so comfy with the fights that they're taking, the splits that they're making, and being able to just take a lot of these victories, these dubs.
Yeah, and it's super lucky for BBL that Exalt got taken out so cleanly by the combination of Primal coming in there with After All. So
yeah, it's when you're the team on the hunt, you don't want to see these 2 other teams start racking up a ton of points behind you. So the fact that After All gets quite a few from that, it's going a long way. We've seen them losing a 3-way tie now, so a 3rd tiebreaker. So every 1 point counts.
Yeah, that's for sure. And in case here where we're coming in and you see you don't want to fight these big teams here, James, you can just say, you can see in general how it's passive for these teams that are kind of in that mid pack. And everyone else that's in the top, they're just chasing. They're like, oh my, we're going to do some drive-bys. We're going to do some crazy stuff.
And for Exalt being one of those teams that's trying to make that chase happen, right? I do feel like in those kinds of moments, when you know that you're the team that's probably going to be the one to get crunched down on, you need to shake up the status quo a little bit. You need to take one of the fights faster and kind of catch the other one off guard slightly and not give them time to react. And you could potentially do that. It is a bit of a Hail Mary, but it's better than trying for whatever happened here.
And in general, also, as you called it during the game as well, Toby, like, we wanted to see Exalt take some more terrain, right? Like, they could have taken that high ground above the shack and maybe gotten more kills, more potentially even taken out Afterall completely and overtaken Savim's area where they came in from.
I feel like this was just overall, with the exception of course, Exhalation and Afterall, a game of missed opportunities. There were so many chances for teams to get so much more on the board than what they got here. But of course, when we're down to the last couple of games left in a situation where it's not just, oh no, we're going lower bracket, but you're actually getting eliminated from the tournament, the pressure starts building on. And for some of these teams that still need a lot of points going their way, it's getting scary and it's getting to them.
19 kills over here for Afterall with a 2-man pushing in and taking down Exalt. That was super impressive. 25 points here, 16 for Exhalation. Primal 14, of course. As you said, James, it's a low point win, but still, they need this. They need to have another 2 big games to be able to get into that top 8.
Yep, it's not done and dusted just yet, basically, here for Primal. They can still make it on through here with the points they've been able to accrue, but 41 is still a bit of a stretch.
It is indeed here. Exalt, of course, the first straggler here behind the 9th place, tied with BBL and 48 as well. No names here, 51, Yepa 56, and I feel like that's the only 2 spots that we have to play with in terms of these last 2 games here, Toby.
Yeah, and imagine if Yepa comes out now, no name for that matter, and gets himself a win in the second to last one. Then we have 3 teams fighting for 1 spot, where before was 5 fighting for 3. So this is going to get difficult. It's going to get very difficult with more and more of these top teams continuing to solidify their positions.
Yeah, and of course, Primal, they came out, they got aggressive when they needed to, but still, it's just not enough here, James. 41 points. If they need like 2 big games to be able to contest for that, of course, I know it's 10 points, but they need a big game to kind of follow up with this one to be able to get into that top 8.
Yeah. I mean, I said it during the cast where I felt Primal's best opportunity to get extra points would have been going aggressive on that when Novi, I think, threw the nade towards some of the knocks that were going on. It's within arm's stretch of your compound.
It is.
Start getting aggressive when you know that you actually need the points here. I think it's really important to try and make those things happen. Even if you do fall in that situation, well, at least you tried. At least you actually like really kind of took the grip of the game in your own hands and gave it a good shake.
This game from Exalt here, it definitely felt like it's a former shadow of themselves. They got 3rd at PEC Spring, they got 3rd at the rotation, Toby. It's just not the same aggression that we used to see from them. But guys, we have 2 more games to go. We're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to be back with 2 more games of Wrangle to figure out the top 8 teams that are going to the final next week. So stay tuned, and we'll be back.
Crucial. Bring down Soset once more.
Shots from...
Stay in cover for a little while longer.
Pull up alongside this wall and try and go for the prone game because Yepa is looking to greet them. Odin takes down Hibako very quickly. Voldemort protects Clip.
But BBL sees them split, they see them run off the road, and they make a play on it themselves. I do like the approach from GG, not doing this one first pass, not doing the one.
Welcome to our new patch report, where we'd like to introduce the exciting changes coming your way in update 24.1. One of our main goals this update is to allow for a wider variety of gameplay based on both individual skills and teamwork. Let's start with tactical gear. We aim to elevate it from optional to an indispensable part of your arsenal. To achieve this, we're adding tactical gear crates to your inventory at the start of each game. Inside these crates, you'll find a variety of tactical gear to choose from, which once chosen will be equipped to the 6th tactical gear exclusive slot in your inventory. Keep in mind, however, that once equipped, the tactical gear you chose will be with you until the end of the match. Wondering what happens to it upon death or recall? Or what about the world spawn tactical gear? All of these answers can be found in our new patch notes. Meanwhile, we're also enhancing the usability of repair kits by combining them into a single versatile item that can repair helmets, vests, and vehicles. The revamped repair kit comes with 10 uses and also introduces a new feature, the ability to detach tires and attach them to the vehicle of your choice. So gear up and remember, a well-oiled vehicle and the spare tire could be the difference between a chicken dinner and becoming the enemy's main course. Vikendi also hasn't been left out of our update plans. We've made some changes to address areas where players have struggled the most by adding some extra covers and ridges. Additionally, we've made improvements to the Blizzard Zone, cable cars, crowbar interactions, and comeback PR features based on your valuable feedback. We've got more exciting news. Prepare to put your skills to the test, as Vikendi will be joining the rank pool in the new rank Season 24. To spice things up, we've also added jammer packs and mortars to the rank mode. Also, before you head out, don't miss our new Survivor Pass, Splash Royale, and many more exciting updates included in patch 24.1. Make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Stage and pick up their chicken.
PGC champions Gen G. PCS 6 Asia champions are going to be Petrocoro. PGIS champions are the Sonics.
And welcome back here to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers desk here. I'm joined by Toby and by Kylaris. Guys, we have 2 more games to figure out who our top 8 teams are going to be. And it's very likely, James, that 6 of them are already decided.
Yeah, good for them. I mean, considering how they've belted in this lobby here so far, they've definitely earned their spot with a lot of pride. They can be holding their heads high. I mean, especially teams like, aside from the ones that have already cracked those triple-digit things, we've got teams like Monarch, who, again, I'm happy to see doing so well so far. The full finish roster here, looking brilliant.
Yeah, coming in, competing a little bit here. I'm actually really excited to see what they're going to be able to do in the winners bracket. Once the winners bracket and lower bracket is over, once we get into the finals, Toby.
Yeah, it's going to be great fun to see some of these teams where we haven't seen them maybe in this constellation before, finally starting to show some signs of life, and get to see them in next week go up against the big guys, so to speak.
Yeah, and once we get to this case here, it's always us getting excited about some of the, double elimination, and there's some domination going on, and then we get in, and then it's just, the same 5, 6, 7 teams that just completely dominate the lobby like we saw in the upper bracket here, James. The question is, how far can some of these guys take it? Of course, Exalt has been one of the teams in the 2 first tournaments of the year here in Europe and EMEA in general that they're able to do big things, and now they're struggling there. That one of those 4 teams that are fighting for the last 2 spots currently.
Yeah, that is a big question mark, and no pun intended, with how these teams might go up against some of the big dogs later on. If you think about some of the teams that didn't get a chance in the upper bracket, like a Sarvam, like an Exhalation, for example, I do think they could ruffle some feathers. However, when we've seen Sarvam have to go up against them in extreme lobbies. Sometimes it's not gone that well. So, you know, it can be hit and miss sometimes, but going off historical reference, I do still think those big names that are going to take those spots from the previous upper bracket should be looking very strong in the grand finals.
Yeah, and looking how it's been, you know, forever since we had these BO12s, Toby, it's very likely that it's going to come down to the very last game. But the big question is, of course, how close is going to be in the finals? It's going to be a BO18 rather. So, yeah, but here, once we are 2 more games to go, it's very likely it's going to come down to the last game, but if not even the last fight, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen time and time again. I do hope, though, for the grand finals that since it's only top 2 that goes through, it's going to stay close to the very final game. I believe in PC Spring, did we have 6 or 7 teams that had a chance to win and go through to PGS1? I believe we did, coming into the final game. And that was the most fun, like one of the most fun games I've ever had the pleasure of being part of. So hopefully the qualifiers here won't disappoint either.
Yeah, even though it's a BO18, it's with the skill and how everything has leveled out this year, it's been extremely close. And as we saw in the upper bracket, there's just 9 points difference from first place to 7th. So let's see how close it's going to be to the final. But first, let's figure out who our 8 teams from the lower bracket is going to be. We're here off to the penultimate game here on Erangel, guys. It's going to be PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. Let's figure out who's going to win this one. Off to you guys. Have fun.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, I was gambling in my own head. Was he going to say penultimate? And indeed, he bloody well did. So let's get to it. That's right. The penultimate game on the grassy pastures here of Erangel, as we now have just the 2 more remaining, Toby. Not many opportunities for these teams, especially since effectively 6 teams have already booked their ticket. There are not many slots here to go.
Yeah, it would need something pretty wild to happen now for Jeppe and No Name respectively to cause any commotion in the Monarch camp. Like, Monarch would have to double 0-point games, kind of, and then we would need the 4 teams on the hunt here to go out and have 2 great games back to back, which, again, could happen, but I'm not sure those stars are gonna align together.
It's unreasonable for this to...
You know all the numbers, James. What are the odds of that happening?
I'm gonna give it a 33.333 repeating, of course, chance.
That is actually a lot bigger than what I thought it was gonna be. But you know what I mean? If James said it, he is the guy that knows all the numbers of pi. So we gotta believe him.
No, it goes on forever. I just said 6 trillion. But anyway, we have ourselves the dip, the go. Let's see if the teams here are gonna be able to solidify themselves for the penultimate game. We've got ourselves Exhalation over towards apartments and the same circle.
I wonder if BBL are gonna go towards the center early this time, and if they do, whether they're gonna bring more than one guy or not. And with that said, I'm done peeing on their backs. But I do feel like we have to be as casters.
All right, tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Chad is gonna get after me harder than they're going after Squeaky. I mean, that's not gonna happen.
No, well, that's impossible. But anyway, oh dear me. Let's see now. As for Jeppe, there's, well, a decent opportunity. If there was any team that has a reach to, firstly, their circle, secondly, a decent spot on the tables overall, they are in 7th. So they, out of the teams that are looking for those 2 spots, have a better chance than most. And I think overall, I think they can do it.
Now, we are obviously still a 2-matcher away from calling quits on the lower brackets. But so far, from what we've seen, I'm going to take on the host role for a second because James said he'd never seen me host before. I'm going to ask you a very valid question here.
Oh, yeah.
Of our current top 8 teams, based on how we've seen teams perform throughout this lower bracket so far, which team are you most surprised by finding themselves in top 8?
Well, I'm not going to take the easy out of Jeppe or No Names, so I'm going to look beyond that.
Okay.
And I guess technically Monarch would be an easy one as well. This is tough. I guess I'd have to go Monarch.
That's why I'm a good host, James, because I asked the right questions.
That's a tough one, because if I had to pick one of the top 5, for example, I guess before today, I definitely would have gone with Wu, right?
Yeah.
Considering what they'd shown us so far in the upper and then into the lower. But, you know, they've surpassed that expectation and looked really good doing it. As I said before, the individual skill was really shining through in the last couple of games.
And since I've learned from the best of hosts, I'm going to take the easy one out and just say Yeppa. Because despite me seeing on the leaderboard right now they are in 7th place, from a mental perspective, thinking back at their performances throughout the lower brackets so far, I can still only come up with them holding out pretty decently on Miramar a couple of games ago. Outside of that, I have no one performance that stands to mind as having been stellar. Where it messes with my mind so much more, the fact that they're still ahead of the likes of Exalt and BBL, when we can't even come up with something that they did that was absolutely phenomenal, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying here. It's kind of been a, as opposed to a downpour, it's been a slight drizzle during each of these games. There's just been a few points here, a few points
then
there.
Again, I mean, can't discredit consistency. That's something we compliment time and time again in this game. So kudos for kind of just going under the radar.
Whether or not that gets you somewhere far in the grand finals, though, remains to be seen.
That's a whole other story, especially when it's top 2 up for grabs. That probably won't happen.
Yeah, very, very tough. The competition is extremely fierce here in the region, and Solo's really intrigued by this plane. They're observing every little part of that plane. I love it.
Let's see here. As Exhalation come flying on down. Little W flying next to them as they go, damn, it's a spot. Yes, indeed, they did in the meantime. Woo. Spotting the rotation of after all coming through. Hibako does go down. I love the fact that Nix doesn't go for the immediate flush. Might as well just reserve those bullets for the threats coming in your direction. And then now, there you go. Get yourself the point secured.
Not bad at all for these teams. I mean, both of them, as you say, can secure. They're all going to be moving on the way up. And BBL. Uh-oh.
They're together this time around. I'm not going to say anything.
Yes. Oh, what? So we're just going to watch it unfold, are we? Smash is going very far in. Michael's shooting at somebody else completely. Lulu has rocked up. Lurex is gone. Smash. No.
Don't jump down.
No.
Don't jump down. Don't jump down.
Well, Bobby Lovo on the backside was able to deal with this. And now, where are the reinforcements?
At this point, they're just cursed. At this point, they're just cursed. But we know BPL, they like to make it exciting. So why not completely zero? Oh yeah, they did get 1 point already. So why not get 1 point this game and then just qualify in the next one?
Or 2 points in the next game and then, you know, that's it.
Because they're really that close. And, oh, the taps. The taps coming through as Michael falls in.
They're getting rocked.
A complete upside down of last game where it was only clip down. Now it's only clip alive. For BBL, as in all fairness, I mean, you gotta, as much as you can say BBL made a mistake of falling here, you also gotta credit good play. Solo were patient as hell, never revealed their hand until Smash literally looked into it, and then they popped up, hit some good shots. Can't fault BBL for dying because Solo put up a really, really smart trap.
Yeah, 3 behind the plane, the way they were sat. I mean, and then Bombilovo on the off angle here to make things go as well. And now Neform has moved into the plane. Why is everybody over here?
We're getting close to game 6, James. It's starting. It's getting crazy. And here comes GD, because why not? This is gonna be the new Potato Hill compound. Everyone's just gonna crash with the plane, I suppose you can call it.
I suppose. I mean, yeah, this at present for some of these teams is a plane crash of a game. We've seen, obviously, BBL, the last remaining member, has run away, try and survive, but GDE taking the fight here to Solo, trying to shut them down on this plane so that they can claim the territory, I guess, but also we've got a lot of nades going to be funneled in here. There is a bit of a dip that's going to be perfect! A double hit here as Priel was already down, but of course Sancho, who was doing a lot of work before for them, is falling. Bombilovo now. He's got to salvage it.
A lot of players kind of intertwined here, which with Gary, is he prone inside the container? I
think so. Yeah. They're gone.
Yeah, they sure are. 4 kills for GDE as they continue to try and get away from the 16th point spot and on the hunt for aces in 14.
Look, actually, no memes, all memes aside completely. If you're GDE and you're in 15th place, the only way in these next 2 games you are getting top 8 is going on the absolute murking of a lifetime. You've got to go from team to team to team, wipe them out and win. So why not? Why not do this? There's no difference between getting 16th or 9th. So
let's give them a couple of seconds worth of Fury Craft space here. How much do they need? They need 26 points for 8th currently.
Yeah.
2
So,
games?
Considering current form, you would expect them to try and blast and then die and not get the win. So blast and then blast again, like across the 2.
It would require a hell of a comeback, which we have no reason to believe is going to take place. But you know what? That's what makes great comebacks even better. So you know what, GD, if you can find top 8 in this game, or in these last 2 games, I should say, I am all for it.
I'm British. I'll always root for the underdog. Just saying. So
there you go.
Yeah.
You did it at Nations Cup and see what happened.
I was the only person that picked the UK, wasn't I? So, there you go.
Wonder why. I don't know about you, James, but my feed is a bit laggy right now, so maybe you take over and talk.
No, mine is as well. So
okay. So we're doing map stream casting for the moment as things hopefully get fixed here. As Wu still looking for Exalt, trying to force them off. Again, no oomph in the presence of Exalt, and Wu make it look easy.
That's right, the Wu just getting to get together now here. But, I mean, whilst they're shooting at everything and already got themselves 3 on the board, they are very far east, so traversing through some of these teams will be difficult. We've got a very similar circle to how things played out in the previous one. Now the pull-up is coming in here from Yepper against Howl. And Howl here, actually, that's a brilliant little underhand from Voldemort to shut them down to start things off. The Mad, though, is going hell for leather here, up the stairs, already getting a knock on Voldemort, finishing him off quickly. What a little breach we've seen. They may lose people here on the approach. Rune might want to try and go for Schofield here, but if he exposes that angle, maybe they won't be able to get him. No, he already goes down.
Yeah, it was good timing on the approach. Issue is now it's kind of stalling out for a while, and that's allowing for the Yepper squad to corral on the west side. But as you can see, a Primal. I'm seeing an aggressive Primal looking down towards this position, which they had in the previous game. And trying to see if they can get a little aggressive. Maybe on Yepper, who currently plays with 2 outside of the compound. Shooting towards Ruin now as well, who wants to come up and get this res up. Again, I mean, you mentioned it in the talk of GDE. I think Primal as well know that they need to get something going, which is not just going to be quiet placement points if they want to qualify.
Could be a huge wow factor. Howl is actually going to be finished off completely by Metabay and Thunderloss. So that's done. But, oh, Metabay getting taken out completely in the distance here by Daz. Now, the thing is that for Primal, as you say, like, let's play the wow factor here for a moment. They realized that this compound was actually intrinsic in their victory in the previous game. So try and control similar location, try and control similar area. If you got extra points off of the back of it, quid's in. Good job. And from here on, they could successfully stage a good campaign.
Yeah, definitely could. In the meantime, GD heard what we said. Want to continue their stride. Issue is they currently only have 2 players to do it with, but of course, when you have a player in ship list with literally 1 HP, it ain't the most tricky fight to take. Now, GD, as you said, 8 kills and counting. Might not go much further than that, but it would set up a hell of a race for top 8 in the final game if they fall here.
Yeah, shame they lost the 2 whilst that fight was going on in this next one, but now they're just going to be completely cleaned up here. So I Zarvum, and as much as I said, okay, blast in this game, blast in the next game, 8's a decent blast, but not a blast enough, unfortunately. Yeah. They needed even more than this.
Clip is 1v server ring this fight right now, as he just insists on peeking Global Army. That one right in the gutter. Right in the gut, I should say, of Killsteal, as Global Army will find GD. Again, 8 kills, solid performance, especially considering that it all happened 13 minutes into the game. But the race that will be on will demand at least double digits and a win coming into the next game.
That was brutal. All right, we have the circle once again. So relative to our previous circle, slightly, the center is slightly more northwest, but very little in it, to be honest with you. Also, what's interesting is, compared to the dynamics of our previous game, is there's really not that many teams coming in from that west side. We saw a lot of heavy rotations on that west to try and kind of find an entry point in the previous game, but not so much this time around. It's going to be Sarvum's free play on the west side, whilst No Names is taking this dip, which again shouldn't become too much of a focal point in these kinds of circles.
Say that until the boom throws one nade and they all die.
I'll take that. That's
Already
okay.
They already have nades out. All of them. They know what they're looking at. And here comes the first one. 2 players down to have HP.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that they spread out because it's very surprising to me, considering how common this is. Oh dear me. Okay, so to put this in context for you, for No Names, whilst they're being attacked here on all fronts, and I'm pretty sure they're going to get absolutely slaughtered here. It's like shooting fish in a barrel in this kind of little divot. They got 34 points of their 51 across the 2 Tagos. That's it. That's the fact.
Yeah. And now they fall. 8th place now up for grabs. Maybe Clip breathing a little sigh of relief, seeing No Names in trouble. Already got himself 1 point just before. And here comes Hubba with the final. No Names indeed. Back-to-back out early. A Dexalt now again. Also start aggressing. The issue for them is that they only have 2 players to do so with. But they're glad to see them go for some aggressive peaks here, where in the previous game they didn't.
Yeah, Fate moved around to the east side of this as well. And with that, means that there's an opportunity here for him to have a little bit of an arc angle. Although he did shoot north towards Monarch. So that will tip off Exhalation that there is a potential fire shooter from this angle. Meanwhile, Wu is just looking to completely disrupt everything here. Nice.
Yeah. Easy pickings for Wu, who I feel like for the first time in a while are playing comfortably and without a scare in their life. They've seemed so disjointed, and now it's just as if since the weights of potentially not qualifying has been lifted off their shoulders, they just go out and have fun and actually play some phenomenal PUBG. How about if they just embrace that mindset to the rest of their games? Because they're actually playing pretty damn well. The amount of space they're taking right now, the way they're spreading out and just forcing teams off angles, it's enjoyable to watch.
And now they have a P90 as well. Clib's gone here for him. They are 1 point behind No Names right at the moment. No Names is just...
more exciting.
Yeah, No Names is just not gaining any points. Unless it is, as they say, the Tago games. But that's done. And Arctic's here. Just going to be trolling around into the middle. Finding a dip. Sitting low. Because right now, also... I mean, he needs to basically play for placement. There's not much they're going to be doing, and they're in 10th place is Exalt. They are an extreme risk of not making the finals after having, as we've mentioned multiple times, so many PGC points already.
Yeah, it's... I kind of want Primal to have a really good game here, just to stir that pot and make it even more exciting. Add one more team into the mix of teams that could potentially go out and do this. And with this next circle, they're set on the southern side with a pretty good compound from where they can also push out depending on how much control they take now. It's not out of the realms of possibility for Primal to hunt down that top 8 spot, but there really is only 1.5 available, depending on how Yeppa played this game, with only 2 left alive.
Let's see then for Exhalation, for Wu, for eventually even the 3 left of Sarvum. They're just going to be looking to have major impacts on this lobby if they wanted to just kind of start chasing people down on the kill feed. They quite easily could do. As Yeppa's still holding this compound. Wu is above them, and beyond all of that, it's a little bit slow going here. The Wu split across the board here is interesting to me.
That's what,
kind of 2-1-1.
But that's what I'm talking about. They're spreading out. They're taking full control. They're actually daring to play this kind of loose playstyle, which we see other teams try and execute and fail in doing. And when you can pull something like that off, it's absolutely phenomenal. We've seen BBL try and do it too, where they didn't succeed. But I do feel like the players on Wu, their playstyle, how they work together, and what we see and what we know those players to be good at, they're much I won't say better suited necessarily, but it just caters more to their playstyle to play these wide, more passive splits than when BBL does.
Shooting range is such an interesting construction. If you don't have teams looking at you from the high ground, you can take so many weird open areas of shooting range and still be safe. And for Mouse and Vascu, as well as Scav, they really don't have decent angles into this just yet, and they're scared about peeking over because players like Hobber and Hello My Bad are just in these weird locations in the middle of shooting range that will have an angle on you when you peek.
Right now, I think they're just trying to get Misa up close. So they got all 4 players sat together and then wait 20 seconds to see if they even have to take the fight into shooting range or if they can actually either stick around or maybe wrap up towards the hillside via the western route.
Arctic's shutting down. Any extra point here is so important for Arctics. He will fall. Schiller does take him out after all of that is said and done. Thankfully, being notified that there was shooting going on as he took down the one is enough for Schiller to be able to sniff him out. This is just south of shooting range. Chill. Yeah, all right. It's funny how Primal has just got a different compound this time around. And it's kind of in a very similar situation to previous game.
Yeah. They just get to chill for a little while. This time, again, still just exactly inside. But again, now, we saw in the previous game when they finally flexed out, they had been given that amount of space to work with from other teams. Here, I feel like if you don't get 1 or 2 players out early, which might actually already be now, the likes of Wu, even Aces, or Sav, and potentially from the east as well, or west, I mean, could wrap underneath you and just prevent you from ever leaving that compound. And I feel like Primal has to be aware of that. I know there's a lot on the line. I know they're sat there in their hunt for top 8, but you gotta write your own destinies. You can't just sit around and wait for other people to do it for you.
Slow moments at the moment in this game, but production has just informed us that Avenger is on his 4th ice cream of the show. I can't believe it. It's ridiculous that they can see him on the production camera, and, well, he's been exposed. But let's see who else is going to be exposed in this game. Will it be Yeppa, who Quizzy is just going to look over there, throw a flash, run away? The Woo, having fun.
I feel like I got to read production chat more while casting because I didn't catch on to that at all, but now I can't not see it. So there you go. Sometimes you got to call him out. I hope he's enjoying the games. We sure are. Well, yeah, but again, the one hope for the rest of the server on the bottom to die soon, because the more points they get, the less of a chance that anyone's going to catch up. And as I say that, Odin instantly, bullet to the face, falls, and now Thendelust is all that remains between 1 or 2 spots to fight for in the final game coming up next.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really down to the wire here for those 2 spots. As now Ibby looking over towards Primal. Oh, it's a perfect lineup here. Primal leaving exposed completely. That is a disaster for them. Maybe actually they can actually trade off against Ibby. He does get knocked. Can they get smokes down and get the rest of the members of Primal back up? They need the points.
Yeah, they sure do. They sure do, as fights escalate all over the edge here with Afterhold fighting as well. Odin does fall in the end to blue. And as we're getting into placement points now too, so as long as Jeppe can just keep one up and chill for a little while longer, placement points will come their way. But Primal, they really want to go aggressive here. And as I said, they have to. They need to make space for themselves because they will have to leave this compound eventually. I'm loving the fact that the Yorgos is actually running out now. You don't always have to look at people, but those nades coming closer will force Wu to kind of disengage a little more. Just hearing the nade pop, even if it's still 20 meters away, will force them to back off a bit.
There's still some distance to be made up for that, but I think one thing's for sure as well is that the Wu here is going to be having to pay attention to multiple fronts technically, as after all is pushing from the north side, and so many teams are actually wounded. It's only Monarch here who is trying to hold in Exhalation, who is still 4 alive. They don't need too many more points. I mean, they don't need any points really, but unless something catastrophic happens in this lobby.
Open hillside ending in the second to last game. I really feel like these open endings has been the kind of the common thing across all these matches. We've had, of course, a couple of urban endings, but outside of that, a lot of open fields to fight through. Quizzy, easy one on GNN, does not catch this flank around at all.
Nicely done by him. being able to shut this down. Very, very important. There is Klim, though, and Daniel. We've already seen Klim do some star-studded performances throughout the day. Jagex, dead, down, been lagging, being able to shut this down. Aces needs big games, huge games, but that's not going to be happening. That's down in 8th place at the moment, and Zarvam here is looking to shut down the hopes and dreams of Primal if they step over this hillside.
That's getting naded, but still opting to look further away. It's like, I don't mind the nades exploding right behind me. I want to look towards the northeast and see what I can find. Little does he know that there's an almost entire team of Zarvam pushing in their direction as they fall down to 2.
Over in the distance, now dealing with Monarch along with that as well here. So the one remaining team that actually had 4 alive is not going to be doing so anymore. The Woo was destroyed after all on the other side of this as well. They are absolutely feeling it. We said at the beginning of the game, it looks like that they're just kind of having fun with it now, and it really feels like stress has been lifted off their shoulders. They're playing like it has. Hello, my bad, though. Still wrecking Monarch here. Misa's the last one alive, but from the distance, shots going to be coming in here to try and help this. It's Hobbits to deal with it, but Misa, turns on a dime and will be able to take out the rest of Exhalation.
Nice play there. With all these teams being eliminated, Yepa continues to embrace the center circle. Thendalos is just in there, racking up placement points by the second as Global Army peeks over, finds Elias, and now it's just Daz on his feet.
He's got to do something big here. He needs to keep their hopes alive if anything's to go down. But Daz, they can see his feet. That's the problem. Through the smokes behind the car, they'll be looking for anything, and they will finish it off. It actually Thendalos in the distance as well.
3 for Thendalos.
Super important, actually.
He got 5 points alone in this game after his entire team got wrecked way earlier. He's been able to rack up 5 points on his own, which could very well be the deciding factor in whether or not they qualify or not. Because had they been down to like 56, 55, and you have both Primal and BBL with a just decent game, Exalt maybe finally getting things together, that would be Yepa not making it. But right now, the amount of points that Thendalos are able to rack up could just be them qualifying on through.
Yeah, exactly. With him solo and staying alive for this long, just the placement points alone extra that he's been able to garner, looking at 8th, 9th, 10th, etc., you're needing then 2 teams to have big games in the last game.
He's leaving.
He's just off. Okay, bye. My planet
I got
needs
what
me.
I wanted.
Oh my god.
It was
It's perfect,
like,
though.
you know, in boxing matches when you have the person coming in with a sign, just walking around and gonna like go off of here. We want to see the actual match. That was just Thendalos. He knew his time was up. It's like let's get the proper fight in between the third and the second team.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 titans of this lobby now going to be going head to head. Both the 3 players alive. Schiller was looking for a different angle or some information, and we'll be now turning around to head on to a different place. But for these 2 teams, it's just a matter of pride.
Oh yeah, it's their bragging rights all over, but also of course warm up for the weekend to come. Next weekend, of course, the finals here. And if you're not warm now, well, you better be come next weekend, because if you thought top 3 in this lobby was hard to obtain, try to do it next week. It's I want to say damn near impossible for anyone to already now guarantee that's going to happen, if not actually impossible, with how many good teams are playing.
Global Army realized that someone close actually switched his scope over on his AUG to try and go for a spray with a little bit more control on that red dot. And now he's still kind of hunting down Ibby. He got like a 1v1 scenario going on there and a 2v2 elsewhere. Has a big spray coming in from Ibby through the smoke. Finds a little bit of damage. Nade on through. Doesn't go far enough.
Almost gets him, but not quite. I feel like Sheila, they realize now, Zarvam, that they're getting, not surrounded, but kind of pinned in. And this is why I'm liking what Sheila is doing now. They're forcing Wu to group up. They're applying, like they're saying, we're going to go full pressure on this side. Maybe that's going to bait EB to peek out a bit too early. Maybe that's going to force Quizzy and Nixie to try and wrap the other way. And in doing so, they might catch them running. But the fact that they're trying to, I mean, both audibly but also visibly force Wu to react to something they're doing and not just allowing for Wu to engulf them, I think is a pretty smart kind of mental play from Zarvam to try and execute.
Yeah, both teams kind of know what resources the other one's working with in terms of manpower, in terms of position, in terms of landscape. So for them to... Oh, hello. Yeah, okay. I don't mind it. Just get your car back and use it. I'm okay. I mean, plenty of meds ready to go. Get those double stims running for any kind of fight that's about to run on. Gives you that little extra speed. Gets you to have that constant tick of health going whilst these small skirmishes happen. And, I mean, that can be the difference maker. If you're... How many fights have we seen where one player has been at 1 health by the end of it? And it's because ticks have occurred during it.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Boosters oftentimes win new matches. There's no doubt about that. So what was a split on the side of Wu has now become a bit of a split on the side of Sabem. Nixie currently holds circle center, which is why you'll see him. I was going to say just prone here and wait it out with his P90, but of course he's going to move around a bit. Chrissy, EB is currently proned out, waiting this one out, and Sheila really wants some extra cover moving into this next circle because they are still worried. As you can see, both Sheila and CC looking up towards that rock up above. That is where Global Army got forced off just before. So worried that someone has come up and taken over his position. If they did, I mean, as you can see here, they would be completely exposed, all of them. So it makes sense that even though there isn't anyone there, that they're giving that angle as much respect as they are.
Yeah, really valuing that over the trade factor. With everybody being spread 1-1-1, 1-1-1. The barriers have been created here. Understanding that control of this terrain is more important than the trades, because once that fight breaks out, it is very unlikely to stop. Although the big cross angles are the things we're looking for here. From one side of circle to the other are usually the angles that will open first in these kinds of scenarios, with the circle closing in slowly.
An early smoke deployed by Sheila here, as of course they know they have to kind of peek over that ridge line eventually. Let's say stun in hand. I kind of hope to see him not throw it yet, mainly because he's not an angle from where he can peek with it. So why lob a flash over if you're not going to make a play on it or force someone off an angle with it? A little bit of utility wasted there, but still got more to work with.
The canted sight. The fabled canted sight.
The difference maker of this match. Yeah, true.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. As this one quiets down a little bit longer, Nixie's eyebrows get burned off, but able to dodge and weave, not take any damage from it. Again, very quiet. Nothing on the line but pride here, but pride also goes a long way.
One nade in the hands of Quizzy, and that's all he had to him. He has one more smoke, and that's it. But I thought maybe he was going to hold that nade for a little bit longer, considering that once this circle shrinks down, it's the center of the circle is just on that lip of the hill.
Yeah, practically
so
on that smoke.
Go, yeah, so this is going to go very close to the end of this circle.
Sure is. That cover practically destroyed at this point as flashes are lopped on over from the other side. But again, I think Sabin right now know that as soon as they peek over the ridge, they're going to be in the worst position. They want to try and bait Wu to make the peek on early. I like the readjustment from Quizzy here. Reposition, get off the other angle. And now, with only so much space on the other side, these nades are starting to do a ton of damage.
Big indeed. The P90, here's where it's going to shine though. As you're getting closer with this, this is an absolute shredder of a gun. As CCNX lies down, a little bit blind at the moment, realizes Indy is also moving up on this side. The flicks here trying to make this happen, and it will be Sarvum. Oh, those flicks to try and put some damage in. They get the victory here. Another one on the board for the gold star.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. Again, slow, schematic, well organized. They were the team to come into this fight with, I believe, the worst hand dealt, but still, they come out victorious.
An interesting end overall. Very, very patient, very calculated and methodical for two teams that have found themselves in a pickle when it came to the 3v3. But, I mean, neither of those teams is looking for points at the moment. They will be going to that final here for the qualifier with an opportunity of striking out at PGS 2. Whether or not, though, they're able to convert there remains to be seen.
A game here that didn't repeat completely what we saw in the previous one in terms of the early game, but a lot of chaos still did commence in the beginning stages of this one as we went north once more. And now with just one more game to go, I'm very curious to see if Thentalos, the solo survival performance, is gonna secure them that top spot or not.
Martin.
And welcome back to the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers disc here, guys. What a fantastic game here, but also another case of the rich gets richer here, James. 28 kills for the top 3 alone. That is just insane. And of course, huge clutch here for Savim.
Yeah, like a luscious ice cream treat. These guys are able to rack up a lot during this show, and I think it's very well done by them. Individual skill, again, you see towards the end those kind of little flicks between the two targets, knowing that there's going to be two threats presented in itself. It's really fun to watch. Really fun to watch.
Yeah, it was great. And of course, the P90 did not reign supreme here, Toby.
Yeah.
Usually it's the gun that really is one of the stronger ones, but level 3 vest on Savim as well, and of course some barrels in that close action is also going to win. Also a huge flick onto EP that completely shut him down.
I was gonna say, when you flick the way that they just did there, you're gonna come out victorious. That's absolutely phenomenal to see players go out and perform at that level with the kind of end game situation there, and yeah, super amazing to see.
Yeah, of course. And in this case, yeah, of course, Wu still coming in, showing us that they're a team to be reckoned with, James. Here, of course, they had 40 points yesterday, but now they're in the triple digits club.
Yeah, I said it during the cast, but it does feel like a weight has been taken off their shoulders when it came to the performances early in the day, which they knew that had been able to secure them the position that they need, and now they're using as I'm not going to call it the glorified practice, but it is the best opportunity for them to really get those reps in. It's a few days away, of course, is that final, but these top teams, if you can go toe-to-toe with them, that sits you in pretty good stead for that final.
Yeah, and with this one too here, Toby, means that Exhalation, you talked well about them. You thought that you're going to have them in well into the top 5, but now here they're sitting into 124 points. That is just insane.
Absolutely phenomenal to watch. Absolutely insane. And the way they've gone about doing it too has been great to see, because they really do dictate the flow of games, something I've been missing from certain other teams. They really do put matters into their own hands to say, we want that spot, we're going to fight for it, we know it's important, let's go take it. And more often than not, they come out victorious.
Yeah, and with the Epas 65 points here, James, means that they could be pretty safe with those 4 kills that they got, with No Names and BBLs being 51 and 50, just 1 point apart from that 8th place. It's likely there's going to be an even lower cutoff that we talked about initially.
It's very unlikely in these games you see two teams getting like plus 15, plus 16, 17, 18 points or something like that. Yes, we have it here, but for it to be the two teams that are closest to you is then even more unlikely to occur. So yeah, it's for them, they're licking their lips at the opportunity of just getting a few kills here and there.
Yeah, Yepa getting 9 points here in this second to last game. Also, Exhalation 9, of course, Toby, means that they could be pretty safe with this. Again, BBL, No Names are the ones that we're looking at right now. Again, Primal, Exalt could also beat, as you see here, and overall 65 points for Yepa, 51 for No Names, and then it's extremely close. 50 for BBL, 49 for Primal and Exalt. So, Toby, again, now it feels like it's 4 teams fighting, but now it's only one spot that's been fighting for.
Yeah, because the only way Yepa folds here is if both No Name and BBL or Primal or Exalt, I mean, 2 of these 4 teams needs to get 16 plus points, which
Without
is as
any.
unlikely. Exactly, which is as unlikely as anything. So yeah, we're effectively seeing a 4-way fight for just one spot.
That's good to see here. Overall thoughts on this leaderboard here before we go into the last game, James?
How does BBL constantly find themselves in this situation? Oh, like in 9th place. I mean, of course, we don't have another tie situation just yet, but they are falling by the wayside when it comes to rank 9. Somehow, some way, they end up here, and hopefully the status quo shifts for this next game.
Yeah, it's just not as good as it was in upper bracket here. The best game so far was the 2nd place with 13. Otherwise, it's been low or decent placements, but with low kills, or decent kills with no placement. So it's been rough for them here. But if they can do it, step up here in the last one, it could also be near the other teams. We have 4 big teams, or 4 experienced teams here, Toby, that definitely could step up to the plate here. And it comes down to where we're going to have the circles and how much pressure is on these teams.
Yeah. Also, I feel like, now we just talked about how Wu, they came in with a, as you say, weights off the shoulder, loose mentality, and played well. We also see the other side of that coin, where sometimes teams are like, Jesus Christ, we've been playing absolutely miserable. Guys, okay, no comms. Let's just go out and play our own game, see what we can do here with the final one. And that's usually sometimes when teams turn around and actually start performing well. So maybe the game is getting to the head of BBL. They just need to go out, do what they do best, which is actually be pretty damn good PUBG team and come out victorious in the last one.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, Yepa just needs to coast here, James. This, like, 1 of your 2 points, then they feel completely safe. they're probably going to play it extremely slow. They're going to be in the edge. They can maybe even sniff out a few knocks just laying in the open and secure those few points there.
Yeah, for sure. And for the teams on the chase, like, how unlucky do you get is also another question, right? Do you run into an Exhalation? Do you run into a Sarvum? Do you run into an After All? And they kind of completely scupper your plans? Because if you think about Primal, who came off the back of a win, not the biggest win, but a win, and then who do they get eliminated by in this game? It's teams like Sarvum that eliminate them, who really don't need anything at this point. But if that doesn't happen, who knows how much further they could have gone, considering it's a very similar circle, a very similar potential approach to that circle.
Right.
It's a rough place as PUBG Esports.
And going into this last game here, Topi, as well, it's just a very scary thing because we have, 6-7 teams that are, if you are BBL, Exalt, or any of these teams, if you run into them, they will fight you for the sake of fighting. It'll be very game 6 of scrims-ish. It'll be, all right, this guy's over here. Let's chase him. It's going to be, ranked all over again. Let's just chase them in cars, honk at them.
I was just gonna say, this is going to be the perfect way if you, for any reason, dislike BBL as a player on the server right now. This is the perfect opportunity for everyone to make sure BBL doesn't qualify. Because arguably, out of the 4 teams that are currently in that hunt for the top 8 spot, they are the most scary team. They are the team that, out of the 4, if you're already set up there, guaranteed to go through, they're probably the team you would least want to see come through, because when we do see them on a good day, they are as dangerous as any. We just haven't seen it here. So if you're BBL player now, you hope that your team is landing alone, because I could see a couple of teams that want to hunt them down.
Yeah, and moving into this case as well, like, if you're any of these 4 teams, you're going to play it slow. So you're going to meet the other teams, James, that is very likely the teams that you need or have to beat. So the question is, are you going to play it extremely slow, like avoid everything, or are you going to meet some of these teams on the edge just looking for fights?
Yeah, you could meet them on the edge, as you're saying. And if you do, you better be sure there's anything winning those fights. I mean, who knows where this circle goes, right? If we get another Northern Circle, I'll flip this table. And I think some other teams will as well. But we'll see how it goes.
Tobi, you're the coach of any of these 4 teams, and you have 15 seconds to do a motivational speech. Go.
Go out, do your thing. You've trained for this for so long. You know what's on the line. You know what needs to be done. Now is your time to show the world and prove to James that you deserve to be in the PGS 2 Grand Finals of the EMEA Qualifiers. Go out and do it, boys. I believe in you.
Exactly. Fantastic, guys. This is the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers for the lower bracket. This is the last game, and we need to figure out who is going to be our 8 teams going to the main event for the final, starting on Friday next week. If you enjoy ice creams, as myself, eat as many as you want and have fun with this one.
Yum yum. Game number 6. Get that 6th ice cream, Avenger. Get it. We have got ourselves one more game in the lower bracket to find out who moves on. And as Tobi says, go out there, impress Kalaris, so you can play in the Kalaris Dome for PGS 2. That's what it's called. Yeah. So let's make this happen. I'm sure
I was
that's
actually kind of
called.
proud of my very on-the-spot improv motivational speech there, and then you just come and take it away from me by inventing your own venue.
The Kalaris Dome? No, that exists, actually. I did it for
figured.
Gamers Without Borders before.
Okay, I figured. Yep. In any case, last game of the day, we didn't want the Northern Circle, Will James, with this playing path. There is a chance you get one. And also, I'm looking at BBL, looking to try and see, are they going up towards Saki again? That's where they went in the previous one to kind of stay away from any threats. No, they are going down towards the south, as the southern side is fully available. And for the luck of them and anyone supporting them, I'm not seeing any immediate threats in that direction. So as much as we thought maybe there was a chance for teams to go out and mess with them early, at least in terms of hot drops, no contests are being made.
And I think the circle's going to mess with the teams. It's going to be a 50-50 along the river circle just to make it agonizing for these teams. Are you ready, Tobi?
Yes. Are you ready, James?
Gladiators ready. All right, well, let's see if this pops. No!
You know what? You're the one who said you didn't want military games, and the game go, well, then I'm just going to send you the hell to the north instead. That's what you get, James. For trying to dictate what the game is allowed to present us. That is what you get.
Quite honestly, though, this is rough. Like, in terms of...
Yes.
Okay, so let's play both sides here. Okay, you've just had 2 games worth of kind of experience on this circle. It is a little bit more west compared to the previous 2, but okay, whatever. So technically, yes, you can take that away. You can take away your learnings from that. The big difference is how the plane path dropped all these teams across it. So paths of rotation are very different compared to the previous planes. And secondly, the fact that, well, it's actually just some terrain that is not exactly that easy to play when all of these teams are already dropped near it as well. So, yeah, it's a very different game as much as it is a similar circle.
One thing that does write it up even more different is BBL just had two not to write home about games.
Yeah, true.
In a very similar circle where they landed in one in Stalpa, the second in Sanki. Arguably far better positions to play well into the circle than where they are now.
Yeah, yeah.
Now they have to rotate from Katka into it. And maybe it's one of those, the further away you start, the better off you're going to get. Because you imagine that seeing a circle like this and say, which are the teams to go off better? The second and third team you'd say next to Severny would be the team that loots Sagi and the team that loots Stalpa. And BBL didn't succeed in either of those. So, curious to see what their plan is going to be coming out of Katka now.
Quite honestly, for them, I'd be really hoping for an emergency pickup. Because if you... the thing is that unless you rotate super early, I'm thinking 2 minutes 30, 3 minutes or something like that, and you go via cube, any other rotational options are going to be a bit difficult for teams that are going to be probably trying to set up alongside the northern side of that river. GDE, well, continue to be GDE, unfortunately.
We know who's going to get a 17 kill win now.
There you go. But
Smokewall has once again re-enabled the curse.
it's a rough one, isn't it?
It really is. And look at Primal. They're like, we've played this one before. We know where to go. We've been up here a few times already. Yeah. Little do they know that this time around, Yeppa is actually there before them.
And they were last game as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, this could get really spicy very quickly for two teams that are actually in contention.
Yeah. Imagine the falls here. And not only that, but give the points over to Prime. Again, we're talking two teams, 15 points. It's incredibly unlikely. But a 0-point game for Yeppa here would definitely open that door up just a little bit.
Where's Yeppa's cars? Okay, he's going for the spray already here. On towards Primal. Voldemon to start things off big. Primal doesn't know this is a 2-2 split. They don't know that it's going up against just two people here. So technically they could have got a bit more aggressive with it, but no, not at all. They are playing get out of their card, but that's a disaster for Primal.
The get out of their card has just been played as Primal went full escape mode, and luckily for them, gets to stay alive with 3, but still, look at that, 49, 49, 50, 51. 2 points separating 4 teams for 1 spot. It's pretty absurd to me. I know other games can get close and exciting too, but it's just really wild to me that PUBG always ends up like this. It's like 9 out of 10 times. I almost want to say 19 out of 20 games. It's one of those down to the very last game type situations.
Yeah. I mean, alternatively, if this was a final, we'd be talking about how close technically it could be between Exhalation and Zarvum right up at the top. Yep, it's worked out nicely. I mean, especially across 18 games, we get a lot of close calls here. As Global Army now just going to put the boot in against Solo. And
I like it. Making up for not giving me points for winning the previous game.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. One more. Thank you.
Speaking of fantasy, if Martin's really doing well, and I'm like 40 points behind or something, like 200th rank or something. But anyway,
we're not gonna beat him, so let's not give him the the time on the show for that. We can talk about his ice creams afterward.
Ice cream's unreal. But anyway, we've got ourselves Schiller being sprayed in the distance here. Sancho's trying to shut him all down. For Zarvum, I mean, this is just fun and games at this point. Just influence it the way you want to influence it. Baron Peak as well. That's Solo gone. They are done here in the lower bracket. The first team to be fully eliminated.
Yep, not a whole lot they showed up with, unluckily. They impressed me, not gonna lie. They impressed me during the rotation. They showed promise. But that same promise has apparently been left the same place that Exalt's promise were, because it's just not been a good showing.
Definitely not. Been a great showing by these guys, though. Exhalation in number 1. They have lost 1. Of course, Daboom is down. But don't worry for them. Are we going to the shooting range again?
I mean,
Exhalation.
You might as well. Again, they played around there before and had 2 decent games, so...
Yeah, that's
if it
fine.
ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Well, But this is the team that I want to keep my eye on, along with, well, 3 other teams, I suppose. But the team that I feel, still have the highest hope for, despite having been let down quite a few times now. These guys, look at the roster. That's the thing. Look at the freaking roster. There is just years and years and years of PUBG prime performances written across them. And, well, sometimes you can put all the stars in one team and still not have the best team. Right now, they sure are the best, but at least make finals and prove to us that you're better.
I just thought like, they're coming in so late. Again, unless they've got like an emergency pickup, I mean, they've taken Everest as an opportunity to try and scout things out. And
look
from
at
there,
holding them out.
yeah, Zarvum is just... there was always going to be barrier teams on the north of that river, like we were mentioning at the beginning. So to move slow, if they don't have an emergency pickup, I am scared.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Again, I'm not sure about the emergency pickup, because in this area of the map, I guess, I mean, when you're forced to play out into the open pretty early on anyway, it doesn't really matter. I was going to say it doesn't matter where the opponents are. Of course it does, but it's not as dire to have that direct information as it is in different circles. So here it's just a play on the foot, play reactive. But we'll see. We'll see what BBL ups to do, as they, along with Aces, are the last 2 teams to get up towards the circle.
They're driving down a BBL towards compound south of the river. And then from there on out here, Howl is just moseying around, looking for a disruption to cause, havoc to wreak, you know. Here's BBL.
So far, so good. They're in the circle.
They're alive.
Mm-hmm.
They're not dead.
And in their defense, I mean, No Name just got dismantled instantly in the previous game, and Exalt got wounded very early too. Maybe just outlasting is the plan. The few times we've now seen them try and make a play, and I feel kind of bad for saying that I want to see them make plays, and then when they try to, I also blame them. But they went aggressive, it didn't work, and then the next time around BBL does, they die too. And now as we see this fight that's gonna not really amount to anything. Well, I mean, it is gonna set up Smoke Wall for the 17 kill win, I suppose.
And then that will also amount to nothing.
Yeah.
They would need a whole lot more than that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, just to finish off that thought, it's maybe it's smart on BBL to just wait and let some of that game 6 of the day chaos unfold, and hope that some of the teams that you're trying to avoid or surpass falls amidst that chaos.
I suppose so, yeah. Yeah. There's... Ooh. Jeez Louise. Okay, well, GDE is now getting involved in this too. This is my favorite. When 15th and 16th at the end is like, let's just absolutely rampage against each other.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's getting pretty wild. Pretty wild at this point. But again, to be expected. Oof. Now the circle swings east, and this might just be exactly what BBL needed.
Absolutely, yeah.
A massive swing in their direction. If they can get the last players across and get away from Savim here too, well, pretty good for them, but they ain't in yet. We're No Name position. They're rotating in now. Primal sat very dead center. And Exalt? Well, Exalt's got to find a way out of Suburban.
Vanilla doing a lot there against them, and actually having to bail away from little Uwu. Never got to really give it the full oomph.
Yeah.
No. And I don't think I'm going to get it
You can
either.
do it when they get eliminated, James, as a kind of a farewell gift.
No. I got to save it for the future. Yeah.
Please don't change your name, team.
There you go. See? And Exalt here, they might have to change their name if they don't qualify. I mean, no, I'm memeing, but you know what? It's been a bit of a disappointment for them. They do still have 4 alive. Technically, if they got a big game here, a really big game, they could. Actually, no, it's not even that big a game. What am I talking about? They could get into top 8 still if Exalt plays up to their potential.
Think of how big it is for everyone else that Exalt doesn't qualify, though. If they don't, that is. Because of where they're currently set in the PGC points. I mean, Exalt right now is one of those where, well, they're probably going to qualify if they just get one more decent PGC point standing, you know?
Exactly,
Where if they don't make it here at all, that is everyone going, oh my god, we actually have a chance now.
Yeah, PEC fall, of course, kind of puts a spanner in the works for that a lot of the teams looking at hoping that they do fall down because there is so much available. And one would think they would go back to the drawing board and kind of re-gear up, retool, and come back a bit stronger. Because they know it's not over.
Everything can happen. Yeah.
True.
Oh, quiet time. It's almost as if there's a lot on the line here. For some of these teams, anyway. I think that's why we are now, after having kind of weeded out the teams that were not going to succeed anyway, and just kind of playing it for the giggles at this point. Now we're shifting our focus back to the teams with everything on the line. And so far, Primal, the only wounded one, having lost one early on. But still got 4 teams, 1 point apart.
You know, BBL's back to the 1-1-1-1 splits here to try and control something, be it if somebody was going off of the wide rotate down in the south, because they came in so late from the south anyway. So they could only assume the only reason people would be coming down in the south is if it was a wide run.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, just, you know, for Clib and Rust and Mart, they've just got to be ever so cautious about how much they show to the teams above.
Have those emergency fire escapes ready. Have those car parked in the exact correct direction so that you can jump in and get away instantly rather than having to go back and forth a couple of times like we saw Fex do as he tried to leave the compound of military a couple of days back. Just be ready for anything, really. Best advice I've ever given.
Yeah, the Fex moment, that will live with us for a while.
Bannerman is scouting from, well, almost not on the map.
Yeah, he came out for a crate, right?
I saw it, but maybe he didn't find it.
No, I
Because
think
he doesn't have a
did.
helmet. He doesn't have a helmet.
Maybe he's been shot at by Mouse.
I guess. Maybe. Well, new circle pops. Let's see where it takes us. And oh my god, does that have BBL written all over it?
Yes, it does. Now, what can they do
But
with
Primal, too. To be honest, I mean, there's that
Yep.
dead center in a compound.
Yep, that is also great for them. How many do they have alive still? It's going to be the 3, right? They lost 1 on that move, I remember.
Getting pulled up on here. That's an easy one. Bad boy practically just chilling, rolling across the hill and saying, oh, you want a free point? Well, here you go. And just like that, they're separating themselves a bit more. That's the team you don't want to see get points because they're the ones currently in. So now, what was a 1-point catch-up before is a 2-point one.
And for no names, they've really not racked up that many points on games other than, again, the 2 we've previously mentioned. So for one extra point here is going to be actually a big deal. You don't want to be going down to those tiebreakers.
We should also add that no names have 10 more placement points coming into this game than BBL does. So they pretty much cannot win on a tiebreaker, BBL that is.
True. Good point. Good point. So you got to be careful about
Primal has more placement points than No Name does, so that they will beat No Name on a tie. And Exalt has more as well. But Primal has the most placement points out of the 4. So in a case where all those 4 teams are tied, Primal wins.
4-way tie. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you never freaking know. At this point, when we came down
so.
to it last time, we got to mention it. If they all tie, as it stands right now, Primal would win.
If the
because they
lobby's
have more
tied,
placement points.
If the whole lobby's tied, we've got to replay the tournament again.
Go to
Let's
bed.
do it. Let's start.
Eat some ice cream.
And that'll keep us fueled and efficient. Good to go.
Exactly. Exalt, well, one of the teams on the cusp, but the only team in the blue trying to wrap around and move have heard them and seen them now as well. Art able to dodge and weave, make his way over that hillside, but does Wuko on the hunt here? EB's driving into the blue. They're curious. They want to see what's going on. They know that when you're wrapping wide blue, you're probably a team with something to lose.
They are blue curious, looking for an opportunity here. That's just a noise. Go away. But Exalt here, looking to leave. And actually, the hold that BBL previously had is exactly the reason as to why you would hold it before with these wide attempts, with these wide rotates. But they've dispersed a little bit. It's only Michael there now.
Yep. Just Michael down there is definitely going to see the car, but does he shoot? Well, that answer came quickly, as indeed he does. But with shots coming in return and these vehicles not decelerating, Michael, you better be able to get out of here and get out of here alive. Now inside the buggy, not the vehicle you want for an escape, and he now knows 1v3. He is all on his own. There is suppressive fire at a distance, but Michael needs to pull off magic in order to get away from here alive.
Yeah, and actually, the reinforcing shots are super important here for Michael to try and get out.
Huge.
The lines of sight that Clib and the other boys had, very important to make sure that they did not all peak at the same time.
The circle again. They just got a circle again.
No
way.
way.
The game really wants BBL to make it through to the grand finals here. In the meantime, No Name, of course, the team currently in, trying to stay alive, trying to stay afloat here. Halloween has been knocked, but Hubba has gone in return. Also, Hello My Bat is down, so a lot of damage coming through here for No Names, who are trying to extend that lead with every single point they get, and that's one more.
No Name suddenly coming alive. But their move, their rotation they need to make across these teams, not just this terrain, these teams is going to be hellacious here. As now getting the cars from the blue, any little tick, any extra damage is going to be annoying here for No Names. They've not, I'm going to say it, they've not shown that they're capable of making this happen in the previous games. So they need to bump the trend here and go for something excellent.
Oh, well. I'm glad I'm not the one making the call on the rotation path leading into this one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
GG in the meantime, little W as well. Again, 2 teams with not a whole lot to lose, but they are making their way into BBL territory, so maybe points could be gained from either or. And here, well, the rotation we didn't want to try and predict because it's practically going to be impossible. How are they faring? Where are they going?
The moving goalposts is going to be moving here. Yepper now goes for the spray. It's not really connecting with too much at all. Although that being said, Trump as well as Halloween do go down. This is a bit of a disaster here. They're already gone as well. It's going to be up to Diffex as well to try and make this maneuver happen. They've somehow wormed and snuck their way through to some middle positions here. But as only 2, how many more points can you hope to get?
Well, Thunderlust stayed afloat for Yeppa and got a top 3 placement in the previous one, but with there still being 41 alive, I doubt that's going to happen. And also, look at how all these 4 teams with everything to lose all of a sudden find themselves right next to one another down. I think that's making things even more exciting as the fights do continue in the center circle and out towards the east, where all these players are trying to make landfall from. Yeppa finding another 2 kills that should, we were pretty much already singing their praises and how they've qualified. But this 4th kill coming through this match should definitely guarantee their qualification to the grand finals.
Yeah, of all teams getting some of their kills on No Names as they were trying to rotate, it's Yepper, of course. And Howl actually does see them from the high ground, but as you say, it's enough here for them. 70-point mark has been breached. After ult, getting knocked as well. They're just shooting at everything at this point.
Yeah. He's like, oh, wait, I have a team alive, so I'm allowed to shoot now? Great! Woohoo! Flexes out and starts going aggressive. Maybe a bit too aggressive, though. Even in the blue, trying to stay afloat. As he's applying pressure to teams.
Hello?
But again, after all as well, already in. Here comes Howl, joins the party. And, well, let's just do some mutual destruction on the eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, Howl was up for anything, I guess, there. That was pretty wild. Ooh, steady on.
Again.
BBL's still in.
I mean, they're all in. That's the thing. We're not only favoring BBL anymore, we're favoring literally the entire bunch of 4 who needs good games here.
Yeah.
We might just see a game where the only 4 teams are alive are those 4. Imagine.
Oh, yes,
Imagine.
Give me it.
Baron Peak finds a double. That would be, I was about to do a bad swear word there, but that would be great. Michael finds Baron. Again, every point counts here. As Yep finds kill number 10.
That's nuts. For how early this is in the game, the fact that they've got 10 is insane. But you know what? Good job, guys. Well done. We'll see you in the grand final here as we still have Hal just healing on up. Fenderlost is moving for it.
BBL found one more. And they're going for the rest now, Sarvin, but they have ankles on them.
Ooh.
Look at this. All of Sarvin are going for the rest on the 2 players that BBL found the knocks on. But it seems like they will get them both up. Matt, able to jump around that one. Finds Thunderlust as we, within phase 5, almost get into placement points. That's not too often this happens. But again, when we are at this stage in the tournament, it does get a little wild.
I thought the angle was still open for BBL on Sarvum just then, but not to be the case, so they will continue to control this ridge line. The only thing that I can see being a potential problem for them is eventually if Exalt wraps around to the west and then both sides are vulnerable. But now they're going to try and greet Sarvum with this. Sarvum is absolutely just tanking it through.
There are 4 in the vehicle and none of them have gotten taken out yet. They're going to go straight in between all the teams that need the points and just... well, pretty much barrel roll into it.
Yeah, this is actually very scary for all of these teams close. Because again, Sarvum is just like a wrecking ball here, who could really have huge impact on what happens in this. And they've turned their attention... actually, Molodox has turned his attention towards Baron Peak, so that's a knock on him already. This is the problem with this ridgeline. If you don't know who's on that west side and you're coming in from the east, you can't possibly know straight away how much cover you require against who might be looking at you.
Exactly. Exactly. Sabum just pretty much jumps straight into the Witch's Cauldron as everyone here ready for the feast, just wanting points for their own, but no one's really willing to risk too much to try and claim them. EB down as we get into placement points. As long as all these teams stay afloat, of course, it ain't really going to matter because they're going to be sharing all of them. But Exalt continuing to find points here, now tied with Primal. BBL, the team down in 11th, but look at how close it is. 54 is the point margin currently to beat, with No Name up there in 8th.
With people still alive as well. So if you take fights and then you get a few eliminations here and there and then you go down, No Name's goalpost will still be moving. Yep. Very, very scary here for Primal, Exalt, as well as BBL. BBL still nothing on the board. They have the 4 alive, yes, but they still need to start getting some kills here.
Yeah, I was going to say, the fact that Exalt actually manages to get some pretty good angles and spot people from right now is huge for them. Primal, in the meantime, well, good luck, have fun. You know you need to rotate. You're seeing these teams that you need to beat, continue to rack up points, and still be alive. You need to make a play here. There's no just volleying yourself in the blue, denying things. Well, I mean, unless we just really don't want to qualify for the finals, I suppose. But Primal needs to make a heroic, rotation into this one, and there's no space to play.
This is very down to the wire here. As you said and you called before, the fact that we still have 8th through 11th still alive, good to go. Some wounded, of course, some wounded. Primal is one that I think is going to be losing out on a chance here. They are so far off the mark in being able to try and get towards this circle now. They're in a compound towards the east, but this is points for Exalt. Faya is taking some great shots. He is one of the guys that you look to on Exalt as the big players. And maybe he's going to make it work in this final game.
Well, I mean, there's a time. There's a time to get things going as Moldog connects one, finds almost the second as well. Should be a flush onto Mouse. Indeed it is, as they now surpass in the tie. Surpass No Name. Again, Primal would still win this tiebreaker if they were all 4 set up there, but considering them only being 2, in a pretty dire situation, it ain't looking good for them. And now Sabim turning their attention to BBL, but Elias has managed to sneak around him too.
Yeah, there was some big damage coming down here from the nades along this ridge line as well. Smash is being hit by CCNX. Moldoc, meanwhile, hitting Schiller. Sarvam in all sorts of trouble here. It's not important for them, but it is important that the teams around them are able to take as many kills. And it was going to be Exalt picking up a lot of them. That means now their goalpost is moving against BBL. BBL needs to make something happen soon as they hit Daz.
BBL has Elias behind him, but he has gone completely undetected. He could be the backstab that they just cannot have happen. They have let one slip through.
No way.
It might just be their downfall. Right now, it's 8 points up to Exalt. Exalt is 1 player down, though. We'll see what happens as they have to fight through the top here. BBL knows they need points now.
And knows names as well, realizes they need a lot of points, but they're gone. They're going to be out of it. They're not making it to the top 8 at the moment. It's going to be either BBL or Exalt being able to make something happen. Molodox, 5 on the board. Exalt suddenly comes alive in this final game.
I mean, if there's a time, if there's a freaking time to do it, now is it. But again, I cannot take my eyes away from Elias here. Prone behind all of BBL. They're the ones up with 4. They have the chance to make it through here. They need to catch up 6 points. They need to kill all of Exalt, and they need to win this game.
Exalt's not going to make it easy. Yeah, Exalt's not going to make it easy for them, though, because even if they get a few flushes here and there against it, that could be the deciding factor. It is really going to be so, so close. And Elias is still here. If he is able to get the backstab, because he's going to be playing for absolutely every point he can get as well. He knows that their team is close.
James, if you're 9 trillion IQ and you're you have the scoreboard here, you get, as soon as Elias dies, Exalt denies and gives BBL the win, because that would only give them 4 more points and they need 6.
That's true.
They could go out, give BBL the win, but not the kills, and Exalt would actually qualify despite giving the win to BBL.
I mean, of course, there's no way they're trying.
They have no clue.
Like,
they have
absolutely
no clue. But imagine if there is.
Oh my god!
I mean, if there's someone on the team, that's where we need a Rain Man, James. That is where the Rain Man needs to be at this time. The thing is, does BBL know that Exalt is -1? Because if that's the case, then they have to know that there's a snake line somewhere.
Yeah.
And Rusted Mice now solo running down south.
Yeah, they almost certainly know. They have to, considering how we track kill feeds and things like that.
When did Fate fall?
Can't remember. But anyway, we do have now BBL moving hard north here to try and control more space. If they're able to find them here somehow. But again, do you really want to be going up against even slight trades against Ferris and Molodoct? These two are absolute stone cold killers. Arctic's not been too bad either. And for BBL here, the split of 3, this is tense.
I'm just looking. I mean, the next pop here is going to be Elias shooting Rustamar all the other way around. Then realizing, holy swear word, there's a snake behind us. Arctic spotted, headshotted. Can't find the knock. That was the flank player. That was the off angle that they had to deal with. They needed to deal with in order to make more space for themselves. But at least they see it. They catch him. Now they know there's one on that angle.
Who has nades? Who has nades? Who has mollies? What are we working with here? Because that is going to be important across that ridgeline as well. Elias is so quiet here. Rustamar knows still a snake persists somewhere. But Elias, if he sees this, he's going to take the shot. He goes for it.
Spots him, knocks him.
No way. One down. Elias causing ripples through this lobby. And now Exalt all charging up nades. Yes. They're going to go for the push after that knock.
They saw the knock come through. They knew now was the time to make the aggressive play forward. 3 versus 3. They're going to take their odds on this one. Smash instantly prones down, ready for the push to come. Forced back on his feet, though, as more flashes come forward. He's gone down as well. Exalt, full control of this one.
It's all falling apart. It's all falling apart here for BBL, Fairist, and the Exalt boys. They've done so much work in this game, and this could be absolutely massive for them. They've really not been present in a lot of this, but when it mattered most, it looks like they're going to be able to get it done. With the flashes coming through, though, they'll be a little bit more deterred about moving up against Clib and Michael.
They're trying to fend off here as best as he can. Deploy smokes, makes more space. They've still not found the snake behind. Michael forced to look the other way. Now with shots coming through on the southern side, they know the snake is still down here somewhere. But with his position, they simply cannot. They cannot give up the angle. The fact that there's 3 people from Exalt sat just over on the other side, they need to respect that more and just hope to dear God that Elias does not peek from behind.
It's a wild, wild deal breaker, isn't he, Elias, for all of this? What a crazy scenario. As still they're having to pay attention to it. Exalt, meanwhile, was keeping hold of this ridge. So many nades were already, expended. Those are kind of gone. They really didn't do a huge amount for Exalt, but it was the peaks over that were able to, in turn, do what they needed to do.
EBL needs all the kills here. They need all the kills. And I'm worried that they actually need Exalt to die before Elias in order to qualify, because I think they might tie if not. But we'll let the scoreboard deal with that, as this one is going to go down as one of the most exciting end games we've seen in a very long time.
Sick.
We've had a hell of a lot of them in 2023 already.
Clib and Michael are still capable of doing this.
Oh, definitely.
They are still capable. But the thing is that once the fight occurs, Elias will peek over and start shooting at them as well. So it is absolutely on a knife's edge.
Elias cannot win at this point. Obviously, he might not know that, but he is only here to wreck people. And right now,
no way.
Well, he started by taking out Rustamar, but now he's actually helping out BBL a bit too.
The bringer of chaos, Elias, just shooting at everything. Elias and Arctics and Molodox here, going for that south play to try and wrap around BBL here, trying to get rid of this solo by the looks of things.
They're surrounding them.
More smokes, trying to disrupt all of this.
Just around, trying to take him down if he falls here, which he will. Let's find one. They should count out the possibilities. They need all the points. They need to run down. They need to get all of them now if they want to qualify for this. And I don't think it's going to be enough regardless of whether they win this or not.
No, not at this point. I mean, now they're going to get their res. They see Clib, see Michael. Goes for the spray. It's not going to be enough. It's a 1v1 trade, and that is Exalt here. What a performance coming in the last game. 13 kills go their way. They're spraying in the lobby. They know that they've done enough here to qualify for the grand final.
The one team we needed to finally step up, to finally show all of EMEA that they were worthy of their PGC points. What a time to finally get things going, to turn things around.
What a game. Let's take a look back at this here. Quite the tense ending here, and Exalt managing to fight another day. Not only that, but managing to fight for more PGC points, which they were already doing great with. But any opportunity to solidify yourself even more with those points, super, super important. Whew.
Exalt had one game with 10 kills. Their second best was 5.
Yeah.
Here they put up 13 and a win in the final one. What a way to come out victorious, to make your way into the finals of the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers.
Welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA Qualifiers. This lower bracket here. What a fantastic way to end this, guys. Exalt, BBL, Primal in a 3-way standoff. Even if Elias actually killed all of them, he could have taken away the spot. I know it's a long shot, but it was just so close. And I kind of feel bad because, you know, it would have been great for BBL to have a fair fight, but they got backstabbed. And of course, Exalt here, James, they knew exactly that was the timing for them to push in and take advantage of that.
I loved the rap as well behind all of that too. I mean, after that fight goes down, of course, but I'll talk about the fight that you mentioned. Yes, I mean, the one thing that I was slightly concerned for when it came to Exalt was that they had the 3 nades charged and they didn't do anything with them. They really didn't actually connect for the most part here against BBL. Yes, you cause a little bit of disruption, but it was all down to the gun skill, and they were able to win it out. It was so close.
What a fantastic way to, and also, you know, this whole circle, BBL they had so much circle prowess for this one here, but they just didn't get enough kills coming their way. If that was Savim, Toby, that they were able to get, you know, a few kills from that, that would have been a whole different way, but Molotov popped off.
And I feel like that just kind of underlines how this whole qualifier has been for BBL. They've had the opportunities, they just haven't dared to go aggressive when we know they're capable of and when they should have, and therefore they fall short.
I'm still a little bit sad here for BBL, of course, again on the 9th place. Not a tiebreaker this time around, it's 14 points different, but that just is that's a shot right to the gut right there, James.
Definitely so. I think that, you know, we've been talking about them throughout the days, and I think that you look at the roster, you look at the talent that's there, they're definitely capable of always more than 9th, even in the upper bracket. And I don't think that it needs to be, well, I mean, I don't know the inner workings, so I'm going to just flippantly throw this out there. I don't think there needs to be a roster change, but I just like a trajectory change. Something like, okay, we're doing all these 1-1-1-1-1 splits, we're bleeding out slightly sometimes, we're not being aggressive enough, like Toby was kind of mentioning sometimes. So maybe just a mentality shift somewhere for this roster.
Yeah, super sad. And in terms of that, of course, it could be IGL change, it could be many things here, Toby.
Yeah, sure could. It's always hard to work out not just how teams play, but what happens behind closed doors, especially after an event like this. They're always going to be bummed out that they don't qualify for the finals and for, well, PGS2 as well. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about in the BBL camp, that's for sure.
Of course. And now we know our 8 teams, of course, James, with the top going in. Savim, Exhalation, Wu looking extremely good for this one, of course. But in this case, let's talk a little bit about, you know, your expectations going into this one for lower bracket here. Did everything turn out as you expected it to be?
Not the last game, I think is fair to say. I think looking at the names and how they've performed, though, a lot of the names, aside from maybe BBL, are the ones that I thought would be going through. Looking at, you know, the expectations that we had for them and how they can potentially stack up against those upper bracket teams, because there did seem like quite the stark contrast between the 8 that qualified from the upper bracket and the teams below them who came down to the lower bracket. So the teams at the top of the lower bracket are going to have to play some of the PUBG of their lives to stack up against the upper bracket guys.
Yeah, and same question to you, Toby, of course, here now. Actually, let's look at the leaderboard. Now we're going to do it here. Exalt, 23 points on the absolute last game here. Yepa, again, good performance for them back-to-back here in the later stages of the game. They had 9, now they have 10, of course. Looking good for them to be able to secure that. And that's, of course, BBL, 8 points on tied with Prime. It's just not enough. Super sad to see that in that case. Monarch, Savim also popping off in the game, both placement-wise, but also kills. But let's look at the overall here. 127 points for first and 125 for second here, James. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, insane stuff by them. So kudos to the performances coming out from them. Again, Savim, I've said it a few times, I feel like they're online lobby killers, but going up against the top 8 from upper is a different story. They're going to have to bring some of that fire here from the lower. Otherwise, they could get scuppered.
Thoughts on this leaderboard, Toby?
I mean, I think the only surprise that we have here, especially with coming into it as well, Yepa in, BBL out. Outside of that, the teams that we expected to do well, the teams that we know and have come to love and see play, were the ones that qualified here through to the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. And here are your top 8 teams from the lower brackets that's going into the finals starting on Friday here. James, biggest surprise from these 8?
I'll go with Yeppa. Even though we know them very well, I think that, I'm slightly surprised over, again, your BBL, that they were the ones that were able to take it. But it feels like the landscape for not necessarily Turkish players, but Turkish players and orgs is changing.
And here, the finals, Toby, let me know what you think about this final. I think it's pretty damn stacked.
I was gonna say that it's just gonna be amazing. If you're doing anything next week that is watching PUBG, if you're doing something else, you're canceling those appointments and then you're watching PUBG because it's gonna be absolutely phenomenal.
James?
Well, yes, I can only agree. It's a great lineup considering. I do still heavily favor our upper bracket teams at the moment, considering the absolute power that they were bringing to that upper bracket here. And I hope that continues. I hope to see Na'Vi do well, considering the shaky year they've had.
Yeah, they have to. Not being able to get into the rotation finals and getting points from that one total was a huge blow to that. So they have to have a good performance here to be able to make it to PGC. Unless, they go out and dominate PGS 2, which would be fine for us too.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's gonna be a hell of a joy to watch. We've our only, I could say, storyline coming into this one was who's gonna qualify now. So much in the line, and the qualifying gap is, we're going from a small gap to a pretty much not existing one with only top 2 qualifying through. So it's gonna be really exciting.
And I gotta say, overall, from these 16 teams here, James, it has been exhilarating to watch. But I gotta echo what you said here. I think 6 or 7 of these teams here that we have from our upper bracket, I feel like they're gonna be going into the finals and be dominating quite a lot.
Yeah, they're gonna smash. I think is fair. I think there was opportunities for them to smash even harder in the upper bracket in some games, but obviously there was a little bit of a reprieve for some of the teams that fell down into the lower. So we'll see how it goes. Next weekend's going to be great. As you say, the lobby is stacked.
All right, guys, that is it from us here. Thank you so much, Toby and Calaris, for the fantastic cast here throughout the upper bracket and lower bracket, and of course to the stunt double of Calaris also subbing in for one day. That means that we're done for today, and we're going to be coming back on Friday, the same time, same place. So make sure you tune in and watch the finals of the PGS 2 EMEA Qualifiers. See you then.